The calls relate to a conspiracy to kill Booth. The accused are facing more than 100 charges, including money laundering, the attempted murder of Booth, and the murder of the anti-gang unit detective Charles Kinnear. And finally, a wildfire has continued to burn uncontrolled in the U.S. state of Nevada. This has forced tens of thousands to leave their homes and schools to close. The blaze on the outskirts of the city of Reno has charred more than 50 square kilometers of land and injured at least 6 people. The sheriff of Washoe County, Darren Balam, has urged people to be prepared.
We have over 1,000 plus first responders on this fire, and our main priority is the safety of you and our communities. Stay informed, watch outside, have your go bag ready with all your medications, valuables that you can put in a bag, and please be ready to go.
Recapping the top story, the National Prosecuting Authority says further arrests are expected in connection with the killing of the former mayor of Knysna in the Western Cape, Aubrey Tsengwa. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm values your views. Be an active citizen.
Being in construction has taught me that buying machinery doesn't come cheap. Loaders, excavators, graders, the heartbeat of the job site. Now, thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. This saving helps keep my machines working and projects moving.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your yellow metal machinery. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Missed your favorite SABC education program on SABC Radio? With SABC Plus, you can catch up on all your favorite SABC education programs anytime and anywhere. On your phone, simply open the SABC Plus app, tap on demand, select radio, find SABC Education, select the podcast of your choice and press play. Or if you're on your computer, visit the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Click on demand, choose radio, scroll to the SABC Education podcast section, select the podcast of your choice and press play. It's simple, convenient, and always available when you are. Brought to you by the SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans.
Hello. My name is Boom Kwanazi and I am a travel journalist. I've been in this industry for more than 18 years. And SAfm has continued to be a source of truth ever since I started being a journalist. And I really appreciate all the contributors and not only the presenters, which is what we hear. But so with that, we say donkey Sebo.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
At 7 minutes past 9, very good morning to you. Welcome to the Daily Discourse. I am Gokezo Sachane in for Joanne Joseph this morning. I hope that you are well, that the day and the morning and the Monday has started well for you. Thank you very much to the dear sisters, Kathy Motlatlana and Nikiwe Bikicha. I've got so much love for both of them. Nikiwe, a pleasure this morning listening to you together with the dear sister Kathy Mhlahla. Of course, Kathy returns tomorrow at 6 with the national briefing. On the Daily Discourse this morning, we will, in this hour, focus on what has unfortunately been a never-yielding, deadly lived experience for a number of communities. Drugs, gangs, and killings continue to plague communities across the country. What is to be done? We're going to focus on this issue in 2 parts. Firstly, residents of Westbury continue to live in fear as gang warfare continues to terrorize that community. community. Eugene Dooms is founder of One Force South Africa and an activist who joins us in that conversation. Then before we wrap the hour, Action SA MP Darlene James joins us to talk about the failure in dealing with this perennial issue of gangs and drugs, particularly in schools. A conversation in the next hour, I'm certain you'll have a say in, is this weekend's launch of the ANC's local government election manifesto. As part of the launch, the ANC was meant to announce its mayoral candidates for the 8 metros. They instead unveiled 42 potential candidates. Apparently, they will be finalized in September. What happened? Did internal fractions in the party lead to this? We discussed that with political analyst Bheki Ngomezulu. Between now and 9:30, as always, is the open line. Share your thoughts on any matter that you are sitting with. It could be the upcoming appearance before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry of alleged cartel kingpin Vusmusi Kat Matlala. You might also want to reflect on the matter of the ANC and the local government election manifesto. You can do so through the WhatsApp line 086 0002032 is the call. 0614 104 107 is the WhatsApp line. And remember that we are also streaming our broadcast, so you can watch us anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook, and X. It is the Daily Discourse on SAFM. Kogezo in for Joanne Joseph. I'm not alone in this. There's Melissa, there's Gnilwe, there's Mpo as well. It's 10 minutes past 9. Good morning.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives. For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
for the healing of the wounds has come.
Iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online, or call us directly at 011-714-3936 or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
At 11 minutes past 9, it is the open line, the Daily Discourse, Kogezo, in for Joanne Joseph. I look forward to the conversation we'll be having with Professor Bheki Ngomezulu on the other side of 10 as we focus on the ANC's launch of its local government manifesto ahead of the November elections. And going through the manifesto itself, listening to what the ANC is once again promising to do. And I did so while on my way to work and sitting there in, I don't know if I'm allowed to mention this. What do e-hailing? Yeah, e-hailing. I'm not going to mention the brand. E-hailing. Sitting in the back of an e-hailing car, going through the central Joburg. None of the robots working. Certain potholes that have been there for so long that they put cones in the middle of the road to identify the fact that there is a pothole. And then over and above that, the amount of dirt in central Joburg. And wondering if this is the state of affairs, and it might be similar in your part of the country, or there might be other issues that you have lived through since the 2021 local government election. And irrespective of that a particular political party, if one were to compare the current state of the municipality and then compare it to what the different political parties are saying they are promising to do, particularly those who have been in governance, whether as a majority or in coalition, how do you trust that which they say they're going to be doing now versus what they have been doing or not doing since the 2021 local government elections? And what is the degree of, or the filter through which, as the electorate, we consider who to vote for? Is it a case of we're going to be voting for personalities, or do we actively look at what they claim they're going to be doing and compare it to what they have been doing over the past couple of years? And is that not the yardstick through which they need to be judged, especially if that which was promised in 2021 was promised before that and years before that? So what are you using to measure or consider how you want your municipality and even your ward to be governed? And while talking about local government manifestos and where we're talking about mayoral candidates, do we take enough time to interrogate the ward councillor? Besides what's happening in the municipality, what is happening in our wards? What track record does the councillor in our ward actually have? And do we care more about the mayoral candidate or bringing it closer to ourselves in questioning the ward? Yes, it leads into the mayor. We do not elect mayors. Let's also remember that. It starts with the ward. And for as long as, or rather, the determination of the ward determines the majority in council. There's also PR councillors, of course, and then from there, mayors are elected. So even the idea of announcing a mayoral candidate, does that go far enough in convincing us of what will happen and should happen in our wards? Your thoughts on this? 086 000 2032. You can also send us your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. Let's go to Parks. Parks, good morning to you.
Good morning, Koketo. I trust you are well this morning. Koketo, there's the part which you raised about the perennial issue of gangs which seem to be taking over across the country, and the criminal element that they present to communities. A while ago, I think there's a segment of your show late at night which you, if I'm not mistaken, wanted to undertake a certain exercise with a criminal expert here in the Western Cape regarding the crimes that are happening in the Cape Flats.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and if it's possible, if you can just update us as your listeners, what were the findings, especially with regards to gang violence that is so prevalent here in the Western Cape, that is plaguing both the Cape Flats as well as the townships that are in the peripheries of the Cape Flats. And when you look into it, how does it link or correlate with the crimes that are happening in the side of Johannesburg, in your Westbury, El Dorado Park, and all of those other areas, especially up until KZN in Phoenix, because it looks like these gangs are a syndicate and a network that is vast and wide in South Africa, and they seem to be having a firm grip on communities with their gang activities.
If I'm not mistaken, Parks, you're talking about that 2-hour broadcast where I had a number of individuals where we were looking at what are the causal effects of what's happening in and around the Cape Flats, and also on the question of policing. Is that evening that you are referring to?
Yes, that's what that I'm referring to.
Yeah. What I've learned through that conversation and also other conversations about what's happening in Westbury and El Dorado Park, for example, is that they are similar. They are similar in terms of the contributing factors, in terms of the lived experience of communities, but also the linkages that you're talking about are real. Because there are certain individuals that are alleged to be drug kingpins in and around the Cape Flats, where you'd find that they've got certain cases where they've been found and located in other parts of the country, particularly in Johannesburg. So it's part of a much larger syndicate. And the question then is, with it spreading as it has, what is being done about it? And that's part of the conversation that we're hoping to have with Darylene James as well on the other side of 10. But I appreciate your call, Parks.
Thank you very much, Oketo.
Thank you. That is Parks there. KG, good morning.
Thank you so much for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I just want to say, the reveal, or was it a non-reveal yesterday at Midrand? For me, it says quite a lot.
Are you talking about the manifesto? What are you talking about?
No, on Saturday.
Are you talking about the ANC manifesto?
The candidate.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
The reveal, that's why I call it the reveal or the non-reveal of the candidate.
The 42 potential candidates.
Yeah. I mean, for myself, to have people who are currently incumbents at cities that are, falling apart before our very eyes, the inclusion of such persons as potentials, I'm not sure if it is designed just to control the internal mechanisms, or is it in fact a serious consideration that is given to the likes of Dada Morero. I mean, for me, it says these people are not serious about moving from a situation where everything is falling into disrepair and into decay, and to move to a situation where things will start to look up, where services can be delivered,
sure,
things can improve. Because what more do we need to see from such characters that they are not fit for purpose, that they are not equal to the task? I mean, I can't give you an opportunity to come on air, to come and fail, and I give you another opportunity tomorrow, and another tomorrow, and you keep on asking over and over, give me another opportunity, another opportunity. And I was watching this morning, Mr. Fiki Lembalula was on TV, and he was saying, no, he's got experience. I mean, the experience is that everything is falling apart. You look at Mangaung, Johannesburg, you look at Jeffreys Bay, this in Cape. It's chaos everywhere.
So what then is to be done, KG? Or rather, let me ask, what are you going to do about it?
I'm doing the correct thing when I get into that space.
Which is?
I do my thing.
Which is?
I put my X. And these people, for a change, even themselves, it would be very useful for them to come out and say, we are not going to contest this particular round because we've demonstrated that we are not fit for purpose. We are incompetent.
All right.
And then let's go to the drawing board. We'll try again next time.
KG in Bloemfontein, thank you very much for your call. We'll put this question to Dixon Masemola, ANC National Executive Committee member, who will join that conversation on the other side of 10 around what happened this weekend. We've got a couple of your voice notes, 0614 104 107. A question I still have: are we not focusing too much on this idea of mayoral candidates? How consequential is a mayoral candidate? And if the focus is there over and above, of course, the local government election manifesto itself, what is happening at a ward level? If we're going to obsess over 8 metro mayoral candidates that were not announced, or the 42 potential candidates that were announced, what about what's happening at a ward level? Because it starts there. Some of your voice notes.
Good morning, Goketo. You are speaking to Tumi from Potchefstroom in Mashising. Goketo, I want to speak about the ANC. Goketo, the ANC will win. I will vote for ANC with many others, and they will win. That is all I wish to say. People can dream to govern the country, they can dream, but the ANC will win. Thank you, Koketo.
Morning, Koketo. I hope you find in the studio. Koketo, you mentioned that you were yesterday, if I heard you correctly, going around in the CBD of Joburg, and you mentioned one aspect of debt. It's dirty in our country. I don't know really what is happening. And in terms of our health, People don't understand that this dirty is affecting our health. It's summer because you smell dirt, not fresh air. Thanks very much, Koketso.
Morning, Koketso. This is Tole in Umtata. Hey, Koketso, I can hear talking about all the ANC manifestos and the like, but come here in Umtata, where you can see a 50-plus old man being carried on his wife's back only because at Bedford they did not provide any kind of assistive device, whether crutches, wheelchair, calipers, orthopedic shoes. This is a disgrace. Please, can you kindly ask someone to look at what is happening at Bedford? Thank you.
Good morning, my brother Mbongo Sondisa here. Hey, Putom, hi man. Can you please contact the office of the MEC of Transport in Mpumalanga? The abuse by Mpumalanga traffic police there is on another level. Beating like that Duma guy from Newcastle, 12 of them in full uniform, those traffic officers. And then later on, the very same day on Saturday, they locked the driver out of his truck saying it's punishment, only to give him the keys the next morning. Aye, man. They are abusing the law. Where is IP to investigate these matters? Please, man, can we get hold of the Mpumalanga MEC of Transport office? Please, my brother.
Thank you very much for those voice notes. We take more of your calls, 086-000-2032, before we get to the latest news headlines with Anne Musa. There is that matter of what's happening in Mpumalanga, and hopefully we can forward that message to the transport department there. And then that voice note about a 50-year-old woman carrying her husband on her back. A lot that needs to be said around the indignity of either poor service delivery or even poverty, something that we do not speak enough about, and how, whether it's the state of services in certain parts of our country at a provincial or a local government level, the impact that it has on people and in turn on their dignity. One could argue that there is, of course, a lot of love and support in carrying your partner on your back, but under what circumstances are you doing so? And what has forced that to be a reality? And the extent of the indignity of the woman, the indignity of the man, and it happening in public as well. A lot that needs to be said there. More of your calls, 086-000-2032. Ndlandla in Umlazi. Good morning, Ndlandla.
How are you, sir?
All right, and you, Ndlandla?
I'm fine. On the subject matter, local government, mayoral candidates. My view is very simple. To me, the issue of mayoral candidate is not an issue. What we need is the leadership at the what level?
Mm-hmm.
Because that is where the community-based planning is supposed to be done.
Exactly.
That is where people need to comply with the relevant law that talk to community participation,
mm-hmm.
especially the Municipal Systems Act. And if the people can involve all the stakeholders and the interest groups at what level,
mm-hmm.
and decide who is supposed to be their agent, meaning the councillor, and appoint or nominate a relevant person who understands the local issues, then you will solve most of the problems that are facing our municipality. If you send someone who doesn't have the capacity to contribute to the municipality, whether at the level of the full country, what do you expect?
Yep.
That is my view. We need to go, because at the end of the day, the municipality integrated development plan is supposed to be all the natural time is supposed to be informed by the ward community based planning.
100%, Nhlanhla. 100%. Thank you very much for your call there, Nhlanhla Enumlazi. He's right. I think at times we easily get caught up in the culture of personality politics, where we want to, and maybe to a degree as well as the media, we get caught up in that, discussing the candidates, mayoral candidates, comparing them, having these discussions and panel discussions, and they're right. But where it matters is at a ward level. And Nhlanhla is correct. How IDPs are determined and what's supposed to be informing IDPs is supposed to be from the people in the ward. And do we as residents here's a question. Have you ever engaged in IDP discussions in your ward and actually contributed? Do you know how much money is allocated to your ward councillor for your ward or the sub-council? Have you got any sight around how that money is spent? And does it at all address the needs that you have, which you should have through discussions in the ward, put it on the table and it contributing to what the ward councillor then takes to council? And then once that money is allocated, how that money then is spent on the basis of the need of your ward. Yes, we can talk about ward mayoral candidates, but what's happening in your ward? It's 9:30, time for the latest in news from Ann Musa.
Good morning. Thanks, Koketso. In the headlines, alleged criminal kingpin Vuzumuzikat Matlala is expected to start to testify before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria shortly. Matlala, who appeared before the commission last week, refused to answer questions relating to the 228 million rand SAPS Medicaid 24 tender. The SACP in the Western Cape has called on the state to oppose bail for the two suspects due to appear in the Knysna Magistrates Court today in connection with the killing of former Knysna Mayor Aubrey Tsengwa. And the president of the European Football Federation has ruled himself out as a candidate to replace the head of the world governing body. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Koketso and SAFM listeners, my truck drivers, colleagues, my guys. Koketso, the guy who just spoke about these traffic officers from Mpumalanga and Komati Port, he is absolute 100% right of what he's just said. We can never tolerate that nonsense anymore. We are fathers and grandfathers, uncles and brothers, husbands to our wives. We can never be treated in that way, in that manner. We will never tolerate that. Mr. B. Fikiboni from Poch, this must stop.
Good morning, Koketso. I heard you say you were driving through Johannesburg CBD. A lot of lights are not working. I just want us just to compare CBD Johannesburg and CBD Cape Town. Then you can see the difference, and you can see the difference that can be done by Helen Zille. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for those voice notes. As mentioned at the top of the hour, we will in this half hour focus on the perennial issue of drugs, gangsterism and killings that are affecting different communities. And we do so through two conversations. One, focusing on the residents of Westbury who continuously live in fear as gang violence escalates. And then we will also, before we wrap this hour, speak to Action SA Member of Parliament, Darlene James, unpacking the failure to address rising drug and gangsterism problems in schools and communities in Gauteng. But for now, though, we start off with this very important conversation, zoning in on what's happening in Westbury. Eugene Dooms is founder and activist of One for South Africa, joining us now on the line. Eugene, good morning to you. I hope you're well.
Good morning. Well, I could be better, but yeah. Good morning to your listeners as well.
As I asked whether you could be well, a part of me said, how could you be well considering how we as a country continuously seeing residents of Westbury not ridding themselves of this fear, not ridding themselves of this violence as violent turf and drug war between rival gangs continued to plague the communities. The ongoing conflict involving the Varados and Fast Guns has seen repeated shootings, deaths, and disruptions to schools and daily life. Maybe if you could, Eugene, give us a bit more context, so for somebody who would not understand what it means to be a resident of Westbury.
Yeah, well, as a young man growing up in the community, I never grew up like this, right? Gangsterism has been coming on since the late 70s, and we've been affected by it ever since. But of late, it has just morphed into something else, These boys are getting younger and younger and younger that are being roped into this life of drugs and gangsterism, and it's affecting us on a scale that I don't even know what the government intends to do about it, because, it seems like it's all talk, but when it comes to implementing the strategies they have to solve the problem, to help us resolve the problem, it leaves much to be desired. And as communities, we have to, live with it on a daily basis. It's just crazy at the moment.
We've known, and you have lived, issues of gangsterism and drugs in Westbury. How different is it now? How has it escalated on a practical level? How worse has it gotten?
Well, in a space of 2 months, since July and August, we've lost 22 young lives, male and female. That's just in a space of 2 months, not counting since the inception of the GNU, just in the space of 2 months, and that's in the area of Westbury and in Westbury alone, That's excluding your Aldos, your Reka Park, your Cape Town. So that tells you the extent of the crisis that we are living in. And these boys are just getting younger and younger. As far as 11, 13-year-olds are being roped in to be shooters. So it's just been crazy. And yeah, we are trying to do our best to resolve the situation as a community, but we need government to step up its game now. It's way overdue.
Government stepping up its game, in part, Eugene. We saw the deployment of the SANDF and Operation Prosper. I mean, for me personally, I would rather focus a bit more on the contributing factors around what is happening than too much time on Operation Prosper. And the reason for that is I believe personally that the idea of dealing with it purely on a law enforcement level, in the absence of dealing with the core issues, is where we fail. Because what is the environment where a 11-year-old or a 13-year-old is able to not only be recruited but be given guns? What's happening in that community? What are the factors that lead to that being a reality? And are we dealing with those factors?
No, it's crazy. The environment is such that, we've got brilliant people, young people especially, in our community. Some are matriculant, some are skilled individuals. But unemployment is one of the biggest factors. We've got child-headed households. in our community, and because they have a sense of hopelessness, they resort to other means to produce income. That is by getting involved in gangsterism and selling drugs just to generate income for themselves. And I mean, child-headed households getting involved in drugs, smoking with their kids, and it causes havoc and problems. Then you have a variety of feeding schemes in our area and lolly lounges. So you've got a situation where these lolly lounges are becoming recruitment centers for these kids, including the feeding schemes, because of the fact that, there is no income in the households.
Yeah.
Parents are not working. Young people with that immatriculants are their CVs are being dumped in the dustbin, and we've got evidence of this fact.
Yeah.
You understand? And it just seems to be getting worse and worse and worse. So what do these kids resort to? They look for other avenues to generate a sense of income.
I want to talk about what is to be done, and we'll do so just after the break. We're in conversation with Eugene Dooms, founder and activist of One for South Africa. We're talking about what continues to be a perennial issue in the area of Westbury in Johannesburg, and it seems to be getting worse. 11-year-olds, 13-year-olds being recruited in gangs, handed guns, and are part and parcel of this gang warfare that we are seeing in that part of Johannesburg. Your thoughts on this? 086 000 2032. We'll continue after the break with Eugene Dooms.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Durban, the promenade is calling and the purple wave is taking over the East Coast. It's time to lace up for the Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race on Sunday, 30 August. The race covers the beautiful tour of the city, combining urban streets, scenic coastal roads, and stunning beachfront stretches with views of the Indian Ocean. Catch all the action live on SABC2 and SABC Plus from 7 a.m. on Sunday, 30th of August. The Hollywood Bets Durban 10-kilometer road race brought to you by SABC Sports.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
19 minutes to 10, the Daily Discourse, Kokezo in for Joanne Joseph. We continue our conversation with Eugene Dooms, founder and activist of One for South Africa. Our focus is on the ongoing and ever increasing violence in the area of Westbury in Johannesburg. Eugene, again, thanks for your time this morning. You, in focusing on what is to be done, you are appealing to government to do more. We are seeing that Operation Prosper, in all intents and purposes, not effective enough. What are you hoping a government should be doing differently or more of?
Yes, Kokezo. Operation Prosper has been anything but prosperous. I mean, they said that they, spent in excess of 825 million on the army to operate in our areas, including with the Zamazamas. But we're not seeing any return on investment, We don't see the strategy behind that deployment, because with the recent shooting that has been happening for this 2 months, the army has been nowhere near any of the incidences, I mean, they should have been more proactive instead of reactive, in terms of curbing this problem. And it's getting worse because these young boys are using military-grade weapons with the last incident that took place.
Military-grade weapons in the hands of 13-year-olds.
Of course, yes. Just look at my page and the footage. You could even hear the high-caliber weapons that they've been using. So the question is, where are these weapons coming from? Who is supplying them? What is being done to stop the influx of these weapons coming into our area? With that type of budget, you would hope that, the SNDF, with the army, with the police, and with all the various departments within the police. I mean, you have crime intelligence, you have the anti-gang unit, you have anti-drug unit, you have these various police clusters, but it seems like they are all working in silos. If not, they're not even working in coordination with each other. This problem should have been curbed a long time ago. In such an area that is so small, 1.3 kilometer radius, 14,000 people. It's crazy that this problem hasn't been resolved. So it tells you one thing, that government is either complicit or our demise in our area is quite deliberate.
Yeah.
So the only question is, what is the residents doing about it? I always tell our people that no one is coming to save us. As community, we need to join hands, hold hands, and unite combine our resources to see how we can resolve this. So I'm calling on all the NGOs to come together, all the churches to come together, all the stakeholders in our communities to come together.
Yeah.
Let us hold hands and see how we can resolve this. And on the 27th of this month, this Thursday, we're calling all the women to come, share your story, share your grievances, and let us look at how we can resolve this problem.
Before we let you go, a couple of calls on this discussion that we are having, Eugene. Let's go first to Phalaborwa. Tabete, good morning.
Morning, Kiki. How are you?
All right, brother.
Look, issues of crime, Kiki, and gangsterism in general. There's this word that says charity begins at home. And I sometimes I fail to understand, or I'm thinking we fail to understand the content of that statement. I mean, government can only do this little, as it has been indicated that they are struggling to deal with crime. And as the gentleman that is invited here, to discuss this issue, indicated that the kids as early or as young as 14 already involved in the gangsterism. Clearly, it tells us that if the home is not properly built, we're not going to manage to deal with this crime. And also, as a community member, if we don't whistle for either my own biological kid that is involved on these things, unfortunately, we're not going to crack the wall. This is like having a child that the principles are not there, and you send the child to school and you expect the child to behave properly at school, perform very well at school, but you couldn't manage the kid yourself.
Okay, Tabete there, shining a spotlight back on parenting. Vincent, thanks for your call. Good morning.
Morning, Kogeto. I think this solution that we're looking for, it's there and it's available, but government and everybody else speaking to it don't want to speak to the solution. In my opinion, in this country, we've got a place called Pofada there in the Northern Cape. It's far from anything. It's desert all over. Change Pofada and make it a place for the courts of drug dealers, gangsterism, and killers. And then make a jail that is equally available to be used for just those ones. And that jail must just not be a merciful jail. You must just know the consequences when you are getting involved, that you are going to be locked in there 1 meal a day. That's it. I mean, we even doing worse thing in this country by we mixing killers with people who just stole toilet paper. And the next thing, the killer, when you enter the jail, they tell you, kill this one. Then the next thing, you're not being, corrected, as we call them, correctional services. This correction must be to other people else, not murderers and drug dealers. They must be taken to a Pofada, and we have only one court there. If you are charged about these things, you should be charged and located there. Don't be mixed up with these things so that there's a consequence. For example, now we're talking about exchange program between correctional service between Zimbabwe and South Africa. We received 12 South Africans out of Zimbabwe coming to be punished here, but we sent 8,000 Zimbabweans that side. What does it mean?
Okay.
It means we've got... Pardon?
No, I was saying, I think we clear there, Vincent. Thank you very much for your call, Vincent. Eugene, again, one cannot dismiss a response that says, lock them up, throw away the key, put them there in Pof Ada in the middle of nowhere. But we're still talking about seeing this through the eyes of what is to be done on a criminal justice system level, where what I'm not seeing enough of or hearing is what are the contributing factors, and in noting those contributing factors, what is happening side by side with law enforcement to deal with the deeper socioeconomic challenges that create an environment where all of this is possible.
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying. You know, there's a deep trust issue here. You understand? There's a trust issue between the community as well as law enforcement. You understand? So community has been, law enforcement has been asking the community to work with them. And us as an organization, we do that on a daily basis. You know, we've got WhatsApp groups that that most of the SAPs in our area is on. We send them leads, we send them all these things. You understand? But the problem is the community doesn't have a trust, especially in our police station anymore, because you send cops information, you don't know, are they turning on you, because there's no justice for the information that we send them. We don't know where the drug lords are. Why are they not being incarcerated? You understand? Even within SAPs themselves, corruption is a big issue. You know, so who do you trust? I mean, if you can't trust law enforcement agencies or the officers within our community, where do you begin? You understand?
Yeah.
And also with parenting, I mean, you have kids that come out of good households. You know, kids that come out of good households, parents are not struggling, you know, but as soon as the child has been sent to school, that's where the havoc starts. They meet up with gangs that's harassing them, you know, the rotten potatoes that's in school that's harassing them. So our kids end up joining gangs just to, you know, as a safety mechanism to help cope. And then these kids are being roped slowly into joining these gangs. And then soon, then you just hear this kid is now also either a dope dealer or pusher or seller or shooter.
Yeah.
You understand? So these are the dynamics that we are dealing with. So in large part, our issue, especially within the colored communities, it's systemic. It's systemic. You know, the environment is not geared for our young boys and girls to succeed like other areas or other communities. That's one of the realities. So it needs to be segmented in a variety of stages, and a program needs to be designed to deal with each segment, each factor, you know. Hence, I'm saying government should stop working in silos. All these different departments, you have social development, you have law enforcement, you have a variety of departments, but it's like these departments are not speaking to each other.
Yeah, and that is part of the issue there. Eugene Dooms is with us. He is founder and activist for One for South Africa, looking at the lived experience of residents of Westbury. I see you, Aisha. I see you, Mandla, as well. We were meant to have a conversation with Darlene James, Action SA MP. We are unfortunately unable to connect with her. And part of that discussion, Eugene has also touched on it, what's happening at schools, because there is that connection between what's happening in communities and what's happening in schools as well. And are we dealing with the prevalence of guns and violence and gangsterism at schools is the question. 8 minutes to 10.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday,
More on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier, that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
to the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAfm celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. Koketso Sachane on SAfm.
A few minutes before we get to the latest news at 10 with Ann Musa, Eugene Dooms of One for South Africa is still with us. A number of your calls. What we'll do, Eugene, is just get through the calls and then give you the final word. Let's first go to Aisha in Uppington. Good morning, Aisha.
Morning, Cook. It's good to hear you.
When the sun is
and
shining.
You are spot on. You are getting to the crux of the matter. But let me just solve you and Eugene brief. The state has failed its duty and responsibility and obligation towards the colored community. That's one. Two, Eugene, read the Genocide Convention. That is what this state is busy with towards the colored people. 3, the state's core responsibility is the safety and security of its citizens. 4, it is not just the current state, as Eugene has stated. This has been coming on from 1970, as he said. So you tell me, if they wanted our people to exist in our native lands, why have they not addressed this appropriately? Thank you.
Aisha in Uppington. Genocide is a stretch. Let us also, like the Genocide Convention, we can have a conversation about what constitutes genocide. Mandla in Cape Town, good morning.
Yes, my brother. So the problem here is not poverty or lack of infrastructure or facilities around. Their facilities are there. They get stripped off by the same young people, kids who take them to scrapyard to buy the same drugs. So the problem is the drugs. We have to deal with the drugs, my brother. You know, what happened is that ANC, when it came into power, these people, they destroyed the SANCO. SANCO was a civic organization. The eyes and the ears and the legs of the people on the ground. ANC came and politicized it. And SANCO is now dead. You know, during those days, in the street, if there's a person selling drugs, community would come together, have a meeting. That person told, within 24 hours, get out of our place. That's what happened. That's what was happening. You know, if you are a drug, you are a gangster, community would come together. You tell the parents, if your kids are involved in gangsterism, you are going to pack and go out of our area. That's how the community controlled itself up until the politicians came. And everything became a mess, my brother. You know, Steve Kwete, when he became a minister of police, he had a determination, and he said, 3 months, the gangsterism in the Western Cape will come to an end. That's the person that had determination. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened.
It didn't come to an end, though.
Like I said, I don't know what happened to his ministry. because there's top and changing of ministries in the ANC. Once this minister is doing good, there's influence of taking him somewhere.
Okay.
My brother.
Mandla in Cape Town, thank you very much for your call there. You also cannot excuse or downplay the level of anger that a lot of us carry. Eugene, in wrapping up with you, this call for government intervention and across different departments, as you said, are you being heard when you make that call?
Well, listen, Friday we handed over a memorandum to the Premier as well as to the office of the Mayor. And the Premier promised that he would take the memorandum to the President. We've declared our community as, the memorandum seeks to declare our community a state of disaster. But over and above that, the Premier said that he would take it to the President, and hopefully the President will get back to us with solutions. But we've been here before, we've been here before. I'm more focused on us as a community, because I believe that, no one is coming to save us, because we've been here before. We just need to hold hands, put together our 2 cents, our 2 cents, and see what we can do to bring us out of the situation ourselves, because it's our kids that are shooting each other. It's our mothers, it's our fathers, it's our cousins. All of us are embroiled and involved in this havoc that we're experiencing. So it's up to us to change the situation. If we need to close down our police station until they hear us, then let it be. But something drastic needs to be done. Our elected officials, they need to stop being purse-minded and start being purpose-minded. You understand? We've got too many officials, elected officials. We only see them during election times, giving out skippers, T-shirts, and food parcels. But when we need them the most, they know where to be found. We have to jump through hoops just to get them to listen to us. Every time we call on them, it's like if you're not mixed with a correct political party, or if you don't know anyone in high places, it's like you don't get anything done. That needs to stop, So the gap needs to be bridged between community and our officials. And it's also about resources, because we've got activists on the ground. We've got people who know what's happening, who's selling, who's doing what, and so on.
Yeah, we're
but
out
the
of
problem
time.
is we don't have the resources to implement the ideas that we have to bring us out of the situation. You understand?
Yeah.
So
we
so that's
unfortunately
one of the things that we're trying to do as an organization. So the 27th of this month on a Thursday, we're calling all the mothers to come together, come share your story, come share your testimony. Some NGOs will be there. We've got a variety of social workers and some law enforcement officials. There are solutions. We just need to bring our resources together and see how we can resolve the situation as a community.
We appreciate your time this morning and the work that you do. Eugene Dooms, founder and activist with One Force South Africa. It's a minute past 10. We're late for news. Apologies, and Musa. Good morning.
Thanks, Koketso. In our top stories, Matlala returns to the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry and ANC municipalities to craft community-specific manifestos. Good morning. Alleged criminal kingpin Vuzumuzikat Matlala has returned to the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry, where he's expected to be grilled on the 228 million rand SAPS Medicare 24 tender. He will deal with his supplementary affidavit. Matlala, who appeared before the Commission last week, refused to answer questions relating to the tender, saying the matter was still before courts. The SACP in the Western Cape has called on the state to oppose bail for the 2 suspects due to appear in the Knysna Magistrates Court today in connection with the killing of the former Knysna Mayor, Aubrey Tsengwa. He was shot dead while on his way home on Wednesday night. The suspects were arrested yesterday. The SACP Provincial Secretary has commended police for their swift arrest of the suspects. In election news, ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa says every ANC-led municipality will develop a localized manifesto and implementation plan aimed at addressing specific challenges. He also says the party's councillors must be visible among the communities they serve. The ANC launched its 2026 local government elections manifesto at Riverside Park near Diepsloot in Johannesburg, where Ramaphosa addressed party supporters. Apologies. While policing union POPCRU has commended Action SA's recent court bid to review disciplinary outcomes for 2 presidential protection service officers. The party is challenging the SAPS's disciplinary process that cleared General Wale Rueda and Constable Hene Rahotu of wrongdoing linked to the Palapala investigation. POPCRU President Thulani Ngwenya has cautioned Action SA against what he says is turning the 2 officers into political targets.
Now you find political parties like Action SA who are not even part and parcel of the labor relations and also part and parcel of a recognized union within. They want to enter into a terrain which does not belong to them. The terrain of the discipline is the matter of the employer and employee. It's not a political battle. This is what we call political interference and wanting to use these members as their campaigning strategy, of which you are not going to allow it.
And finally, the president of the European Football Federation has ruled itself out as a candidate to replace the head of the world governing body. Alexander Seferin has been one of the main critics of the FIFA president following the collapse of his proposed part sale of its competitions, including the World Cup. The BBC's Jane Douglas reports.
Alexander Seferin has led the revolt against the president of World Football, stating that the body he heads, UEFA, would boycott FIFA competitions unless Gianni Infantino resigned. However, he has ruled himself out of the running to succeed Infantino were he to leave. In an interview with the Rest is Politics podcast, Seferin said he didn't want the job because he loved working at UEFA and because his credibility would be higher if he wasn't interested in the position.
Recapping the top story, alleged criminal kingpin Vuzumuzikat Matlala has returned to the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry, where he is expected to be grilled on the 228 million rand SAPS Medicare 24 tender. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Is there ever a bad time for a good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
More on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier, that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM. The conversation continues.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives. For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
time for the healing of the wounds has come.
Iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online, or call us directly at 011 714-3936 or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
It is 8 minutes past 10. We're in the second hour of the Daily Discourse. Koketso Sachane in for Joanne Joseph today till Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that's how it will be. In the previous hour, of course, we had that important conversation with Eugene Dooms, founder and activist of One for South Africa, speaking about the lived experience of communities or community members in Westbury. 11 and 13-year-olds in gangs using military-grade weapons. That is the reality. And a couple of your thoughts before we get to our next conversations. Let's quickly get to Zola in Bloemfontein. Zola, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kekecho. It's just a pity that Mr. Eugene is gone. I wanted to ask him how is sports in Westbury and New Clare? Because when we grew up, we used to have teams like your Western Stars, like your Bosman Chelsea, also boxing. There was a Bull and Bush boxing. We used to be very active, and it was nice. Those things were keeping us busy as young boys. So nowadays, I don't hear anything about sports around the Nuclear, Bosman, Coronationville, and so on. Even North Hazard, we used to have a North Hazard Arsenal. We are very busy in sports. So I'm wondering what is happening to sports in the Westbury, because that's something that can also take the streets away, the kids away from these evil activities.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to ask him.
All right. No, and apologies for not being able to get to you while we still had them. But part of me wonders, if it's possible to even have sports in a community where guns and gang fights happen as often as they do, and 13-year-olds have got guns in their hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
And at that time, we were also at Newlands police station. There were police who were very, very, very strict, like Mr. Matondi, who was well known around the Nuclear. He was a no-nonsense person, and when he sees you in the street, he'll ask you, where are you going to, and so on. We'll even search you.
Yeah.
But we just pray that things will change.
Thank you very much for your call there, Zola, who is in Bloemfontein. In our next conversation, we'll speak to Dr. Dixon Masemola, ANC NEC member, as well as Professor Pekin Gomezulu, political analyst. We're talking about ANC's mayoral candidate. Why is the party holding back is a question that we're asking, but not before we get to just two more of your voice notes on the discussion that we had in the previous hour.
Good morning, Koketso and the listeners. I actually share the same sentiments as yourself. I believe crime is not a policing issue. It's a societal problem, socio-economic, but mainly societal problem. Your guest is already making a lot of excuses. They want government to come and make things happen. I mean, in the country, we have so many poor communities who do not resort to gang violence. Therefore, we need to look deeper than just poverty and low socioeconomics. Thank you, Sydney Newbank.
Good morning, Bonketo. Parks again. The fact that government went ahead and deployed the SANDF for Operation Prosper, it was bound to fail, because the government should have made a joint operation with the security cluster or the various stakeholders in government of security, where intelligence is going to be involved on how are the various caliber of weapons and ammunition easily able to be accessed by gangs. And secondly, where is the source of the narcotics that are the trade which results in gang theft wars?
Thank you very much for those voice notes, and I do hope that we'll have time in the next hour, should it allow, before we wrap up, to take more of your calls on this topic or any other matter that you'd like to bring to the table. Up next, we look at the ANC's local government election manifesto, and specifically asking the question, is the ANC holding back in announcing its mayoral candidates? It's 13 minutes past 10.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. 90 years of questions, 90 years of answers. 90 years of South Africans.
Good day, SAfm listeners. My name is Tulufelo Jansen, the founder and director of Kutso Solutions. Congratulations to SAfm on an incredible 90 years of informing, educating, and inspiring South Africans. Your commitment to credible journalism, meaningful conversations, and public service broadcasting has made you a trusted voice across generations. I really appreciate the platform SAfm provides for us to share our ideas to promote innovation.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. Koketso Sachane on SAfm.
104.2, 107 nationwide. The ANC's decision to not name individual mayoral candidates has raised in some quarters questions about its election strategy and internal cohesion. The party says it has widened and strengthened its selection process with 226 people considered across about 50 municipalities. However, political analysts and party sources suggesting that withholding final names could be a tactical attempt to keep unsuccessful candidates campaigning for the ANC rather than defecting to rival parties. These are just some of the conversations being had around this. To help us make sense of what is happening, we're joined on the line by Dr. Dixon Masemola, ANC NEC member. We also have with us Professor Bheki Ngomezulu, political analyst and director for the Center for the Advancement of Non-Racialism and Democracy at Nelson Mandela University. We start with Dr. Masemola. Thank you very much for your time. Good morning.
Good morning, Koketso, and all SAfm listeners throughout the country.
A point of clarity, if you could, Ndata Masemola, there was this expectation of the announcement of mayoral candidates. It did not happen. We speak of there being potential candidates, and this matter will be resolved by the ANC in September. What happened?
Well, there is no crisis with regard to this matter. I suppose the people of our country should appreciate the fact that we have been running a very vigorous process of engagements based on many preferences which came from our structures, including the general public, which nominated individuals. Now, we are still going to make the appropriate announcement at an appropriate time, as it was indicated. It was just a matter of us informing the public for them to know how this process is actually unfolding, so that at the point when there is a proper pronouncement of those individuals who will be expected to become our mayors post the elections, society and the people of our country, including those various jurisdictions, would appreciate how the process would have unfolded. So it's part of, keeping people in the frequency with us at the same time, so that at the appropriate time of a decision to be made, they would know that Masemola would have emerged out of a process which included or involved not only himself alone. He was not a favored candidate, but comparatively speaking, he had to go through the eye of a needle as part of the selection process. So there's no crisis. What was also very important was yesterday's event, which is what those individuals would then have to come and work on the basis of a plan. So the plan becomes very primary, because is what represents the organizational intentions and commitment, and therefore those potential candidates, upon their appointments, they will then have to take the plan forward of our manifesto. So there's no crisis with regard to the mayoral candidates.
To be clear, the expectation or the anticipation of an announcement of 8 mayoral candidates for the Metro, was that an expectation or communication from the ANC, or was there an assumption that that's what would be happening?
Well, like I'm saying, the decision-making process in each and every organization, including our party, is very democratic. And to the extent that on Saturday we presented those collectives to the people of South Africa, I think it should be very appropriate for society and all of us to be very patient with the ANC and allow it to conclude its processes correctly, so that at the point when we go public on something that would have been properly processed, because there will be many presuppositions and people will start to make very serious and many speculations about this and that. But the reality of the situation is that the organizational process is unfolding to its logical conclusion, and that time will come, as you have already indicated, that it will be probably sometimes next month. Okay. That will tell South African people that this is where we are. These are individuals who are now going to have to work very hard based on the manifesto, which we unveiled yesterday through the statement presented by His Excellency President Ramaphosa.
We're in conversation with Dr. Dixon Masemola, ANC NEC member. Yes, the conversation starting with the question around what happened to the announcement of the mayoral candidates, but broadly a conversation about the ANC's local government election manifesto. Also with us, Prof. Begim Gomezulu, political analyst, joining us from the Nelson Mandela University. Prof, a pleasure as always. Thank you very much for your time. I mentioned in the previous hour, and I want to link it to what Dr. Masemola said around candidates and those to be announced going through the eye of the needle. I mentioned that we seem to be, as a people and maybe even as members of the media, focusing a lot on mayoral candidates and not having a conversation about what is happening at ward level. Who are these people that have represented and will be representing us at a ward level? Are we as South Africans looking at this elections in its totality, or are we still getting caught up in personality cults?
Good morning, Kogetso, and thank you very much for having me. And good morning to my colleague, Dr. Masemola. No, there are more questions than there are answers. The question you're asking about what councillors is indeed critical, because these are the people who should be at the face of a service delivery. And then, of course, you still have those mayoral candidates. But then, the first people who should be talking about are the ward councillors, because these are the ones who are closest to the people. I'm not saying that mayors are not, but in the main, councillors are the ones who deal with day-to-day activities, and then they report at the municipal office where the mayor presides. So then, while it is okay to be careful as to who becomes mayor, but then it is even more important to ensure that ward councillors are indeed people who meet all the requirements which any political party wants, including the ANC. There are 2 points on which I totally agree with Dr. Masemola. The first one is on the rigorous process that the party is engaged in. On that one, I agree with him 100%, because for the first time, we've seen that the ANC has given members of the public and different formations to propose the names of the people people to be considered. I agree with him 100%. And then the second point on which I agree fully with him is on the issue of having the plan before you come up with people who are going to implement that plan. Because normally you start with a policy conference, and then at the end of it all, then you have an elective conference, which means that you must agree on what needs to be implemented, and then eventually you appoint or elect people to activate that process. But where the problem started, Koketo, is because on the 14th of May already, the ANC had indicated that this vigorous process was going to be embarked upon, and indeed they did just that. But then we were also informed that they were going to announce the candidates in June, and that did not happen. That is where the first problem starts. Then the second problem is that the ANC, without being pushed or being forced by anyone, and told the nation that they were going to announce their mayoral candidates before they table this a manifesto yesterday, and that did not happen. It changed at the 11th hour. So those are the two areas where I think the nation now has questions, myself included.
Prof. Bheki Ngomezulu there is with us. Ndada Masemola, coming back to you, and I want to stay with the question of candidates and the ward councillors. The ANC, and as Prof. Ngomezulu mentioned, being very clear in having the best possible candidates. This is now in your 2026 local government election. A target of 15%, having relevant expertise, experience, improved councillor capacity for strategic direction and oversight, deploy people with specific technical expertise to communities, as an example. I want to compare that with what you said in 2021's local government election. You spoke of deploying honest and competent local leaders, trained councillors, use performance agreements with measurable targets. In 2016, you spoke of choosing the best candidate, involve communities in nomination, require councillors to sign performance and accountability agreements. In 2011, you spoke of finding efficient and competent councillors, subject nominees to community scrutiny, require regular report back. What is different to what you've promised before?
Words of greetings to my colleague as well, Professor Ngomezulu, for this important conversation. Well, firstly, I think it's important to reinforce one other point with regard to this pending process on the announcement of the candidates, because they've got to go through professional, screening and assessment. They've got to go through ethical standards assessment. They've got to go through integrity assessment. They are going through vetting and screening process. All these matters are very rigorous, and some of them are handled outside the party systems, to reinforce the point that at the end of the day, the issue that you are raising as to what is it that is going to be done differently this time around, as we seek, cadres who will be expected to take responsibility in the upcoming municipal elections. Understandably so, this process this time around, well, is slightly different and managed under a new policy environment. I think you are quite aware that we have been working very hard in the past 2 years to review the 1998 white paper policy process, which basically is going to be the main foundational policy mainstay that takes forward a transformation and establishment of municipalities. So the 1998 paper, including this one, they are very serious policy decisions that are beginning to emerge. And at the center of that, it is about how do we give South Africans, and from my organizational point of view, cadres with ethical standards that is beyond any reproach and question, with integrity, with necessary qualifications, who basically are going to have to work differently in the policy process that we're going to be putting in place for implementation and within the party as well. That is what is emerging as a binding agreements, where communities are not just going to be working with our leaders. And that is why leaders at this level are expected to produce ward delivery schedules. Each and every mayor, including their collectives, including those ward councillors, are going to have ward delivery schedules. That says this is the extent to which my performance and working together with communities I'm going to be assessed on this particular scale. So, okay.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, and before we get to the news, and I hope we can continue with you, Ndada Masemola, as well as Ndada Ngomezulu as well, after the news headlines. Of course, it's important that there are candidates that have gone through, whether it's the eye of the needle, ethics, training, all the things that you've mentioned. Are we to conclude or deduce, Dr. Masemola, that all along those were not factors that were considered?
Well, they have been throughout. The only missing point was that the rigorousness with which we are basically subjecting them now is what brings a difference. But all along, ANC has always been an organization that subscribes to very good values of ethics, of good conduct and behavior, of trustworthiness, and above them all, the highest level of discipline. Those has always been the foundational values of our movement that are supposed to be lived by all of us. But over a period of time, as you would know, that there are instances where the systems in government do have the capacity to basically redefine the behavioral conduct of some of our own colleagues that wouldn't have expected them to behave in a particular way. And those matters are evident by some of the platforms of judicial engagements that are taking place in the eyes of the nation at the moment, which were not expected. So that is why it's very important, as I say, the part that brings a difference is the aggressiveness with which, as a party, we are going through that process. But understandably, we have always believed that anybody and everyone who gets a responsibility, either politically or administratively, they've got to perform those responsibilities with the highest standards of ethics, including conduct and behavior, so that they look after the affairs of the nation without any problem. So within the confines of our manifesto, that is what is going to be at the center, because there are two things that must be balanced properly. The responsibility vis-a-vis the capacity, the standards vis-a-vis the ethics, the will vis-a-vis the ability. Now, all those factors put together, as we go through this process, they are going to design these individual members of the ANC to a highest level of performance that we are looking forward to, because we cannot postpone the speed with which we've got to advance. And that is why you might have heard the president in his speech, the approach on what is expected in the first 100 days, what is going to be expected from what I referred earlier on as what delivery schedules, what is going to be expected on the localization of this manifesto, so that we are very practical and time bound in some instances, so that we can actually accelerate the pace of delivering services and leading and serving our people better with an improved system, of course, going forward.
Dr. Dixon Masemola, ANC NEC member with us, still with us, Prof. Beki Ngomezulu. We'll continue the conversation after the news headlines. Do join us 086 000 2032 or send your voice notes to 0614 104 107. It's 10:30 and Musa's got the latest headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Koketso. In the headlines, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has heard an application brought by the legal team of alleged criminal kata member Fuzimuzi at Matlala. The application relates to protecting Matlala's constitutional rights during his testimony. The SACP in the Western Cape has called on the state to oppose bail for the two suspects due to appear in the Knysna Magistrates Court today in connection with the killing of former Knysna Mayor Aubrey Tsengwa. And the DA Mfuleni municipal mayoral candidate says the arrest of the 7 municipal employees shows the depth of systemic failures in the metro. His comments come as the group is set to appear in the Vanderbijl Park Magistrates Court south of Johannesburg today. Details on these and other stories at 11.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
28 minutes to 11. We continue our conversation with Dr. Dixon Masemola, ANC NEC member. And with us still is Prof. Bheki Ngomezulu, Director at the Center for the Advancement of Non-Racialism and Democracy at the Nelson Mandela University. Prof. Ngomezulu, thank you very much for staying with us. Dr. Masemola is speaking of the ANC's approach and how things will be done differently in interrogating these ward councillors and also mayoral candidates. This happening on the back of what, in a lot of ways, depending on the community you live, that trust deficit that exists between the electorate and councillors or the ANC in this particular instance. The time between now and November, does the ANC have not only the time, the political will, or even a moment that could be afforded of trust in order to turn not only its fortunes around, but be able to change the fortunes of citizens?
Koketso, thank you very much for that question. In fact, it's $1 million question. My answer is an emphatic no. Time is of essence, and the problem with trust, you take a long time trying to build trust, and once you have it, chances are you try everything possible to keep it. But once you lose it, the time you use to gain it is tripled to regain it. And that definitely then, given that context then, between now and November, I think the time is insufficient, not just for the ANC, but for any political party. But for me, I think there are a couple of issues. I agree with Dr. Masemola on the issues that he's putting on the table. And in fact, as he was responding, I was reminded of two things, 2 points. One is the extent to which the results of the 2024 general election had anything to do with the change of strategy by the ANC. In which case then, if indeed the answer is in the affirmative, the ANC will be justified to do what it is doing, because it will mean that it is learning from those mistakes. But then the second one is on the renewal agenda of the ANC, which it has been talking about for quite some time now. And I juxtapose that with what happened in 2022, because then the ANC had already taken a policy position that anyone who is found wanting in terms of demonstrating integrity will be put aside. And in 2022, the president, without being formally charged, on his own volition, to protect the image of the organization and to ensure that the renewal agenda becomes a reality, drafted a letter resigning as president. And then the ANC said, no, don't worry, we have the numbers, we are going to defend you. At that point, I asked the question, fine, we have the numbers, factually that is correct, and we'll defend the president, that is correct, but at what cost to the organization and at what cost to the country? Those are the two questions I asked at the time. So I'm bringing that, so to try and bring context that because of this time frame between now and November, it's very difficult to win trust of the electorate if indeed the situation I'm just aligning is correct. And also given the fact that in 2021, some people decided not to vote. They still liked the ANC. They still believed in the ANC, but they were disappointed that the renewal agenda was not moving at the pace they expected. And therefore, rather than voting for other parties, they decided not to vote. So the question is, will this time between now and November change the minds of those people who have lost trust in the organization? For me, that is the main question.
I want to conclude with yourself, Dr. Masemola, just on the same subject. The ANC will be announcing those mayoral candidates in September, and a part of me says or wonders around councillors, and is there enough time on an electioneering level? Is there enough time come September for the ANC to get out of the starting blocks in ensuring that those who are announced have enough time to engage community members and their respective wards, campaign ahead of the November elections?
Well, I think what's very important is the fact that part of the selection of ward candidates throughout the country, that process it's handled in both ways. Firstly, within the structures of the party, but finally, those candidates are taken to community meetings, and communities would make their own assessment and their own preferences. And even the list of what would have been nominated from or by a branch of the ANC is not accepted by the communities. They have been able to basically as well nominate people who are members of the ANC from amongst themselves that they basically believe they could become better ward councillors. So largely and understandably so, the majority of these ward councillors who will be forwarded as our candidates throughout the country, understandably, they are products of community mass meetings, and therefore campaigning for them and presenting them back to their people for elections purposes, it should be a much better process, because it is not like we're going to be imposing candidates that communities do not completely know who were decided somewhere by the organization. So that process will basically help us to be very closer to communities. But to coming back to the point of the trust deficit and the extent to which we would have been able to do certain things either much better, or there could have been a need for a much more better improved servicing of our communities. That situation is contrasted in both ways, so that we are able to appreciate where we might have done better, but equally important, where things might have not gone very well becomes areas of concern. And that is the reason why we are not just lamenting that process. Some of the issues are political, they are organizational. Some of the issues are systemic. And therefore, we are approaching this process from a two-pronged strategy and understanding that we're dealing with the internal political systems issues, but at the same time, the system of local government itself as well, to a larger extent, inherent in it, there were some constraints and other difficulties which we are responding to them through, as you heard the president speaking about, the white paper policy review. We are saying that as we renew the party organizationally and position it correctly, at the same time, we are responding to all those matters that are systemic, internal to the system of local government, and therefore the reviewed white paper is what is going to be able to unlock quite a lot of problems and difficulties that are there, including cementing relations between the organization as well as traditional leaders throughout the whole country, because we're bringing a very refined mechanism of maximizing the involvement of traditional leadership in the affairs of municipalities, where there would be an agreed compact, which of course we're working on the national framework that will probably find its expression in the systems of government, so that we are more than very clear about the role that our royal leaders are supposed to play as part and parcel of cementing the relations between municipalities and as well as royal leadership through our indigenous governance systems, so that together we are able to serve the people of our country. And that is why we're asking South Africans to give us an opportunity as the ANC. And we know all the problems that are there in major cities like our metros, our secondary cities. One day we can then come and have a conversation about what we know would have contributed to the state of Johannesburg, of Tshwane, of Ekurhuleni and other places where the ANC takes responsibility, because it is the people's organization, whereas we know, or notwithstanding the fact that some of those factors started in 2016 until recently when the ANC was not in charge. But therefore, we cannot continue to lament those matters. The people of this country, as Prof says, to a large extent, they still believe in the ANC, and they are looking forward to a reimagined processes where the ANC redoubles its effort. And that is why we're responding through a policy process, but most importantly, we're committing ourselves to South Africans to give them a leadership that is very much well policed, well screened, that will take forward the actual re-establishment of the entire system and serve our people much better. So we're asking for electoral support. We're not campaigning for coalition politics, because we have seen how coalitions have impacted negatively these major macro governance systems of our own municipalities to the detriment of the national objectives on how do we build the economy in terms of socio-economic development of our own nation. So we're looking forward to
let's leave it there. I want to make sure that I squeeze in a call before I let go of both Dr. Masemola as well as Prof. Ngomezulu. Lesiba, in Khobokwane, you've been so patient. Good morning, Lesiba.
Good morning, myself, and good morning to Dr. Ngomezulu, and thanks for taking my call. You see, I'll tell you, Comrade Dixon Namane Masemola, Dr. Masemola, it's my mayor. I've been serving under him, both as the chairperson of the ANC and the executive mayor of Sekhukhune, where I still work. I think I'm saying to you, Dr. Ngomezulu, take this way. What he taught us in Sekhukhune, we continue to do that because it's precisely putting the interest of the people forward. We will continue to serve the people, and even this manifesto reaffirm what we have been taught by Dr. Masemola here in Sekhukhune. But what I want to say to the voters, they mustn't forget that this ward candidate, because I hear Dr. Ngomezulu saying we are not putting more emphasis on the ward councillors. These ward councillors that are going to represent the ANC, we just call them ANC ward councillors, but they are not candidates elected within the ANC process. This is a community-driven process, rigorous process for communities to go out and support these ward councillors. It will make it easy for the ANC to hold them accountable because we don't need coalition government. If you put them into coalition government, it's going to be very difficult for the ANC to provide oversight. But if you make sure that for you to hold ANC accountable fully, so is to give the ANC a full mandate so that we might be able to say these councillors are not performing, and then we're able to recall them if we want to recall them. Because with the councillors, if you recall them, you have to go for by-elections, and you will realize no political party will have to go to by-election over and over again unless the community will commit themselves that they will support us in that regard.
Thank you very much, Lesiba in Khobokwane. I want to end with yourself, Prof. Ngomezulu. It goes without saying that we have seen a lot of instability in certain municipalities and metros because of coalition governments and the infighting there. But the coalition governments themselves arose on the back of people not being happy with what at the time was a majority control council by the ANC.
No, absolutely. In fact, I was going to respond to Mr. Lesiba saying that I agree with the points he's making, but then the issue of giving the ANC a full mandate is not new. The question will be, in the municipalities where the ANC had a full mandate, what happened? How did they lose that mandate? There's a question for another day. The issue of instabilities, it's a reality. Unfortunately, coalition politics is what we are now faced with. The only thing that needs to happen now is for our politicians to learn how to manage and run coalition governments. I can't be running a coalition government just because I have a majority and then I claim that I'm in charge. Because for me to run that municipality, I still need that party with one vote or one seat. So basically, it's a matter of recapacitating those who have the majority in municipalities and making sure that they treat the other smaller parties with respect for the interests of the people. As Mr. Lesiba was saying, if we put people first and not our political parties first, coalitions can work.
All right, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much, Prof. Beki Ngomezulu, political analyst based at Nelson Mandela University. Also thanking Dr. Dixon Masemola, ANC NEC member. Up next, we discuss the Supreme Court of Appeal preparing to hear the state's appeal in the social relief of distress grant. It happens in this week. Questions around social assistance, employment, and access to income support. That discussion we have with Pay the Grants campaign spokesperson General Moyo up next.
You are listening to The Full Circle,
a space where generations come together in conversation that seek to spark curiosity, inspire innovation, and feed the curious mind. For arts, culture, and robust conversations, join me every weekday between 1 and 3 p.m. on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga as we explore the stories, lessons, and conversations that guide us back to self.
SAfm. You all know that image, Hector Peterson being carried in, that other man's arms. And I'd like to say that I'm personally very grateful, to see such bravery, such courage in the face of danger.
From Algiers to the desert sands, culture lives. Rai music, Amazigh heritage, tradition and identity, standing tall. Algeria does not bend, it stands.
In every grain of sand, in every voice, there is resilience. Algeria, the giant of the Sahara.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Koketso Sachane on SAfm.
13 minutes to 11, 13 minutes before the latest news, not before we focus on this important matter. As the Supreme Court of Appeal prepares to hear the state's appeal in the SRD grant case tomorrow, questions around social assistance, employment, and access to income support remain central to the debate. Research challenges the idea that cash transfers, these SRD grants, discourage people from working, highlighting the broader reasons people seek employment and the barriers many face when accessing social assistance. To have a conversation on this matter, as well as, of course, the Supreme Court of Appeals hearing of the matter tomorrow, we're joined by Pay the Grants campaign spokesperson, General Moyo. Thank you very much for your time this morning. How are you?
Good morning, and good morning to the listeners.
I think as a start, let's first understand the SCA hearing the state appealing against that landmark High Court judgment concerning the social relief of distress grant. If you could give us a bit of brief context of how we got here. What was that judgment? Who were the parties involved? And what is, from your understanding, the state taking issue with, hence it being before the SCA?
Thank you very much. The landmark judgment was given out by Judge L. Twala last year in February at the North Gauteng High Court, which was agreeing with our argument that the SRD grant cannot be viewed as a temporary measure, although we know that it was introduced during the COVID-19. But now with the skyrocketing unemployment, poverty, the grant should be a permanent thing, as even the judge in Pretoria High Court agreed with that. And also the barriers in terms of accessing it should be something that the government or the system do away with in terms of the only online applications only, and the means testing threshold. It's some of the things that we're challenging, and they are definition of income or a financial support, which are some of the things that were exclusionary measures that were excluding millions of people in terms of accessing this grant. So those were all the arguments that we're putting forward in our argument that was agreed by Judge L. Twala in Pretoria High Court.
With the state taking the matter to the SCA, which part of the judgment, or is it the judgment in its totality, is the state appealing? What is your understanding?
Our understanding is that the appeal by the Treasury actually is to do away with the grant. One, to emphasize his argument that this grant is a temporary measure and therefore it cannot be a permanent thing. And some of the regulations that have been promulgated by SASSA in terms of excluding many millions are still in line and they should be kept. So those are the measures like your verification or the use of the verification process through the AI or whatever device or means they use. But we know that the biometric system that they are using is also exclusionary measure, and the only online appeal is also excluding millions which are trying to access this grant. So the Treasury is appealing most of what we're arguing in Pretoria High Court.
This brings us to the the second part of the deeper conversation, General Moyo, around the argument being presented by some that those who do access the SRD grant, it effectively discourages them from seeking employment. What are the facts?
Those are unfounded allegations and not substantiated by any evidence, as we are seeing now with the high rise of unemployment. So this grant or SRD grant is a last line of life-saving mechanism to assist those people that are in a very, very serious poverty-stricken area or conditions, as the unemployment is actually extremely high in the country, and more especially there is no job, and the government or the state is failing to, beyond reasonable doubt, to assist in terms of job creation. So this characterization of laziness or people who are accessing grant, they will be discouraged to look for job, is unsubstantiated argument.
We're in conversation with General Moyo, Pay the Grants campaign spokesperson and coordinator. The picture that I have, General, is this. So we have, of course, record number rates of unemployment in our country, poverty, inequality. That is the lived experience of South Africans. On the back of the COVID-19 pandemic, SRD grant was introduced, a lifeline, as you discussed. And while we are past the pandemic and with the ever-increasing rate of unemployment, this remains a need in terms of the grant. But over and above that, because of the barriers that you speak of, that still make it difficult for those in need to access the grant, it means that there are a large number of South Africans who do not have access to this last form of defense, if one can describe it as such, and it happening at the same time as increasing rates of unemployment. So the idea of, if you get a SRD grant, it means that you're not going to bother to get a job. In what circumstance where a job is hard to come by in the first place? What picture does this paint around the needs of the most vulnerable in our country right now?
The situation is very tough, very, very tough, and more especially if you look at the number that is now being taken out of the system, is highly alarming, because many millions that were part of the system and receiving this last line of defense are now being taken out with all these promulgated regulations, which are not actually in line with what is guaranteed by the constitution of the country. And people who are eligible to receive this grant are the ones that are extremely excluded in this grant in terms of assessing it.
Wait, sorry, General. Which promulgation specifically are you speaking of, and what do they say?
Yeah, the review processes that is run by SASSA, whereby people should actually present themselves to SASSA for the status review, which is not what is happening properly. And people are just being taken out of the system without even getting any notification, without getting SMSs to show up or to present themselves at SASSA for that kind of a verification or review. But people are just being taken out without even any explanation or notification. So when people are trying this appeal, means the appeal itself is extremely difficult and exclusionary, in a sense that it doesn't allow one applicant or individual to present a new evidence or supporting documents that proves that he is eligible or is eligible for this grant. So this grant is really exclusionary in that sense.
What I find interesting with that point, I mean, I remember it was a couple of weeks ago, if not 2 weeks ago, where I had a conversation with the SASSA spokesperson, Dr. Paseka Letsatsi, on this question of reviewing of the SRD grants. And one of the points that he made is that, firstly, if you are not called upon for review, don't worry, all is well, your grant will continue. But when you are called upon and there is a review, I remember him using specific examples around supporting documentation. So, for example, General Moyo has got a family member who now and again would send General Moyo some money. Ogogezo receives 1,000 rands from his mother, and this is part and parcel of what we do as family members. And Paseka was emphasizing that in you receiving some supposed additional income, it does not disqualify you from continuing to receive the grant, and you should at least be able to provide documentation to say, Mama Oromitse, and this is where it comes from. So it does not mean that I've got an additional income that would lead to my being disqualified to receive the SRD grant. So those are at least how it's presented by SASSA. What are the facts on the ground where this is concerned, where this question of the review is concerned?
The challenge is they say something on the public media, and on the ground or practically what is happening is different to what they say, because we're talking about millions of people, and many, like here in my community, there are many that are now sort of disgruntled with this grant and are even discouraged to even try, because they've been taken out of the system. Some do get the approved date for the grant, but the grant is not coming through. When they go to the retail stores, the money is not there, but their grant is saying it's approved. So meaning that what Paseka Lizardi was saying, it is not true. It is not what is happening on the ground, and it is not how people are being excluded from accessing this grant. People are ordinarily declined or chopped off the system without them being notified, who are people who are eligible for this grant. But currently this review system is kicking many out. I think this is pushed by this anti-grant narrative by the Treasury that is anti-poor, anti-SRD grant and wants to do away with this grant. So I think that is the push where the Treasury now is sneaking in these austerity measures to make sure each and every time the budgeting of this grant is not enough to make sure that other people are added and more people are actually getting into the system who are supposed to be in the system. But as Treasury proved beyond reasonable doubt that he is not in favor of this grant and he wants to do away with this grant. So all this promulgation of these new systems are to make sure that there are no more people added into the system, but rather chop and decrease the numbers of the people so that they can be able to do away with these grants.
All right, we appreciate your time this morning, and all the best in front of the SCA tomorrow. General Moyo Pay the Grants campaign spokesperson and coordinator. The Supreme Court of Appeal will tomorrow be hearing the state's appeal in that landmark SRD case, and will continue to follow that particular development. On the other side of 11, South Africans earning over 50,000 rand per month face debt repayments exceeding their income, a highly indebted society that we are. Money too tight to mention. JP Lombard is manager of financial consulting at Debt Busters. He joins us just after the 11 o'clock news. But for now, though, standing by, and Musa has got the latest. Good morning.
On the top stories, a warrant of arrest issued for Jub and SACP calls on state to oppose bail for suspects in Tsengwa murder. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. We'll start with news just in. A warrant of arrest has been issued for Mulembo Maruhanye, popularly known as Jub. This after he failed to appear in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning on kidnapping and intimidation charges. We'll have details in our next bulletin. And the strong police presence outside the Knysna Magistrates Court in the Western Cape, where 2 suspects are expected to appear in connection with the killing of the former local municipal mayor, Aubrey Tsengwa. The suspects are facing charges including conspiracy to commit murder. Tsengwa was shot dead last Wednesday evening. Scores of ANC members have gathered outside the court. The chairperson of the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, has ruled that the application that alleged criminal kingpin Vusimuzi Ket Matlala has brought be heard in an hour's time. The ruling follows Matlala's legal counsel, Advocate Fatima Misi's request for the matter to stand down until tomorrow. She cited challenges with consulting with Matlala at the Hoshimaburu Correctional Facility in Pretoria at the weekend. Matlala's application concerns the protection of his constitutional rights during his testimony. Earlier, Advocate Misi detailed logistical and security-related difficulties in accessing her client.
So my instructions right now, having considered the fact that we are constantly being hit with umthetho awuvumi, you cannot do this or that, and we have to try and navigate the systems where ordinarily a layperson not sitting in this commission would think, well, these individuals are incompetent, or maybe perhaps they're trying to not come before this commission in good faith. That is not the position. You have to be in it to truly understand what it takes for you to properly represent Mr. Matlala, because he is not an ordinary witness that you have access to 12 a.m. rather in the morning or at 3 a.m. in the morning. We don't have that liberty before us.
The Mfuleni municipality mayoral candidate King Sol Chabalala says the arrest of the 7 municipal employees shows the depth of systemic failures in the metro. His comments come as the group is set to appear in the Van der Bijl Park Magistrate Court south of Johannesburg today. They are facing charges of fraud and theft after they allegedly took payments from residents to illegally reconnect electricity. Chabalala says the municipality's failures include a lack of consequence management.
I think failure to strengthen internal control to ensure that these connections and reconnections are properly authorized and recorded. Also, to lack of political will by the political leadership of the institution to ensure that such incidents do not happen. I think also 3, consequence management, as we've seen over the years. The employees are allowed to do as they wish. Also, employees that have been suspended for over 7 years in a full and local municipality.
The policing union Pop Crew says if Action SA has issues with the SAPS internal disciplinary processes, it should approach police management, not courts. The comments come as the party is challenging the SAPS disciplinary process that cleared 2 Presidential Protection Service officers of wrongdoing linked to the Palapala investigation. Pop Crew president is Tulani Ngwenya.
If Action SA is not happy with the outcome, they must write to SAPS and say to SAPS, we are of the view that this disciplinary hearing did not go very well. We know and understand very well as Spoke that this is not about our members. It's a bigger picture of which we have to stop it and nip it from the bud, that our members is not the playground. This is not a criminal case. This is a matter of internal process of discipline, which is a corrective measure.
The authorities in China have launched an investigation into reports of formaldehyde being used to preserve the freshness of cabbages destined for human consumption. The chemical is commonly used in building materials such as pressed wood products and household glues. It also is used as a preservative in mortuaries and medical laboratories. Recapping the top story, a warrant of arrest has been issued for Mulemo Maruhanye, popularly known as Jub Jub, this after he failed to appear in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning on kidnapping and intimidation charges. I am Lambana for SAfm News headlines at 11:30.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Missed your favorite SABC education program on SABC Radio? With SABC Plus, you can catch up on all your favorite SABC education programs anytime and anywhere. On your phone, simply open the SABC Plus app, tap on demand, select radio, find SABC Education, select the podcast of your choice and press play. Or if you're on your computer, visit the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Click on demand, choose radio, scroll to the SABC Education podcast section, select the podcast of your choice and press play. It's simple, convenient and always available when you are. Brought to you by the SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
In business, responsible leadership is measured by the choices we make beyond the balance sheet. Used oil is hazardous waste, and how it's stored, collected and managed matters. The Rose Foundation helps industries in discharging their extended producer responsibility obligations by supporting used oil collection and environmental protection. For decision makers, it is ESG Leadership in Action. Partner with the Rose Foundation to help turn used oil responsibly into measurable impact.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 11, we're in the third and final hour of the Daily Discourse. Koketso Sachane in for Joanne Joseph today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. In the next few minutes, we speak of the indebtedness of South Africans, those earning over 50,000 Rand facing debt repayments exceeding their income. That conversation we have with JP Lombard from Debt Busters. And then also the time that we'll have between the conclusion of that conversation to give you the opportunity to comment and bring any matters to the table. 0614 104 107 is the WhatsApp line. In the previous hour, we spoke to General Moyo, speaking of the SRD grants. Of course, General Moyo from Pay the Grants campaign, and a message that came in saying, every time I get to hear about the word 350 SRD grant, then my heart just curls into pieces. When it was introduced in 2020, I applied for it and I qualified, then received it until it was out of the blue, stopped in 2022. No reason were given, nor explained to me. Just imagine me being 57-year-old unemployed black man. It used to make a difference, but now I'm living on handouts. It is a shame. That message we did receive. I'm hoping that you are able to maybe go back to SASSA rather, and have that conversation if you have not. Because seemingly from what you've shared thus far, you still do qualify. One hopes that you are able to get that 350 if at all. It is possible. I'm reminded of a conversation around this that I had with a car guard outside of the Market Theatre on Saturday, who spoke of a colleague of his who had unfortunately taken his life, but he was speaking of how this person was important in him being able to receive his SRD grant because that particular friend had a phone and was able to go back to the point that General Moyo was saying, the barriers that exist in allowing somebody to or affording somebody the opportunity to apply and monitor, whether or not they're accepted. If you do not have connectivity, you are not able to at least access. That was my understanding, and so this incredible car guard from Limpopo, a deep conversation that we had around losing his friend, but also around the SRD grant. And I didn't know that the SRD grant is called Ramaphosa. Because when he initially mentioned it, he says he was receiving Ramaphosa. I was thinking, what are you talking about? And then he explained that the 350 is referred to as Ramaphosa. I had no idea. It's 10 minutes past 11.
Koketso Sachane on SAFM.
104.2, 107 nationwide. South Africa's highest income consumers are facing mounting debt pressure, with those earning more than 50,000 Rand a month now requiring more than their entire income to service debt. At the same time, lower household incomes are being squeezed by rising food costs and reduced access to formal credit. Money is too tight to mention. We are very much an indebted society. What can be done about it? Joining us on the line, Manager for Financial Consulting at Debtbusters is JP Lombard. Thank you very much for your time, JP. Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
Very well. We speak of those earning more than 50,000 Rand now requiring more than their entire income to service debt. One could argue, JP, that this goes across the spectrum in terms of how much money is being earned. South Africans in general overly indebted.
Yes, 100%. So what we saw with the second quarter of 2026 debt index is that our top earners, those earning 50,000 and more per month, at the moment are using 103% of their take-home pay just to service the debt repayments. So that means that's the entire salary being consumed by debts even before the month has started. And if we compare that to what the other income groups are spending, is we are seeing that they are using roughly 64%, 67% of their take-home pay. So it's a very big gap from the average versus what top earners are using to service the debt repayments.
In staying with the top earners, I mean, over 100% of your income going to servicing debt. What is that debt? What are they paying back?
So the debt book is made up by, of course, your unsecured credit, which is your personal loans, your credit cards and your clothing accounts. And then it's also made up from the secured credit, your vehicles, your home loans. And what we saw specifically for our top earners is that their secured debt is up by 84% compared to the same time period in 2021, compared to 5 years ago. This is triple what the 29% inflation over the same period is, and it unfortunately is miles ahead of what the 7% increases in their salaries have been over the same period of time.
A point to also highlight in terms of where this and when, JP, this shifted, specifically staying with the high income earners, since the pandemic, lending increasingly moving towards higher income consumers as lenders view them as lower risk borrowers. The responsibility, at least in terms of, or on the part of lenders in providing these credits, what can be said about that, particularly on the back of a pandemic, on the back of or living the consequence of the economic effects of the pandemic across the board?
Yeah, so you've mentioned it yourself, is that lenders have concentrated who they borrow to much more concentrated. They're looking at more higher value, higher income earners to reduce that risk based on their affordability. So in terms of the processes that they follow, I'd rather not comment on the processes that they follow, whether or not they are doing it fairly and consistently across the board. But what we are seeing is that the total number of credit agreements have reduced, whereas the loan size in itself, the amount being offered, has grown by 66%. So lenders and borrowers are offering fewer loans, but larger loans specifically to your higher earners to reduce that risk.
In reducing that risk, or rather in specifically seeing high income earners receiving or being extended that credit because of the reduced risk, on the other end of the spectrum, those who are earning below 10,000 rands, who are increasingly being denied credit because of that risk, are now going the informal lender route, which also in itself is risque, at least particularly for those asking for the credit.
Yes, 100%. So what we've seen with the debt index is that when consumers approach us in applying for debt counseling, is that 96% of them already have a personal loan, and then about 2/3 of all applicants have a payday or 1 month loan, which is being used and mainly being consumed by your lower income earners, just for them to be able to bridge that gap and make it through to their next payday.
The 1 month debt or credit that you speak of, how does it work?
So generally what would happen is that you would apply, or you would reach out to a credit provider or a borrower of your choice. You would apply for a amount that you would need to get through to the next month, and depending on the amount, majority of the times it's between 5,000 to 7,000 rand that you would borrow. That would then become payable by your next payday. And of course, there's a very high, unsustainably high interest rates being linked to these accounts, which means that when your next payday comes, you don't pay back the 5,000 or the 7,000. You pay back the amount with the service fee, the initiation fee, and the interest rates linked to it, which means that come the end of the month, it's not the 7 or the 5,000 rand being deducted from your account, but it's now a 6,000 or an 8,000 rand to cover those charges, and you find yourself in a position where the month thereafter you would have to apply for another payday or another microloan, but at a higher amount. So now you're getting stuck in a debt cycle where you're borrowing more and more just to cover for the previous month's added debt repayment.
It comes back to, and I kept on mentioning, money is too tight to mention, but that is the reality where, because of the state of the economy, because of high interest rates, because of how things are expensive, we do not have enough to get by. And in borrowing, it does not necessarily mean recklessness, but is a form of survival. But in that survival, JP, we are also getting caught out into a much worse situation. What then is to be done? How do you, as debt busters, assist those who are in that perpetual cycle of debt?
Yeah, our conversation up until this point has sounded very, very doom and gloom, but it's really not all doom and gloom. And what we've seen during the previous quarter is that when we assist consumers with debt counseling, in the previous quarter, the amount of consumers that we've had that successfully completed debt counseling is 14 times higher. And apart from the amount of consumers that we've assisted during this time period becoming debt-free, is we've also assisted consumers in paying back roughly 570 million rand towards their credit providers under debt counseling. And that's money that's being used and flown and pushed back straight into the economy. We've also noticed that there's been massive increase in the free online debt management tools, which is helping consumers staying on top of their finances a lot earlier than what they normally would have. And this is mainly driven by the younger consumers who's taking this more proactive approach.
JP Lombard is Manager of Financial Consulting at Debt Busters. We're talking about, of course, the indebtedness of us as South Africans, but also anchoring the conversation what we are seeing as high-income earners in the country facing debt repayments far exceeding their income. I want to take a quick break, JP, and talk about what is the process of debt counseling, and how can those of us who are highly indebted benefit from this. It's 19 minutes past 11.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans.
Greetings to SAFM and its listeners. My name is Aaron Mutwaledi, the Minister of Health of the Republic of South Africa. I join millions of South Africans in congratulating SAFM on 90 years of keeping our communities informed, educated, and united through quality, impartial news, current affairs, and public education programming. In the health sector, your platform has been instrumental in disseminating critical information on disease prevention, health promotion.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
104.2, 107 nationwide. We continue in conversation with JP Lombard, Manager Financial Consulting at Debtbusters. JP, again, thanks for your time this morning. In understanding how you assist those who are in debt, I'd like us to maybe go through those steps. But I want to do so on the back of this WhatsApp. It's a little bit long, but I think it's relevant. It says that one of the biggest issues with debt collectors is that legislation is very much in their favor to keep you in debt. Debt is their business, and it is their business to keep you in debt for as long as possible to keep their income stream alive. I got into a financial mess in 2019 and could not pay school fees. I never ran away or denied the debt. I was handed over to a debt collection agency and have paid off around 60,000 of an initial okay, the numbers are a little bit tricky there. 60,000 of an initial 45,000 debt. Okay, last year they demanded that I pay another 60,000 to settle the debt. I cannot do so, so we'll pay another 1,500 Rand per month for the next 5 years. You are constantly being threatened and harassed. They maximize every opportunity to add charges, completely unnecessary, send emails, calls, thank you for your payment, the reminder, etc. And if this gets added to the account and they talk, we act within legislation, is sickening, and there is no recourse. So here's an example of somebody clearly indebted, in trouble, wanting to do something about this. When it comes to yourself as Debtbusters, how do you assist?
Yeah, so just to touch on how we assist consumers, it would start by firstly the consumer taking that step and reaching out and asking for assistance with the debt. The first step to recovery it's a very big cliche, but the first step to recovery is admitting that there is a problem. And when a consumer reaches out, what we do as a debt counselor is we would then firstly draw up a budget and see what level of indebtedness we are dealing with. We, of course, as debt counselors can only deal with secured credit agreements, so credit agreements with registered credit providers or accounts that have been handed over to collection agencies, and that's depending on whether or not the collection agency will assist. But what we do is we take the debt repayments and we would restructure it, and we generally are able to reduce monthly repayments by more than 50%. And the way we are able to do that is by restructuring the credit agreement itself. So by lowering the interest rates, on average, your unsecured loan comes at an interest rate of about, at the moment, 19.6%, which is it's lower than what it was in previous years, but it is still unsustainably high in the long term. We are able to reduce that 19.6% to anything between 0 to 5%. By doing so, we also then strip away unnecessary service fees and charges, and we then, while we agree these new terms with your credit providers, we then get these new credit agreements legally binding, which means that we go and get a court or a consent order that replaces your previous agreements, and you're now only expected to pay this lowered repayments to your credit providers. With that comes the legal protection that should you have previously missed any payments under debt counseling, credit providers are not allowed to contact you. They're not allowed to ask you to increase your payments at any points, because now they've agreed to these new repayment terms. If you've previously missed payments on your assets, it does provide you with legal protection, meaning that your car or your home will not be legally protected. Your responsibility as a consumer when you are under debt counseling is to stick to your new monthly debt repayment. By doing so, the amounts will then be distributed based on what was agreed with your credit providers, each receiving their piece of the pie. And the time frame, it takes anything between 3.5 to 5 years for consumers to repay their debt. Once you've settled your debt, once you've cleared your debt, you will receive a clearance certificate, which allows you to then re-enter the credit market and then taking a more cautious approach in the credit market, because it offers you that rehabilitation and that education on how to manage your debts. However, during the process, we all know that when you're under debt counseling, you do not have access to credit, but that clearance certificate that gets issued, that's the document that ensures that once you've completed and settled all your existing debts, that you are able to enter the credit market again.
All right. We'll wrap up with a few of your calls. 086 000 2032. JP Lombard still with us. Peter in Johannesburg. Good morning, Peter.
Hello?
Yes, Peter, go ahead.
Hi. No, go. I just want to say this. I'm listening to this conversation. I'm driving. I'm at work. I'm working as a sales rep, but I just stopped on the road at the side, and so I want to make a contribution. This thing starts small. You know what? When you stay at university, these Woolworths, I don't want to mention names. These retail stores will come there. They want you to open an account. You still not like financially educated. You open an account, you can't pay, you get blacklisted, you get referred, and then you start work. When you start work, and then you go and take maybe a loan at one of these banks, and then you can't pay. Then you run away from there. You go to an online loans. They qualify you. They send you money like now, just saying 1 month loan. Then you can't pay. Then you go to your loan shark. Well, now you can't pay now. Then you go to your loan shark. So you borrow one from loan shark. Then because you are scared of your loan sharks because they set your location, you go to another loan shark to check money again to pay the other loan shark. So this thing is, I think financial education is very important when you're still in the school, because it's just there. These retailers and stuff, they come at varsity, they help you open accounts, you buy clothes, because now you want to be still fashionable at varsity. Then that's when the problem starts. You open an account without even needing it. So that is where the problem starts. I think it has to start from there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Peter in Joburg, thank you very much. Is that a fair description, JP, of some of our patterns?
Yes, 100%. I do believe that there is a very big gap in the education of being credit and money savvy. At the current moment, what we are seeing is that in previous years, consumers used to enter the credit market not really knowing what they're getting themselves into, but like I've mentioned earlier on in our conversation with the numbers, is that we are seeing a far more reactive in younger consumers trying to become financially more educated and savvy in being proactive in looking for online tools to help them manage their debt. But yes, there is a sense of credit being made available. There's this understanding that you need to make credit to get credit. And the one thing that I would like to just comment on is just because something is being made available doesn't mean necessarily that you should take it. That's where the education part comes in. If you draw up a monthly budget and you know what you can commit to every month, then that should be the starting point for everyone who's listening.
All right, we appreciate your time and your insights this morning. JP Lombard, manager for financial consulting at Debt Busters. We are 30 minutes away from wrapping up the daily discourse for this morning, and I see that the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry returning from what seems to be, normally around about this time, a tea break. Of course, Vusmusi Kat Matlala before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. And a very interesting note, and we're discussing it with Mel earlier on. seeing a different lawyer speaking on behalf of Kat Matlala as compared to the previous one, and I've got memories of those moments and irritations and battles between Advocate Van Heerden, but it seems like it's a different person now speaking on behalf of Matlala. I haven't seen Kat Matlala speaking at all. It seems as if it's a continued engagement between the commissioners and the lawyers. It's 11:30, time for the latest in news headlines.
On the news headlines, a warrant of arrest has been issued for Molemo Maruhanye, popularly known as Jub Jub, this after he failed to appear in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning on kidnapping and intimidation charges. And the Matlanga Commission is returning to hear an application brought by a businessman and attempted murder accused Vusumuzi Kat Matlala. And the Northwest Department of Education has dispatched a team of inspectors to assess damages at Siwahudimo Technical School in Pila Village outside Rustenburg. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
In case you missed it.
Herman Mashaba, he's the last one to talk. He promised 2 years ago, I'm going to spend my money, I'll get those people out of Lily Mine. Where are they? They're still there.
Mashaba, when you hear something like that, like I said, you could be sitting on an island somewhere, but you take this criticism, you must have a very thick skin, and how do you respond to something like that?
Well, I'm used to people who are drunk calling radio stations, and you can hear this person is not sober.
That was Nightfall with John Herika. Koketso Sachane on SAfm.
I'm sorry. Wait. That they haven't much out. No Mutota will. If there's one thing about that they haven't much out, and I mean this respectfully, he's got no filters, like at all. He's gonna speak his mind. It must be that Hamid Town thing. I know a couple of people from Amanskral. I know, already handled. All right, we wrap up the daily discourse for this morning. A few minutes before we get to our book reading with your calls, with your WhatsApp voice notes. Quite a bit that we have discussed this morning. There is the matter of the ANC and its local government manifesto that we spoke of, questions that we are asking around how it is that there seems to be this focus, or in part this obsession, on mayoral candidates when where it really matters is with ward councillors. We spoke as well of gangsterism plaguing different communities in our country, but specifically we were talking to Eugene Dooms, who works in the Westbury communities, and very startling hearing of 11-year-olds, 13-year-olds with military-grade weapons battling each other in turf wars on the streets of Westbury. What does it mean? Those are just some of the conversations, and these are a number of your voice notes. 0614 104 107.
Koketso and your team, good morning. It's Kosnati speaking here. Look, my brother, for me, it's the issue of Senzo Mtunu. Senzo Mtunu is, you can read in between the line that both Senzo and Ramaphosa, they are in a mission to destroy Mkwanas. Because now Senzo Mtunu, his name again appear in the Matlanga Commission, that is doing his shenanigan against Mkwanas. So why this man up until now is not arrested? Why?
Good morning, my brother Mbongo Sondisa here. Hey, Putom, hi man. Can you please contact the office of the MEC of Transport in Mpumalanga? The abuse by Mpumalanga traffic police there is on another level. Beating like that Duma guy from Newcastle, 12 of them in full uniform, those traffic officers, and then later on, the very same day on Saturday, they locked the driver out of his truck saying his punishment, only to give him the keys the next morning. Aye, man. They are abusing the law. Where is IP to investigate these matters? Please, man, can you get hold of the Mpumalanga MEC of Transport office, please, please?
Good morning, Koketso. Ke shata ko Mulechile Shope. And now, Limpopo is ANC. All the councils, all the municipalities come November 4th, they're going to be ANC. ANC is still going to lead across South Africa. ANC still got its natural supporters. So ANC is still going to lead.
Good morning, Koketso and the SAFM listeners. This is Alfred Kama at Bizana in the Eastern Cape Province. Koketso, it's a lie that the ANC can renew itself. It's a lie, Koketso. They are lying. We know that they are liars. The ANC cannot renew itself, Koketso, because the corruption is in their DNA. And then they are also the accused number one in the Madlanga Commission. They are the accused number one in the corruption in this country. So, Koketso, it's a lie that the ANC can renew itself. It's a lie. It's a lie, Koketso. Thank you, Koketso, and the SAFM listener.
Thanks for those voice notes. We wrap up with your calls before we get to the book reading this morning. Mandla in Guatemala, good morning.
Okay, it's sad what's happening in this country, and it's painful. People can't own an asset or own a travel bicycle without being financed. Really, it's painful. I wonder what would have happened post-94 if maybe they've dropped this constitution and replaced with a Freedom Charter. Thank you.
Isn't the Constitution anchored on the Freedom Charter?
I don't think so, because everybody in this country, you can't even buy even a piece of land. Even half a hectare is 100 and something. Then people on the ground, where are going to get that money? Even these machonistas are taking advantage of the people because they know the Constitution is on their side. Once you question them, they tell you it's the law. The law says so. Then the majority of the country, where are they?
Mandla in Guatemala, thanks for your call. Let's go to Kwakwa. Deboho, good morning.
Good morning, Caleb and the listeners. That day, the former speakers have just touched part of my things, but I just want to add one thing. ANC keep telling people about the accountability and they're taking into account, into hold the ward councillors. The ward councillors are used as a rubber stamp in the office of the municipality. They come to us, we give them what we need, we prioritize, and none of those things is being delivered. Instead, the budget that the municipal manager will be saying, this is the budget for the area, we don't know anything about it. Trying to do what we proposed in our wards. The money, the ward councillor, they just sign, money is being diverted for the things that are priority for them because they are stealing. Unless the ANC can come with a clear way on, if they say we should hold into accountable the ward councillors, what is it that we must do? And if it's not been done, how do we report it and what action will they take? Because they say it long ago, since ANC came into power, it's what is in their mouth every day and night.
What is it that you have done, Deboho, in your ward to hold your ward councillor to account?
I'll make an example of electricity. I'll make an example of roads. Every now and then, okay, in our area, it's Kwakwa, Malutapofu, there's no electricity. They spoke of load shedding. It's no longer load shedding in our area. It's something that's happened for the past 10 years. It's still continuing even now. Areas are closed to electricity for 4 or 5 hours. There's no electricity because the municipality cut it off. It will open. They change it like that from area to area. It's a normal day life. That's number one. Number two, when that electricity, sometimes a transformer has a problem, we have to run around. I go to my ward councillor. Can we do this? Sometimes I have to drive to a municipal office to speak to the people in charge there. We've got 3 days without electricity. This is the issue. The ward councillor is there, but he doesn't have powers to speak on our behalf.
Why? Wait, hold on. Sorry, Deboho.
Yes.
How? Why not? That is his job.
He doesn't have powers. It's a rubber stamp. Maybe they have been threatened that, remember, you are here for 5 years, we'll decide who we're going to put into your place. So you don't tell us what you want, we'll tell you what we want. You just sign here, we divert this money for that. We live in the village. There are a lot of grammar roads that are damaged from the past. Simple thing. What councillor can you give us that loads of gravel? We will do it by ourselves as the community. It's difficult to get one truck, a cheap lorry, just to put the load there so that we can work it out. It's difficult for years.
Here's a question, Dadedebo.
Yes.
You know that you yourself or any other person in your ward can stand as an election as an independent candidate. Is that something that is being spoken about? And the reason why I ask this is that it seems as if in different communities there's this frustration, and whether it is because of the ward councillor having no power, as you say, or being rubber stamped, and you're talking about an issue in Kwakwa that has been around for about 10 years.
Yes.
But you do have a power yourselves to decide that if this one, we're going to do something about it ourselves.
We have to wait for 5 years. Which is
no,
right now.
It's right now, Morena. No. But here's the thing, that let's be honest, right now, because and I'm not encouraging a particular thing. I'm just reminding ourselves that it is not as if you do not have an option. The option can be that Teboho gets together with the people in the ward and says, whether it's me as Teboho or others on Tate Jonas, we're going to choose you because we trust you, or Mema Seko, we trust you. So we are all going to agree that if you stand, we're going to vote for you.
Can I respond to that quickly? We didn't have a councillor who stayed there for more than 2 different periods because of the same reason. The ward councillor is there for 1 year. We hope he or she will do the best in that office. But unfortunately, they don't have powers. They are just, sometimes when you have to go to him or her, you find that you just put her in the corner. She's there for just to earn her money, unfortunately, and obey whatever been told. Whatever that they said, we start from the people. They must prioritize what their needs are, and then we expect one of those things to be fulfilled, at least a portion of it. We know budget is a strain, but nothing, as I'm saying to you, nothing. They are there because they are being intimidated, or maybe they don't have a full understanding of their roles. It's like that. Every year, every term, we change ward councillors.
You can be a ward councillor yourself in Tatetebo.
Unfortunately, I don't like politics.
But let's leave it there. Thank you very much for your call there. And Tatetebo in Kwakwa. That's where we leave it. Just quickly, a message that we received from Mandla, sending a photo of the Kat Matlala legal team, saying she's not Kat's new lawyer, she's always been there. No, I know she's always been there. I've seen the team, it's quite a team, and I know she's always been there. The point that I was making is that we are seeing her, this particular lawyer, she's the one this morning engaging with the commission, whereas previously it had been Van Heerden who, and if I get the name right, who had been engaging, and there is no sight of Van Heerden at all. No, I really definitely remember her. Is a point there, Mandla. Much appreciated for that. This is where we leave it. Thank you very much to the team, to Kinelo, to Melissa, to Mpo as well. You've done the Lord's work, Mpo. Really appreciate you. We're back once again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Up next is the book reading, and we continue with episode 14 of The Invisible People. Good morning.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, We listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAFM property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAFM woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAFM woman? SAFM 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAFM.
SAFM presents another episode of the book, The Invisible People, by Putuma Ntleko, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
The Shabaka Stone and the Genesis Connection. In a British museum in London lies a large piece of black basalt known as the Shabaka Stone. Hieroglyphic inscriptions on the stone, which dates back to 710 BCE during the 25th Egyptian dynasty, tell the Memphite creation myth, one of ancient Egypt's 3 canonical myths about the creation of the world. Shabaka, incidentally, was a Nubian pharaoh, originally from an area south of the Nile's first cataract, which crosses the modern-day border of Egypt and Sudan. The Nubian 25th dynasty of Egypt yet again demonstrates the exchange between ancient Egypt and the cultures further inland in the continent. In this case, it was the interior of the continent that pushed northwards to conquer Egypt itself. The similarities between how the Memphite theology and the Genesis tell the story of the world's creation are striking. According to the ancient Egyptian creation myth, Ptah, the local Memphis god and patron of craftsmen, was the original divine force and the creator of all living things. Other deities, humankind, cattle, and lesser beings. Ptah, according to the myth, first conceived of life in his heart, where ancient Egyptians believed the thought came from, and then gave the breath of life to all things through his tongue. In Memphite theology, creation therefore comes through the word of the god Ptah. This is quite different from the dominant Egyptian beliefs at the time, which typically depicted the creation of man coming from a god's physical action. This version of creation will sound familiar to anyone who has read the Bible's book of Genesis. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the Memphite view of creation as happening through the Word of God has been interpreted as the closest Egyptian parallel to the biblical idea of creation through divine command. In the Memphite creation myth, Ptah created humankind through breath, and in Genesis, God breathed into Adam's nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. Then Memphite theology claims that Ptah was satisfied after he made everything and rested. In the Old Testament, God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was good, and also rested once his work was done. The idea of Ptah's tongue bringing life into existence is echoed in the New Testament as well. In the opening of the Gospel of John, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." Striking parallels between Egyptian beliefs and the Bible are not limited to the Memphite creation myth. For example, the verses of Psalm 104 are eerily similar in language, thought, and sequence to the great hymn to the Aten, dating back to the Pharaoh's Akhenaten's rule. Similarly, the instruction of Amenemop, written between 1300 and about 1075 BCE by a high government official, is very similar to a portion of the Bible's book of Proverbs. Of course, various other theologies contain similarities with the Hebrew Bible, and similarities between religions do not necessarily imply a single foundational belief system. But the uncanny parallels between Genesis and ancient Memphite creation myth, as well as other Egyptian beliefs, have led some historians and theologians to the conclusion that ancient Egypt, and especially Memphite theology, provided the initial foundation which subsequently evolved over centuries, upon which the Abrahamic religions developed. After all, the Bible's book of Genesis was written down hundreds of years after the Shabak stone by people who belonged to the same geographical and wider cultural area and who often mixed with Egyptians. Influence seems a more likely explanation than coincidence for so close an alignment. If so, this African evolution of the act of creation from a purely physical act to one involving thought and speech has reverberated through history, from Africa to the Middle East to Europe and the Americas. Moses, Plato, and philosophical thought. The biblical character of Moses is yet another example of the possible influence of ancient Egyptian theology on both today's Judeo-Christian faith and ancient Greek philosophical thought. Some scholars, as well as psychologists and amateur Egyptologists, Sigmund Freud, who wrote an entire book on this very subject, believe that Moses may have been a high priest during the reign of Pharaoh Akhenaten, believed to be the world's first monotheist. According to this view, Moses was then forced out of Egypt after the Pharaoh's death. Whether Moses truly existed, and if so, whether he authored the Pentateuch, remains a matter of vigorous and spirited contention among scholars. Whatever Moses' historicity and origins, the Ten Commandments are undeniably similar to some of Egyptian goddess Ma'ati's 42 negative confessions. In ancient Egypt, the goddess Ma'at personified law, truth, justice, order, and balance in the cosmos, as well as final judgment. It was believed that after death, each Egyptian faced divine judgment, during which the deceased's heart was placed on a scale and weighed against Ma'at herself. Before a tribunal of gods, the deceased was then expected to recite 42 statements asserting that they had not sinned in life, including, I have not stolen, I have not slain men and women, I have not uttered lies, and I have not committed adultery. The list of confessions echoes the Ten Commandments. Plato, who, as mentioned earlier, was another pivotal figure in shaping the philosophy of Christian theology, was also heavily influenced by Egyptian theology. According to historian Charles Freeman, Justice Mataya, an early Christian philosopher, believed Moses had true knowledge about the creation of the universe, and that Plato built on the foundations laid by Moses and subsequently reproduced these ideas in his Timaeus. These similarities confirm that Africa was in all probability a crucial and an influential ingredient in the belief systems that emerged in the multi-ethnic melting pot of the ancient Eastern Mediterranean. The religious and philosophical cross-pollination was not limited to Christianity, however. Even Philo, the renowned Jewish philosopher, believed there was cross-pollination between Judaic and Greek philosophy, and that the works of Plato, which had a significant influence on Christian doctrine, were a translation of Moses' wisdom into Greek. Egypt's Alexandria was a diverse city where Greek, Christian, and also Jewish thinkers shared ideas, and pagan, Jewish, and Christian philosophies not only coexisted, but intertwined in crucial ways. The lost connection. Civilizations are not built out of thin air or in a void, but rather incorporate beliefs and practices from earlier societies. Islam, Judaism, and Christianity are byproducts of this evolution. For absolute clarity, I'm not questioning the authenticity and divinity of the various religions themselves. That is not the central issue or subject matter of this book. Instead, my simple contention is that they and their doctrines were influenced by preceding societies and cultural practices. The basic tenets of creationism, salvation, and monotheism can be found throughout ancient history. Ancient pagan religions themselves evolved over millennia. They were modified by Egyptian influence after Alexander invaded Egypt in 332 BCE, and his general Ptolemy founded a dynasty that ruled over Egypt for over 2 centuries. The subsequent Roman occupation of Egypt resulted in Roman gods merging with some of the Egyptian gods. Some of these beliefs, including the Egyptian-originated cult of Isis, endured. An ancient deity worshipped for millennia in Egypt and Nubia, Isis was accorded a special prominence during the Ptolemaic era after Alexander's conquest of Egypt. She was worshipped by both Egyptians and Greeks, who took up her cult and spread it around the Mediterranean world. The Romans, in return, adopted Greek Hellenistic culture enthusiastically, including the cult of Isis. Archaeological evidence from Pompeii, for example, shows that she played a major role there. Through the Romans, the African goddess found herself worshipped in Anatolia, Italy, Switzerland, France, and even as far afield as Roman London. The extent to which this worship influenced Christianity is to this day intensely debated, with many religious historians deeply committed to denying it. Others see elements of her cult in the Christian presentation of the Virgin Mary and even claim that depictions of Isis with Horus, another Egyptian god, were the inspiration for similar images of Mary and the baby Jesus. But whichever view is right, one thing is clear: the story of Western Christianity cannot be told without reference to the African contribution to it. Early Christian intellectuals deliberately fused pagan and Christian beliefs, starting with Saint Clement of Alexandria and Origen the pagan, the famed 3rd century interpreter of the scriptures, who actively encouraged his students to move through Hellenic philosophy as preparatory studies of Christianity. The Neoplatonic writers of late antiquity and the Middle Ages perpetuated that tradition, and their influence was responsible for the Platonic streak in much Christian thought. And during the Renaissance, according to historian Bruce Gordon, scholars, artists, poets, politicians, and churchmen fell under the spell of the classical world and sought to make the glories of ancient Greece and Rome their own. For many, the paganism of antiquity birthed a renewed Christianity.
There was another episode of the book The Invisible People by Phuthuma Nhleko, read by Simpiwe Gwana. The book is available online and in all leading stores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAfm at 11:45 Monday to Thursdays on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, technical production Wiseman Mangele, Nanda Khoza, and Tato Mapuru.
It's exactly 12 o'clock on Monday, rather, the 24th of August, 2026. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
It's unfair that he's been placed in this position where he has to proceed without Van der Herve, who is his lead counsel, and without heads of arguments before you, which he believes then implies that we are not properly prepared.
Alleged crime kingpin Vusmuzi Kat Matlala returns to the Madlanga Commission and...
I said one of the first tasks that the NPA did was to brief me by Advocate Makadam and the NDPP about the challenges the NPA TRC unit is facing.
International Relations Minister Ronald Lamula is under cross-examination at the TRC cases inquiry. Coming up in sport.
Rassie Erasmus names his box side for the second test against the All Blacks, and it looks as if we might have some movement on VAR.
Wow. All right. John Kiriko with those details. Second half of this show. Please share your views with us in the meantime. 41391. That's the SMS line number. You can also write to us via X at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Monday edition of Updated Noon. First, though, let's bring you up to speed with the latest news with Ondelambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, a warrant of arrest issued for Jub and City Park gives update on restoring electricity at the Fortsburg substation. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. A warrant of arrest has been issued for singer and presenter Mulemo Maruhanye, popularly known as Jub. This after he failed to appear in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning. His lawyer, Henry Mutsime, says Maruhanye could not appear today due to ill health. Maruhanye is facing firearm-related charges, kidnapping and defeating the ends of justice linked to an alleged incident involving an e-hailing driver in June. Mutsime says the warrant has been held over for 14 days and will be activated if he fails to appear before court within that period.
The case against media personality Mulemo Maruhanye, popularly known as Jub, has been postponed by the Germiston Magistrates Court to 7 September 2026. The postponement follows his failure to appear in court, citing ill health, which resulted in a warrant of arrest being issued and held over until the next date. Maruhanye faces charges of discharging a firearm in a public place and pointing anything likely to lead a person to believe that it is a firearm. The state is ready to proceed with the matter.
The Madlanga Commission has returned to hear an application brought by businessman and attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Kat Matlala. This follows a request by Matlala's legal counsel, Advocate Fatima Misi, for the matter to stand down until tomorrow, citing challenges encountered while consulting with Matlala at the Hoshimampuru CMAX Correctional Center over the weekend. The request was rejected by Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga. Matlala's application concerns the protection of his constitutional rights during his testimony before the Commission. Earlier, Missy detailed the logistical and security-related difficulties the legal team faced in accessing and consulting with Matlala while in custody.
So my instructions right now, having considered the fact that we are constantly being hit with umthetho awuvumi, you cannot do this or that, and we have to try and navigate the systems where ordinarily a layperson not sitting in this commission would think, well, these individuals are incompetent, or maybe perhaps they're trying to not come before this commission in good faith. That is not the position. You have to be in it to truly understand what it takes for you to properly represent Mr. Matlala, because he is not an ordinary witness that you have access to at 12 a.m. rather in the morning, or at 3 a.m. in the morning. We don't have that liberty before us.
DAM Fulani municipal mayoral candidate Kingsol Chabalala says the arrest of the 7 municipal employees shows the depth of systemic failures in the metro. His comments come as the group is set to appear in the Vanderbilt Park Magistrates Court south of Johannesburg today. They are facing charges of fraud and theft after they allegedly took payments from residents to illegally reconnect electricity. Chabalala says the municipality's failures include lack of consequence management.
I think failure to strengthen internal control to ensure that disconnections and reconnections are properly authorized and recorded. Also to lack of political will by the political leadership of the institution to ensure that such incidents do not happen. I think also 3, consequence management, as we've seen over the years. The employees are allowed to do as they wish. Also employees that have been suspended for over 7 years in a full and local municipality.
The Northwest Department of Education has dispatched a team of inspectors to assess damages at Siwa Khudimo Technical School in Pila Village outside Rustenburg. A fire burnt a block consisting of 5 workshops and a storeroom at the school yesterday. In another fire incident, a hall was burnt down at Matlare Mugaudu Secondary School in Munakado Township. The department spokesperson Elias Malindi says they are investigating yesterday's incident.
The cause of fire is still unknown and investigations are expected to determine what led to the incident. It is alleged that all 5 workshops, each consisting of a storeroom and the classrooms, were completely destroyed by the fire. A separate storeroom located outside the block was also burned down. The MEC for Education, Dr. Desbo Mohono, emphasized that the burning of another school in the province was totally unacceptable.
Recapping the top story, a warrant of arrest has been issued for Mulemo Maruhanye, popularly known as Jub Jub, this after he failed to appear in the Germiston Magistrate Court east of Johannesburg this morning on kidnapping and intimidation charges. I'm Mondelambana for SAFM News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's 7 minutes after 12. Welcome to Update at Noon. Hope you had a fabulous weekend. Well, thanks to Ondelambana. She'll have your news headlines at the bottom of the hour. Well, quite a bit happening at the Madlanga Commission today. At first, of course, we saw that there was a request for postponement, an application brought before the Commission this morning by the legal team of Vusmuzi Katmatlala, which was then denied. But of course, after the proceedings were adjourned until 12, that is, of course, when we came on air. So I missed a little bit of what had happened there, because the one thing you will know about the Madlanga Commission is that they are very, very tight when it comes to timekeeping. So it started at immediately 12, as did we on the dot, and I totally missed that initial exchange. So what we're trying to do is to get one of our reporters to give us an understanding, just a blow-by-blow account of what had happened, because at the moment there's another adjournment, and as we understand it, it could be for Advocate Misi, who is of course representing Vusmuzi Katmatlala today in the absence of Advocate Annelien van den Heever. So Advocate Misi has requested another adjournment in order to consult with her client, and I did hear just in passing something about the defense, or this is not a trial, so it's not the defense, it's the legal representatives of Vusmuzi Katmatlala basically suggesting that he may not be properly represented. As I said, Advocate van den Heever not in court today. She has apparently been unwell over the weekend as well. And then when I did manage to tune in after the opening, and whilst the news was on, there was something said about the correctional facilities, and that I think the Commission will write to them in order to ensure that there is facilitation for better ease of access for Mr. Matlala's legal team to be able to take instruction from him, because I think that's one of the things that they were complaining about at the onset, and that they were struggling with that over the weekend. So this is where things are at currently. As I said, we are just trying to get hold of one of our reporters at the Madlanga Commission, and as soon as we're able to, they will be able to give us further indication of exactly what was said and, of course, what the way forward may be. So do stay with us, and, of course, we will bring you up to speed with the latest developments on that in just a short while. And then some of the other stories we're watching. The International Relations Minister, Ronald Lamola, he's currently under cross-examination at the TRC cases inquiry. You'll remember he was a former Minister of Justice as well. And we are also listening to those proceedings and will bring you up to speed. The ad hoc committee investigating allegations of criminal infiltration, corruption and political interference in the criminal justice system. They're meeting today, virtually so, to consider that report. And also one of the other stories we're watching, the NFP's expelled KZN chairperson and MEC for Social Development, Mbali Shinga. She is going to hold a media briefing. So you'll remember in June, she won an urgent court interdict against her removal from the legislature, and she had to approach the Pietermaritzburg High Court after the National Freedom Party expelled her from the party for defying orders. So we have a reporter on that story, Kalesaka Mbenze. Some of the court stories as well. 7 Mfuleni municipality employees arrested by the PKTT in Gauteng for alleged fraud, theft and tampering with essential infrastructure. They expected in court today. Also, one of the men taken in for questioning in relation to the murder of boxer Zolani Tete over the weekend. And also we are seeing now arrest warrant has been issued for Jub for not being in court today. So those some of the stories. Let's just take a quick breather, and then of course we'll get back to this.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. 90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans.
Good day. My name is Debo Hokas, Chairperson of Public Interest SA. Congratulations to SAfm on reaching the remarkable milestone of 90 years of public broadcasting. For generations of South Africans, SAfm has been a trusted source of news, analysis, and informed public discourse. It has played an important role in strengthening our democracy by giving voice to diverse perspectives and keeping citizens informed on the issues that matter most.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
And taking you now to the TRC cases inquiry. And this is, of course, cross-examination day at the TRC Cases Commission, where former Justice Minister Ronald Lamola says that he wanted the investigation and prosecution to be victim-centric.
So the question is, do you accept that by the 11th of July, when you signed this letter and made a comment, that you had been informed at a high level of the constraints that had been holding back the TRC cases?
Yes, I do. And you will remember in my evidence in chief that I said one of the first tasks that the NPA did was to brief me by Advocate McAdam and the NDPP about the challenges the NPA TRC unit is facing and the suggestions that they've put forward for us to take the matters further.
Yes, thank you for that. And then if we can turn to the recommendations, essentially NDPP Petoy is saying that we need to wait for judgment in the matter because the court may make its own recommendation. And she then suggests that you communicate with the Office of the President, and she attaches a draft letter. If we can turn to the comments on page 48, there you'll see that your Deputy Minister, Mr. John Jeffrey, makes the following comment. I suggest the FHR, that's the Foundation for Human Rights, and families of victims be engaged on the way forward. And then you comment as well on the 11th of July, 2019, I agree with the suggestion of the Deputy Minister. Now, as far as we know, those consultations with the Foundation and the families did not take place. Can I ask you why they were not consulted?
Firstly, I also stated in my evidence in chief that there was a process of engagement with the families, which I later delegated to the Deputy Minister. But also in my engagement with the NPA, one of the agreements was that the process must be victim-centric, meaning that the NPA must from time to time engage directly with the families of the victims in how they are taking these matters forward. And I think, I'm not sure if this is the memo that has that aspect on dealing with on engaging directly with the victims of the families. But if this is not the one, I think the subsequent memos that will follow from the NPA does have that aspect where the NPA was now directly engaging with the victims of the families on a number of issues. Not only just the evidence that the families had, but also on the strategy and how the matters can be taken forward. So I think one of the memos may have that. If it's allowed, my team can help me just to check that paragraph in one of, I know I've read it, is there. But with regards to myself, I did testify here that there was a time where we had a meeting with the families of the victims. The person I remember from the Foundation for Human Rights was Ms. Yasmin Suka, where we met with the ANC, the late Deputy Secretary General of the ANC, and also I think it was Ms. Phoebe Potgieter, and also the Deputy Minister was present in that meeting. All the issues related to the TRC were raised by the Foundation for Human Rights, and the two issues I remember vividly that were of huge concern to them was firstly the lack of resources, dedicated resources, which we responded that we are now working on it. We are in engagement with National Treasury and the Department of Public Service and Administration to deal with that, and hopefully soon there will be a solution in that regard. We also stated that we had just come from a period of state capture where the budget of the Department of Justice and that one of the NPA was on the decline. But we have to reprioritize for everything, including for the state capture cases, which included the Commission of Inquiry into the state capture, which needed a lot of resources at the time.
And that was former Justice Minister Ronald Lamola, currently testifying at the Truth and Reconciliation Cases Commission in Pretoria.
Being in construction has taught me that buying machinery doesn't come cheap. Loaders, excavators, graders, they're the heartbeat of the job site. Now, thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. This saving helps keep my machines working and projects moving.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your yellow metal machinery. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives. For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
for the healing of the wounds has come.
Iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online, or call us directly at 011-714-3936 or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Well, now to get an update from the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, and let's take you there. As I said, they started promptly at 12, and we happened to miss out on what had happened previously. Now, Advocate Fatima Missy, representing alleged crime kingpin Vusmuzi Matlala, says that her client is not comfortable proceeding with his testimony at the commission without his lead counsel, who is currently ill. Now, Advocate Missy says that the legal team also needs more time to prepare its replying affidavit and written submissions. For more on this, let's just quickly listen to what she had to say before we catch up with our reporter Kani Mapanga.
When we were excused or stood down, rather, we received further instructions from Mr. Matlala. Having heard the engagement that we had prior to the stand down. And the position that is taken is that he feels that it's unfair that the commission is putting him in a position where he has to proceed where his lead counsel, one, is not here, obviously not of her own doing, but because of an illness that became rather sudden in the manner that it's attacked her. Two, because we've intimated that we've not prepared our heads in written submission, he's of the view that he's not comfortable to proceed because that implies that we're not fully prepared to represent him. And so his instructions are that if the commission is not willing to at least grant us this afternoon to ensure that we have those documents before you and that we have our heads put together properly.
Well, at least part of what Advocate Fatima Missy had to say, representing alleged crime kingpin Vusmuzi Matlala at the Madlanga Commission. Well, there have been subsequent developments since then. We're joined on the line now by SABC News senior reporter Kani Mapanga. Kani, good afternoon. So talk to us, from where that exchange happened in the morning. The Commission did then go on to question why the defence had not brought a substantive application for postponement earlier.
Well, absolutely. Good afternoon to you, Sakina, and to the listeners. Effectively, we're in a bit of a situation where the Commission is in limbo because you have on one side the evidence leaders wanting to proceed with the evidence of alleged cartel member Vusumuzi Matlala, but on the other hand, you have them wanting a stand down until tomorrow so that they can file the substantive application. It seems that the legal team is citing issues with consulting at the correctional facility where Kat Matlala is currently being held as some sort of an impediment, if I could put it that way, to getting that affidavit, or rather applying affidavit before the commission in time for that substantive application to be heard. So we've spent quite a considerable amount of hours this morning in what was supposed to be the application, the substantive application being heard by the commission, and then of course the evidence leaders replying with their opposition to such a request. However, because of the challenges surrounding consultation, as well as the fact that his lead counsel, Advocate Van den Heever, is actually not well enough to come before the probe and argue today. They've been asking for the standout, but the evidence leaders are adamantly seeking the continuation of Kat Matlala's testimony today, and they can't do so without the ruling of the Madlanga Commission with respect to what the next steps are. But I'm not sure of what assistance Vusumuzi Kat Matlala can be of today if he's given instructions, even to the extent of them staging a possible walkout or turning to the courts for relief if their request is not granted by the Madlanga Commission. So essentially, you see a position or a posture where alleged cartel member Vusumuzi Kat Matlala is seemingly still wanting to hold on to that right against self-incrimination. However, the commission is racing against time. There's that evidence deadline of the 2nd of October 2026, and this is such a critical witness in terms of understanding the extent to which an alleged infiltration exists in the criminal justice system, if any does, and also understanding the events surrounding the PKTT disbandment directive, which are quite closely linked to the period in which the PKTT pounced on alleged cartel member Vusumuzi Kat Matlala. So he's not a witness that you can easily get by looking at just merely the evidence. He's someone where you need to close the gaps with significant evidence. But here you're dealing with concerns not only from the witness himself of being unfairly treated, and then you're also dealing with the timeline of the commission and the fact that there were deadlines set last week for this application to be filed, and then you're dealing with circumstances that could be beyond the legal team's control, where they don't have their lead counsel, and now you have their junior advocate Misi having to lead the discussion, and the instruction from Kat Matlala is quite clear that he doesn't want to proceed today, that he wants to stand down for a substantive application to be heard, and he's even willing to turn to the courts should his relief not be granted by the Madlanga Commission today. So it's a bit of a balancing act to see if he's going to testify or not. But if he is compelled or ruled to testify today, I'm not sure if he's going to be of assistance in that regard, Sakina, because I think his position is quite clearly recorded in the debate that took up most of this morning as the Commission tries to find a resolve between both parties and the need to get this evidence on the record.
So the Commission's proceedings currently adjourned again, Kenny. We came in at the tail end of that. So just explain to us where we're at right now.
So effectively, we're just waiting for basically instructions to be taken by the legal team of Vusumuzi Kat Matlala. They'll return and inform the commission when they're ready to state their position, and I guess the commission can take the matter going forward then, and we'll find out if Kat Matlala will have to proceed today, or will the matter stand down until tomorrow for that substantive application to be heard, which will be opposed by the evidence leaders.
Well, thanks so much for the update, SABC News senior reporter Kenny Mapanga. So that is the latest state of play at the Madlanga Commission. And as you heard, the latest adjournment, because there was one earlier, and proceedings resumed at 12, and now another adjournment. So we wait to hear and see where things will go. But of course, the lead counsel for Vusumuzi Kat Matlala, Advocate Andin van der Heever, also not at the commission today. And I suppose one of the reasons why Mr. Vusumuzi Kat Matlala is also reluctant to give evidence today. But we'll wait to see how things unfold there.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Very good afternoon, Sister Sakina. Sister Sakina, you see, Maumela guy. even if the NPA can have concrete evidence to arrest him, they must not do that now. The guy must first go to the Madlanga Commission. Then after that, they can arrest him. Because now they've found a loophole whereby when they are asked questions at the Madlanga, they'll always say they can't answer because they don't want to incriminate themselves. So that's the easy way out for them. So they must first appear at the Madlanga so that they can answer all questions. I thank you. It's Martina from Bloemfontein.
Sis Sakina, hi. Well, this JCK counter from Sina. Sis Sakina, how many chances does the ANC want us to give them? We must give them chance, hence they are not putting South African first. Storage, potholes, water has become a way of life. Not addressing immigration, they must basically go and hug the nearest transformer. Let me rest my case for now. JCK counter from Sila.
Ooh, not hug the nearest transformer. Okay, thanks so much for those, your views, not ours. And please keep them coming. And you can either send us a voice note or you can write to us at SABC News _radio. Brings us to 12:30 and it's time for News Update. Here's Ondelambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission has heard that businessman and attempted murder accused Vusumuzi Ket Matlala believes it is unfair for the proceedings to continue in the absence of his lead counsel. A warrant of arrest has been issued for singer and presenter Molemo Maruhanye, popularly known as Jub Jub, this after he failed to appear in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning. And 4 people have been arrested in Kenya on suspicion of poisoning at least 18 elephants in a national park. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, we join on this Monday afternoon by Zimele Mbanjwa, who's investment analyst at FNB Wealth and Investments. Good afternoon, Zimele.
Afternoon, Sakina. Thank you for having me.
How's it looking on the markets?
Yes, not much of a movement. I think generally the markets are taking a bit of a cautious stance this week. There'll be a lot of data coming out of the US, particularly the Fed's favorite or the preferred measure of the customer as far as it relates to costs and inflationary pressures, which is called the PCE, personal consumer expenditure index. That will be on the lookout. But I also think the market in general is also just taking caution ahead of results from NVIDIA this week, which, I mean, NVIDIA, as we know, it is pretty much at the center of this AI thematic that is playing out. There are a lot of questions around that thematic, the sustainability of the AI rallies that we're seeing, the valuations that are largely seen as stretched for AI-exposed companies, particularly hyperscalers and any players within that AI environment. And also the currently elevated chip costs, particularly memory chips, which will have a spillover effect for NVIDIA's architecture as well, because if the memory chips are very expensive, to build out these data centers will become very expensive. So that's, I think the market is taking a bit of caution. That's why we're looking at the futures markets in the US. They are subdued, and this morning the Asian markets also closed lower. And also there's concern around the US debt levels. We last week very much in the news were the treasury yields, particularly long yields, for about the 30-year in particular, they're trading at multi-year highs, which brings a concern about the US's ever-stretched debt burden and the serviceability of that debt burden, despite the treasury basically putting in some kind of measures to sort of temper that, but the yields still remain high. So globally, the market is a bit subdued. Locally, the JSE is down about 0.015%. The top 40 pretty much the same. The biggest hit on industrials as well. We saw that as well coming across from Asia, particularly in the tech stocks as well. So the JSE is not necessarily only down by itself. Globally, we're seeing that. The rand, on the other hand, maintaining its resilience, benefiting from the weaker dollar. Again, with the dollar, there's a lot of risk attached to it right now, particularly as it relates to the higher treasury yields and the debt burden there in the US. So there's a bit of angst in the market as it relates to the United States and the fiscal stability there. Also, I mean, you also know the Iranian tensions as well with the US. I mean, they're still ongoing. Iran is still pretty much steadfast at maintaining keeping the Straits closed, and they've also threatened to sort of like withhold oil exports, given that the US is also looking to announce further sanctions on Iran. So that is also putting some pressure in the oil prices, but all the risk in the market is benefiting gold today. It's trading a bit higher, around 4,600 in 50 an ounce. Platinum is a bit lower, but it's also relatively flat. Brent crude oil is also a bit lower today, but still pretty much very elevated compared to these periods last year. So we're still living in a very much inflationary environment as far as the outlook is concerned, but investors are in fact globally expecting to have interest rates either hiked further by the various central banks or just remain higher for longer, which also tends to be a negative for equity markets, and it also drives attraction towards safer haven assets like your golds or your treasuries and the likes. But ultimately, locally, financials are relatively flat, but resources are about 0.13% down, industrials are about 0.44% down, and the rand, as I said, is pretty much stable around 16 rands to the dollar, 21.83 to the pound, and 18.68 to the euro. And those are the current market movements.
Thank you so much, Zimele Mbanjwa, investment analyst at FNB Wealth and Investment.
SAfm Sport with John Gericka.
Well, good afternoon.
How's it? You all right?
Good.
Thanks for the shout out on Friday.
Oh, how was the run?
It was all right. I didn't break the record. There was that other runner, I forgot his name now, that broke the record. He did a half marathon, 56 minutes.
I wasn't aware that you're going for the record.
No, I wasn't.
Just to be clear.
He did it more than twice as fast as me.
That doesn't matter. You finished. 21 Ks. That's what 21 matters.
Point something. Yeah.
Well done.
Okay, can we talk about the Springboks, please?
Yeah, it's also sport.
It's a real sport. Springbok coach Rassie, compared to what I do. Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus named a largely unchanged team for Saturday's second test against New Zealand. It's happening in Cape Town. Siya Kolisi is bracketed with Paul de Villiers at flank. Handré Pollard and Kobus Reinach form the halfback pairing. Ethan Hooker comes in for the injured Cheslin Colby. Curtly Arendse switches wings. If Kolisi is cleared, the Boks will field their most experienced starting 15 ever with 1,012 test caps combined. Pieter-Steph du Toit remains the captain of the side. Oxenchair set to earn his 50th cap. Du Toit will get his 100th. Erasmus says the Boks know what needs fixing after last weekend's defeat and ready to bounce back. Meanwhile, tickets are, not surprisingly, still available for the All Blacks tour match against the Lions at Ellis Park tomorrow. So remember, this will be like the other All Black sides up against the Lions, who also play this weekend. Match starts at 7 p.m. If you want to go, tickets start at 250 Rand for the corners. Premier League match coming up tonight. Fulham against Chelsea starts at 9 o'clock. A game of former Liverpool superstars. Almost 20 years after Rafael Benitez brought them together at Anfield, this pair go head-to-head. Arbelo's Fulham hosts Xabi Alonso's Chelsea.
Well, it's of course you can have a relation, but once on the pitch, no friends, no past. It's just the 90 minutes that we are playing, fighting for each club, and after it's another thing. But
It's been 2 weeks since the SAFA spokesperson said there would be a statement on VAR in the Premier League. Still, there is nothing. Well, at the Sports Awards last night, Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie revealed that SAFA have been given 21 days to account for 13 million rand allocated towards the implementation of VAR. McKenzie says he demanded the return of the money after becoming frustrated by the lack of progress in introducing the technology to the PSL.
I then took 13 million rand and I gave to SAFA. And I can tell you now, that's where I can't do more as the minister. I wrote SAFA a letter where I said they should return my money. And SAFA asked for 21 days grace. I am just as angry. Because what more can I do? I asked them in a letter, bring back my money, the money of the state. Because I am responsible for it. They said they will act within 20. Because for me, there was no action. We were supposed to have had VAR. So people shouldn't look at me. I'm the minister that put it on the table that VAR should be there. I did everything humanly possible. If now I'm writing to FIFA, I've already spoken to FIFA, but I'm writing to them. They wanted in writing that I must go another way to get VAR.
Well, I want to know what that other way is. So I sent a mail to the Sports Minister spokesperson, Stacey Kojane, today to find out what that other way with FIFA is. Some hockey news. South African men's hockey team held 3-3 by Malaysia at the World Cup yesterday in Group H of the losers stage. It's their naming, not mine. As a result, the Proteas advanced to the 11th place match. Mustafa Kasim was named player of the match.
To be honest, a bit upset, but yeah, it's always nice to get on the score sheet. When you put in the hard work and it pays off in games, I think that's really important. So yeah, a lot of sacrifice goes behind these type of things. So yeah, really happy with it.
So the men will meet either Pakistan or New Zealand for 11th. The women's beat Chile 3-2, but they finished third in their losers group, so they play for 13th spot. Their opponents will be decided this afternoon. Here's goalkeeper Marlies van Tonder.
The big difference is we didn't let the errors accumulate. In the past games, we allowed ourselves to make mistake after mistake after mistake, whereas today we stepped as a unit, and when one person made a mistake, we stood together to correct that mistake together. So, yeah, big improvement on that side.
Zakiti Nene won bronze at the Polish leg of the Diamond League Athletics yesterday. South African ran a time of 44.37 seconds in the men's 400-metre final. Gift Leotlela placed 5th in the men's 100-metre final. Despite the position, he did break the 10-second mark, 9.95 seconds. Akani Simbini also dipped below 10 seconds to finish 7th. While he was doing that, his mother was accepting his award of the SA Sports Star of the Year at the SA Sports Awards.
He started this at an early age. And he's growing up now. However, he has done so much. He has done so much for the country. And I believe that the younger athletes are looking up to him because they can see that this is possible. Even if he's no longer running, we'll have a lot of athletes that will be running for South Africa.
Proteas men were named Team of the Year, Cricket South Africa Federation of the Year. Swimmer Peter Kutsia and 800-metre athlete Prudence Segodisa were crowned Sportsman and Sportswomen of the Year. And finally, stage 3 of the Vuelta. More cycling. It's the Tour of Spain. 167 kilometres today. Begins on flat and then it gradually goes up to a high-altitude finale. There should be about 20 or 30 strong riders that'll finish at the top spots. Guess who's out in front today? Pogacar is 9 seconds ahead of Wout van Aert. James Matthew Brennan is 10 seconds back.
Okay, that was obvious.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Right, I can tell you that proceedings are once again underway at the Madlanga Commission. So let's take you there to find out what the latest is.
Let go for Ms. Van der Heever as well.
Those are the instructions that I received as well with regards to, so it would be the entire team.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, and there was another team yesterday. Yeah. When she placed you on record, Ms. Van der Heever, last time, she said there was another firm of attorneys as well. Are they present here, and do they also withdraw? Because it's not just the people that are sitting behind you as we understood her.
Yes, I actually just realized right now that Mr. Maluleke is and his firm still is part of this team, so they would also withdraw from there. Can it be the entire team, all attorneys and counsel?
That's your instruction from Mr. Matala?
Those are our instructions.
From Mr. Matala?
That's correct, hypothetically speaking. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Maluleke is not with you. Has there been a discussion with him? Because it's important that we don't end up with a situation where if this eventuality that you're contemplating happens, that we don't end up with a situation where he comes to the commission and said, I never put myself off record. The team that was here on Monday were not speaking for me, and I hadn't spoken to Mr. Matala. So I think it's very important that we are clear about that.
I'm glad that you raised it, because that could potentially happen, hypothetically speaking. And with that being said, because these are instructions and engagements that we had with Mr. Matala, and Mr. Maluleke is not here in person, I suppose then, in fairness to him, he has not commented on that element. These are just instructions that the entire team would be off record. But I suppose in that instance would have to engage with him and consider his stance should we find ourselves in that position. I suppose there won't be a need for us to stand on further until we've had a ruling. It just gives an idea of where we potentially would be. And if that is the case, we'll engage him and inform the commission of his position.
Yes, I think Ms. Missy, this eventuality that you're contemplating, I think it's very important that we all are clear what it is you're saying. You are using language of the record. My experience is counsel say, I'm withdrawing. I'm no longer on brief. I'm not counsel on brief in this matter, and I'm withdrawing because for their personal reasons or because that's the instruction from the client. So just so that there's no confusion, can we clearly understand you? You are saying in the event you do not get, I'm going to say your way, because that's what it is. If you don't get your way, or Mr. Matala's way, you are saying to us your instruction from Mr. Matala is that the entire legal team, and I'm happy to leave aside Mr. Maluleke for now, you're saying your instruction is that the entire legal team, counsel and attorneys, including Mrs. van den Heever, you withdraw as counsel.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
That's correct.
Who is the senior attorney? This is something that that's so crucial that I think we should hear from the attorneys directly. Who is the senior of the attorneys? And
that would be Mr. Baloi.
Please come to the microphone and. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And your firm.
Yes, it's Mr. Baloi with initial N from Baloi Attorneys in Pretoria. Yes.
I asked if you also confirm that if our decision is that we proceed with Mr. Matala's application, is your decision that you, as Mr. Matala's attorneys of record, are withdrawing from representing him? If our decision is that we are proceeding, is that Do you confirm what council said?
Yes, I do confirm the submission made by the council.
You will be withdrawing. Yeah. Perhaps. Thank you very much, Mr. Baloy. I think we've reached the stage where we should.
And the momentary silence you're hearing there is, of course, the commissioners conferring, given what they've just heard. That last adjournment, of course, saw Vusmuzi Kat Matlala confer with his legal team. And it seems as though the instruction is that should the commission decide to continue hearing his evidence today, that they will withdraw. I believe they are ready. Let's take you back.
But perhaps because this is not really your decision, if haven't we reached a stage where we should just indicate what we think?
Chair, there was
what I think, because I think our regulations and rules really say that process-related decisions are mine, and indeed all rulings that have gone out go out. Even if signed by the Commission Secretary, they go out under my name. But of course, for practical reasons, I'm always assisted by my co-commissioners. But ultimately, it's my decision.
Chair, there's nothing that I can usefully say in response to the last submissions that have been made about withdrawing, etc. So it's in the Chair's hands.
Yes, thank you. I will address Mr. Matlala directly on this. Mr. Matlala, I just want to get an idea whether you two confirm that after your counsel or legal representatives were afforded an opportunity to consult with you, what was agreed upon is that if my direction is that we go ahead with your application, they will then withdraw as your legal representatives.
Thank you, Chair.
Can you please switch on both microphones? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we had 3 scenarios, so I'm actually in the dark now because while I was having lunch, I didn't have enough time to conclude what we've been discussing, so we just came right straight here. So I do not know whether my legal counsel, what they are saying now is what comes from Mrs. van der Heever as instruction or not. So I'm actually in the dark. I don't know what to say.
So basically, you are not really party to what has been announced.
No, we've discussed the options, yes, but I haven't had the time to make up my own mind. So,
all right, maybe the best is for me to announce the decision, having considered everything that has been presented to the Commission. My decision is to go ahead to hear Mr. Matlala's application. That's the decision. Ms. Missy?
Chairperson, given the fact that Mr. Matlala, being our client, has now confirmed that he hadn't settled his mind because we labored under the impression that this is where we're standing and these are our instructions, given the fact that he's of the view that he feels confused now, he's no longer with us, will you please grant us an opportunity to then finalize and get the instructions so we don't have this situation again?
Ms. Missy, the withdrawal of counsel and legal representations is not, strictly speaking, a matter of instruction from client. It's ultimately a decision taken by the legal representatives. They choose on their own for whatever reasons that we have now reached a point where we can no longer represent our client. Therefore, we are withdrawing as legal representatives. I don't know whether you are now suggesting that it was not a properly considered decision. I'm not pushing you to withdraw if you've suddenly become ambivalent about it.
Chair, remember we were operating under hypothetical instances. Now that we know definitively what your position is, I do believe that we ought to be given an opportunity to finalize if really we're sticking to that position of walking away or not. As you've noted, that perhaps we might feel a bit ambivalent and would feel we want to continue. That's what we're simply requesting, Chair.
Ms. Missy, what's happening now is deeply problematic. I asked you directly, is it your instructions from Mr. Matala? You said yes. That's deeply problematic. Whatever stand down you get to go and consult with him, I would like you to end on that note from me. It's deeply problematic what just happened now, and I hope you find a way to address it. Because what it suggests and represents is what you said in response to my direct questions, is that is not the true position given what Mr. Matlala is saying now. If you come back to say it was a misunderstanding in whatever form, that I'm prepared to grant you that, but it is deeply problematic that you have put family, those are your instructions from your client, and now you say, well, maybe we need to go and discuss. I want you to understand my concern about it?
If I may, Commissioner, I do understand your concern about it, and that's the reason why I specifically have asked if the chairperson, the commissioners, could let us stand down, because I was laboring under the fact that those are our instructions. Now that he has intimated that he does not feel that he's on the same page with us and he does not understand, that implies that there's been a misunderstanding, and that's the reason why I would like for us to address this, so that when we come back before the commission, then we don't have this issue happening again. And to add over that, if you recall, this is a hypothetical situation that we're talking about. Now that you've made your ruling, that implies that we need to come back to the chairperson with a final decision of what are we going to do. Chairperson, I don't know if...
And as I said in my ruling, at this point, this is only about hearing Mr. Matlala's application. We have not reached the stage of the continuation of his testimony. That's where we are, just for clarity.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
And Mr. Matlala, you are fortunate to have had lunch already. We are yet to have ours. No, I'm mentioning that because you said when you were having lunch earlier during the break that we had. Because it's 3 minutes before the lunch adjournment, maybe let's just take the lunch adjournment and resume it at 2 p.m. And let's hear from you, Ms. Missy, at that point.
Thank you, Chair.
And I hope everything will have been clarified, and that one way or the other will then hear Mr. Matlala's application, whether you continue to represent him or whether he is moving it in person. Let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Well, there you have it from the Madlanga Commission, day 165. And that's the latest development, of course. Justice Madlanga denying the request for a postponement there by Vusmuzi Kat Matlala's legal team. And as you heard, they will proceed one way or another. I think the commissioners made it quite clear early on, as did the evidence leaders today, that they have a severe time pressure as the commission to get things done. And as you heard from our senior reporter, Kenny Mapanga, why Vusumuzi Kat Matlala is an important witness for this particular commission. And you would then be able to understand that they are not going to easily, will the commissioners just let this go. So lunch adjournment, and then of course at 2 p.m. they will resume proceedings there. For now, let's listen to a few of your voice notes.
My princess Sakina, hopefully you're well with your team in studio. Great show always. It's good to hear your voice. It's Ambo Jeje, the truck driver in Gauteng. Saki, whether Kate Fusimuz, he might hide these top officials, this and that. He's going to jail. He's just supposed to expose them. Finish it, Clara. No time to waste to talk to legal and this Ajeni, what, no.
Hi, Sakina. Hope you're well. Errol here from Durban. You know, I listened to the ANC's manifesto yesterday. I mean, most of the promises they have made before, especially just before elections. And of course, most of the promises have turned out to be empty promises. You know, there's an old saying, a leopard never changes its spots. So let's just wait and see what happens this time. That's my take. Errol, Durban.
Well, thanks so much, everyone, for joining us this afternoon and listening in. And that is all our time for today. And we'll do it again tomorrow. Thanks to the production team as well. It is 1 o'clock. Here's Ondelambana with your latest news.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Thank you, Sakina and the team. On the top stories, 6 people shot dead in a gang-related shooting in the Cape Flats and 4 arrested on suspicion of poisoning elephants in Kenya. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. 6 people have been shot dead in 2 unrelated suspected gang-related mass shootings on the Cape Flats. Police say in the first incident last night, when 2 men aged 19 and 36 were gunned down in a house in Lower Klipfontein Road, Silvertown. Police spokesperson FC Van Wyk says a third victim, aged 22, was shot in the head and later succumbed to his injuries in hospital. Van Wyk says the second incident occurred in the early hours of this morning in Blackheath.
In an unrelated matter, on Monday morning, Umfuleni police members responded to a shooting incident at the premises in Marshall Crescent in Happy Valley. Upon arrival, the bodies of 3 persons, a woman and 2 males aged between 20 and 25, were found in a shack with multiple gunshot wounds. All 3 victims were declared deceased on the scene by the paramedics. Umfuleni police registered 3 counts of murder. Both these incidents are believed to be gang-related and the suspects are yet to be arrested.
The Madlanga Commission has heard that businessman and attempted murder accused Vusumuzi Kat Matlala believes it is unfair for the proceedings to continue in the absence of his lead counsel. This is according to Advocate Fatima Misi, who appeared on behalf of Advocate Annalyn van der Heever, who is unwell. Misi requested that Matlala's testimony stand down until tomorrow to allow the legal team sufficient time to properly consult with him and prepare for the proceedings.
When we were excused or stood down, rather, we received further instructions from Mr. Matlala, having heard the engagement that we heard prior to the stand down. And the position that is taken is that he feels that it's unfair that the Commission is putting him in a position where he has to proceed where his lead counsel, one, is not here, obviously not of her own doing, but
A warrant of arrest has been issued for singer and presenter Molemo Maruhanye, popularly known as Jub Jub, this after he failed to appear in the Germiston Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning. His lawyer, Henry Mutsime, says Maruhanye could not appear today due to ill health. Maruhanye is facing firearm-related charges, kidnapping and defeating the ends of justice linked to an alleged incident involving an e-hailing driver in June. Mutsime says the warrant has been held over for 14 days and will be activated if he fails to appear before court within that period.
The case against media personality Molemo Maruhanye, popularly known as Jub Jub, has been postponed by the Germiston Magistrates Court to 7 September 2026. The postponement follows his failure to appear in court, citing ill health, which resulted in a warrant of arrest being issued and held over until the next date. Maruhanye faces charges of discharging a firearm in a public place and pointing anything likely to lead a person to believe that it is a firearm. The state is ready to proceed with the matter.
The National Liquor Traders Organization says although it agrees that children must be protected from underage drinking, it is opposed to the blanket closures of all taverns near schools across the country. This follows ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa's proposal during the party's manifesto launch yesterday to close taverns operating near schools. The organization's convener Lakindimane says the issue stems from unlicensed outlets.
We also agree with the President that the children must be protected from underage drinking and also alcohol-related harm and inappropriate exposure to liquor trading. But however, we need to understand the circumstances that give rise to those taverns operating in those communities. Because in some instances, the taverns operate before the schools are built. Also, we need to address the issue of the purification of the illicit or these taverns that, will be operating without liquor license. We should then call them shebeens. We have more shebeens in the county than we have taverns, and the ratio is about 1 to 4.
4 people have been arrested in Kenya on suspicion of poisoning at least 18 elephants in a national park. Authorities believe the animals died from cyanide poisoning, which say they occurred after the elephants ate large amounts of tomatoes with toxic pesticides. The BBC's Thomas Mokana reports.
The Kenya Wildlife Service told the BBC 3 Kenyans and a Tanzanian had been arrested in connection with a spate of suspicious elephant deaths over the last 2 months in the Amboseli National Park. All the elephants affected, mainly female adults and their cows, showed signs of paralysis. Pesticides prohibited in Kenya are sometimes smuggled across the porous border with Tanzania and used in farms within the Amboseli area where elephants live near human settlements and are known to raid farms for food.
Recapping the top story, 6 people have been shot dead in 2 unrelated suspected gang-related mass shootings on the Cape Flats. Police say the first incident last night when 2 men aged 19 and 36 were gunned down in a house in Lower Cliffontein Road in Salvatore. I'm on Delambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm. Prime time all day long.
As a business owner, you're always looking for ways to save money. But have you looked at saving on your business insurance premium? With Outsurance Business Insurance, you could save big, like Bosmansdam High School.
We were with our previous insurance for 10 years plus before switching to Outsurance Business Insurance.
We are saving 3,705 Rand per month.
It was so quick and easy, we should have switched sooner.
Ready to switch and save? Visit outsurance.co.za or call 08600 60,000 today. Licensed insurer and FSP. TCs and information online.
In case you're on the highway, driving to your first big maize delivery, and something mysterious happens. You stop at the garage to scope the damage. You realize the fuel system is kinda dear my car. You panic. But then you take a deep breath. Because you know Hino Care Gap Cover is there to cover anything outside the standard 6-year warranty. From steering columns to ABS control modules, it's the unseen essential in your business. Speak to your Hino dealer. T's and C's apply. Hino. All the way.
90 years of questions, 90 years of answers, 90 years of South Africans.
Hi, SAfM. My name is Welinzima Vavi, Chirasa Secretary of SAFTU, unionist for 40 years, regular listener to SAfM programs. Congratulations on 90 years. Wishing you many more years of good conversations.
Voices may have changed, times may have changed, but the conversation continues. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Students to voicing, and I've got news for rejoicing. Now a new sun is rising, I count my blessings, that I'm safe when I'm resting. Furniture in my nesting, not by force I'm suggesting. You count your blessings. I've got love and assurance, I've got new health insurance, I've got strength and endurance, so I count my blessings. And give thanks to the Master, that through all the disaster, we're still here together after. Better count your blessings.
Count your blessings. Cause yo, this year, can't wait till it gets here. 7/21/09, my first son will shine. And it's amazing, I'm about to be raising another made man. And like his dad, they'll praise him. And some will hate him just cause we building a nation. Like Bob did with Damien, the world will embrace him. Girls will chase him. 4C, they will not break him. And when I'm not around, you look for God and thank him.
I've got somewhere to dress for, and I've got no need to stress for, and so I'll always put my best forth and count my blessings. And there'll be no need for tissues, cause there'll be no further issues. If you've got someone who miss you, man, count your blessings. And I've got love and assurance, and I've got new health insurance, and I've got strength and endurance, so I count my blessings. And give thanks to the Master, that through all the disaster, we're still here together after. Better count your blessings.
You wishing you were sitting in the top position, picture perfect, nothing less cause you deserve it. Without the Hermes, you never hurting. You knew that you was destined for greatness for certain. But see the overzealous, they be thirsting, caught up in emotion. You keeping your composure like Gershwin. Songs by Earthwind, keep you in the zone writing verses. So when your pocket's light, know that you have a heavy purpose.
We've got preschool and daycare, we've got pension and welfare, and though not all will play the game fair, still I count my blessings. I've got joy in abundance, I've got life full of substance, I've got meetings and functions, so I count my blessings. I've got something to live for, I've got surplus to give more, and we're all welcome through his door, so I count my blessings. And give thanks to the Master, that through all the disaster, we're still here together after, so I count my blessings.
I think you're looking too hard for it. With the double R under your garage door. Appreciate the things you work hard for. And count your blessings, count your blessings. So don't be mad if you ain't fly, y'all. You got the means to reach the level I'm on. You should know that there's only one notch, y'all. But count your blessing, count your blessing.
And I've got students to voicing, and I've got news for rejoicing. Now a new sun is rising, I count my blessings. That I'm safe when I'm resting, furniture in my nesting, not by force I'm suggesting. You count your blessings. I've got love and assurance, I've got new health insurance, I've got strength and endurance, so I count my blessings. And give thanks to the Master, that through all the disaster, we're still here together after. Better count your blessings.
And we're counting our blessings. That is how we entered this brand new week. And this one is a collaboration between Stephen Marley and Nas, a.k.a. Nostradamus. The particular song is called Count Your Blessings. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the album was an album called Distant Cousins. If I'm not mistaken, perhaps a quick Google search on that one. But I think they released a full-body collaborative project titled Distant Cousins. I stand to be corrected, but I think I could win trivia on this one. Distant Relatives, yes, that's what it was called. Distant Relatives, released back in 2010. How are you doing? I hope you had an incredible weekend. Managed to get some rest. I had a good weekend. I had a very relaxed weekend. Saturday, spent some time with close friends and some of their family. We got together and we watched the Springboks take on the All Blacks. So unfortunate that we lost that first game, but there's still more games to come, so they tell me. I'm not going to pretend like I'm a diehard rugby fan. Somebody in the room asked me, do you follow rugby? Because, we were all kitted out with Springbok t-shirts and everything, trying to be in the moment. And I was like, no, I don't follow rugby except for the occasions when the Springboks are playing in the World Cup. Then I become a die-hard rugby fanatic. The rest of the time, I'm just kind of there in spirit. But that's just my general gist around sports. So we had a really good weekend. Hopefully you had a good weekend as well. Isn't it crazy how quickly the year has flown by? We're already entering the final week of August, which means that very soon you and I are going to be kekelezering towards December. What a woe. We're going to be catching up with Sibahle Mota this afternoon, checking in on day 165 at the Madlanga Commission. Vusumuzi Kat Matlala has been on the stand this morning, but really, the business of the day hasn't really kicked off as yet, as there's been some administrative issues and matters of postponements that have presented to the Commission. Then we're going to talk the BMW Art Generation Volume 4, if I'm not mistaken. It's opening this Saturday at the Nyrox Sculpture Park. So if you find yourself in Johannesburg, it's always a good one to attend. On the other side of 2 o'clock, for careers and workplace focus, we're looking at lessons from female entrepreneurs. We're going to be in conversation with the founder and host of the My Entrepreneurship Journey podcast. That's coming up on the other side of 2. A quick pause and then we'll come back with Sibahle Mota.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Being in construction has taught me that buying machinery doesn't come cheap. Loaders, excavators, graders, they're the heartbeat of the job site. Now, thanks to My Way Business Insurance, I save up to 20% on my insurance premiums every month. This saving helps keep my machines working and projects moving.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your yellow metal machinery. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
The problem is that song we opened up with has the potential to be an earworm, because now I can hear the chorus in my ears, and there it shall stay for the remainder of the day. Sibahle Mota, how are you doing today? Hey, Sibahle.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. Are you good?
I'm very well. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the time. So we kicked off the week, day 165. We're anticipating Vusumuzi Kat Matlala to continue from where he left off. But it seems as though the better part of the morning has been preoccupied with matters of the House between the Commission and what I would probably call maybe slightly junior members of Vusumuzi's legal representation?
No, definitely. I think you've hit the nail on the head there with junior representatives, who have come before the commission to sort of seek a postponement of his testimony and this application that we were supposed to hear today. So what we initially got to the Matlanga Commission, we knew that, there'd be an application for them so that they can, give the commission reasons as to why they don't want certain questions being posed to Matlala. But then that really shifted after that, where they then sought a postponement, citing the fact that they didn't have enough time to consult with Matlala over the weekend at Hoshimampuru. And while we're on that, factor, there was a message that came through from the Department of Correctional Services, which disputed the fact that they didn't have sufficient time. So one of the commissioners from the Department of Correctional Services actually sent Adila Hasim, who's the evidence leader, a message saying that they actually had 3 days to consult with Mr. Matlala. So what Chairperson Justice Mbuseli Matlanga asked his lawyers is that why did they not prepare a substantive application to sort of ask for this postponement until tomorrow? And then we heard the legal representative even saying that, they don't have written submissions. And obviously the chairperson saying that they don't need these written submissions to be able to continue with his testimony. So it seems like they were not prepared, number one, for today. They wanted a postponement, citing the fact that even his lawyer, advocate Annelien van der Heever, is not feeling well. She's, at the doctor, and hence why Matlala does not even really trust them to present him before the commission. So it's been various reasons, but where we are at right now is the fact that the chairperson has ruled that Matlala will present his application today, and this is despite even his legal counsel saying that they were willing, hypothetically, walk out of proceedings if the commission actually rules that he must deliver his application today. So it's really been such a mess, if I could put it like that. But what we do know for sure is the fact that this application will be heard at 2 p.m. today.
The matter of the walkout, because, we get on with other business while listening to the commission in the background. I came back in front of the television when the young attorney was talking about, Commissioner, who gets to walk out and who gets to stay. And I was rather confused as to, is the legal team threatening a walkout of proceedings? And to what end?
I think at this rate, they were just pulling out all stops to not have Matlala deliver his testimony and this application today, because what she had said, this is advocate Fatima Missy, what she said is that hypothetically then, if this application goes ahead, then they would hypothetically walk out, although she claims it's a decision that they hadn't really been made. And then Matlala was questioned about that, and where he says, he had not made up his mind on whether his lawyers should withdraw from the matter. And they got such a scolding from Commissioner Sesibaloyi, who said what has just transpired is really deeply problematic, and this is something that they need to address. So one gets a sense of the fact that, they were pulling out all stops to not have Matlala testify before the Matlanga Commission, because even prior to this, they had threatened to even head to the High Court to sort of interdict this process, and Advocate Adila Hasim, who's the evidence leader, saying that even if they go to the High Court, the ruling wouldn't be made by them, and, it grants the Commission time to continue with its proceedings and to have Matlala testify before the Commission. So it's been such a back and forth, and I think all South Africans are learning something each day from the Matlanga Commission. But one thing still stands, Bridget, is the fact that, this Commission will hear the application by Matlala at 2 p.m. today.
And, when you talk about South Africans taking away something from the Commission each day, in fact, I was watching some political commentators earlier on in the morning saying that is the one big takeaway, from following the saga of the Matlanga Commission, especially those who follow it religiously, is that we've really gotten a taste of seeing how the South African legal system really functions and really works, and citing the fact that whether we're looking at the representation of Advocate Primal, of Suleiman Karim, or we're looking at the representation of Annelien van Heerden, for Vusimuzi Kat Matlala. What we're seeing are some of the finest legal minds in one room, including the evidence leaders, of course. One of the finest, a collective of the finest legal minds in one room, literally battling it out for idea and for positioning. And seeing these defense advocates play and really dance quite close to the fine edge of the law, but never really, going beyond the sort of outskirts of what is legally within their purview. So it's been an interesting sort of tug and pull. And you and I spoke about this 2 weeks ago, that things are going to get interesting now, because not only are we just hooked on the evidence, but we're also hooked in seeing a real life legal drama series playing out in front of us.
No, definitely. I think, people would often speak about Netflix, but I think we are really spoiled for choice, here at the Matlanga Commission. And one also gets a sense, that Matlala really does not want to testify before the commission. Because if you see, it's almost 2:00, 1:30 now, and nothing has been said regarding his testimony. And one gets a sense that, his legal attorneys are trying to drag this as long and as far as they can. And if advocate Annelien van der Heever presents herself before the commission today, tomorrow, if she does feel well, then we may even see yet another sort of attempt to waste the commission's time. So I think, his defense, as junior as they are, they've really tried by all means to not have Matlala testify. And it would be very interesting to hear when he comes back before the commission at 2 p.m., where all this takes us. Will he still continue, or will there still be more that the legal counsel and his defense actually wants to say to the commission?
Yeah. And I know we have to wrap it, Spatley. Just on a side note, myself and my team are just talking today, saying in all of this that we've seen at the commission, in the appearances and non-appearances of Suleiman Karim, in the talking and non-talking of the Vusimuzi Kat Matlalas, in the earlier appearances of the suspended minister, Senzo Mchunu, one very vital character still remains very central to that tender, that health department tender, is one Maumela, who is still missing in action, nowhere really being named by name or anyone connecting any dot to that particular individual.
No, definitely. And remember, with Suleiman Karim no longer appearing before the commission, that was one of the links that, we were preempting that the commission could draw with Morgan Maumela. And now with Matlala as well, sort of not wanting to testify before the commission, we had also hoped that maybe there will be something that is linked to Morgan Maumela. But as things stand, it does not look like the commission, is anywhere closer to getting access to this Maumela or getting information about him. So we'll just really have to wait, and hopefully, as usual, the evidence leaders who have vast experience have, a card up their sleeves to sort of link Maumela to any of these tenders.
Yeah, interesting indeed. Especially, let's leave it there for this afternoon. Thank you so much for the time. That was Sibahle Mota bringing us day 165 of the Matlanga Commission. My team is looking at me because they're saying, well, it's about 2.5 minutes before the news. You might as well have continued with Sibahle Mota. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line. We'd love to hear your thoughts in as far as the commission, what's transpired over the last couple of days. Of course, Vusimuzi Kat Matlala strategically invoking his rights not to self-incriminate at his earlier appearance last week, which essentially meant that a lot of the questions that are going to be posed to him, a lot of the statements and evidence that has been presented towards the commission, which is directly linked to him, was most likely those questions will not be answered. They'll not be affirmed nor denied by him because they still the matters of the criminal cases that are currently playing out in court. I think at last count he had 3 open cases that are playing out in the criminal and financial courts. And of course, there's questions around his relations with the suspended Minister of the Police, Minister Senzo Mchunu. There is the big burning question around this particular individual, Morgan Maumela. And these would have been the two individuals that would have, for all intents and purposes, either pointed the gun his way or not pointed the gun his way, who are choosing to really, if we were in America, would say it is the Fifth Amendment, the right to be quiet. I don't know what we call it in South Africa. So lots of burning questions still remain open. 061-410-4107. Let's take a quick pause. We'll come back. We'll introduce our next guest, and then we'll take the headline news.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation. Stages, pages, screens and more on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, it's just literally about a minute and a half to go before the headline news. So we'll just introduce our next conversation, and we're looking at disconnecting from the workplace. Can you really switch off after hours? There are some people who genuinely struggle to do that, and then there are some people who've got some hard, fast boundaries and are, hey, 1 minute to 4, 1 minute to 5, and they're already off. My next guest is Lerato Shawane, who is a human resources specialist. And Lerato is going to engage us in this conversation. Lerato, let's say good afternoon to you before we head off into the headline news. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you, and good afternoon to your listener.
Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. We're just going to take a quick pause for the news headline, and then we'll come back on the other side and get into this conversation. Disconnecting from the workplace. Can you really? Are you able to switch off after hours? It's 1:30. It's time for Ondalambana and the news headline.
Thank you, Bridget, and a very good day. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission has heard that attempted murder accused businessman Vusimuzi Ketmatlala was afforded 3 days to consult with his legal team before appearing before the Commission. 6 people have been shot dead in 2 unrelated suspected gang-related mass shootings on the Cape Flats. Police say in the first incident last night, when 2 men aged 19 and 36 were gunned down in a house in Lower Klipfontein Road in Silvertown. And a 22-year-old man has appeared in the Mdantsane Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape for the murder of boxing superstar Zolani Dede. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Stages, pages, screens and more on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right. I mean, technically it's not stages because we had our schedule on the other side. So that's coming up on the other side of this conversation with Lerato Shawane. How are you doing this afternoon, Lerato?
I'm good, thank you, Bridget. All is well.
Fabulous. All right, let's get into the conversation. So we're looking at the idea of disconnecting from the workplace. And I feel like it's an interesting one, considering that we live in an era and an age where we are literally always connected and probably even get judged to some degree for disconnecting and putting, that boundary between yourself and your work. It's like, this concept of, Beyonce's got the same 24 hours as you do.
Oh, yeah.
I find that so antagonizing.
No, it is.
Let's talk about this age, by the way, because what does it mean to switch off right now? And what does it require for one to be consistent in sort of putting that boundary up?
There's a poem I learned when I was in grade 9. It's Robert Frost, "Good fences make good neighbors." And boundaries are important for a person to actually also be in a position to show up as themselves in the workplace and, to explore other roles that people actually play outside of work. I think it's important to recognize that work forms a huge part of who and what we are. But, people have other roles that they need to play, whether it's mother, it's spouse, any other roles that they play. And they need to be afforded the opportunity to show up fully in those roles.
And interestingly enough, so then I wonder, are we in a society that recognizes the importance of every other role that a person fulfills? Because it almost seems as though from a professional setting, there is an expectation for you to be available, to be connected, to be responsive 24/7, regardless of what else is at play in your life.
Look, our legislation provides, employees with the right to rest. You can work, but you have to be given an opportunity to rest, recharge, and then go back to work. And I know that in the world that we're living in, we often have contracts that are, worded in a way that you may be asked or requested to be available outside of your core working hours, which sometimes can be taken a bit too far, where the expectation is you have to be available at the drop of a hat 24/7.
Does that also speak to some degree maybe to us having given that kind of social permission, whether it's to our colleagues, whether it's to our bosses, like where from almost like the onset of that professional relationship, you kind of give them that social permission to intrude in what essentially is now your private time?
So I think sometimes it happens subconsciously, where you make yourself available outside of, the working hours. And I'll give an example. You've got emails on your phone, you're doom scrolling, and you just happen to get an alert, and you respond immediately to that email. And the person on the other end is like, oh, okay, this person is online. An exchange starts to happen. And then the next thing you know, it's an hour, and you actually have been engaging in work when you ought to have been, resting and relaxing, or, doing other things at home. So sometimes it happens unconsciously, like you actually do it without even realizing. And I think with COVID, because we're spending so much time on these devices, wanting to be effective and available while, the rest of the world was, stopping, it did kind of get us into the habit of constantly being available, constantly using these devices to engage with the outside world. And now it seems to have become the norm in some industries and organizations.
So true. I think I went on the adverse after COVID. I just ignore. I will ignore, and then hours turn into days, turn into weeks, and I still haven't gotten back to anybody. I think at one point our leader here once said, "Are you even on WhatsApp?" I was like, "Yes, I am." How do we unlearn that, right? Because as you said, rest is needed. Rest is needed. In some industries, for instance, if you look at people who are on set in the creative sector, right? They contractually, that sector is meant to run for X amount of hours. After X amount of hours, they must take a lunch break and they must wrap the day. And if you want to go further than that, if you're chasing a schedule and you need to film something, or you need to wrap up because you've run behind and you need additional time, there needs to be a caucus and an agreement of everybody who's on that set in that moment, that, okay, we will give you an additional hour. But then tomorrow we're not starting at 6 o'clock in the morning as per call. Tomorrow we're starting at 7 because we are making up that hour. So in the absence of industries like that, where it's really spelled out and it's become part and parcel of practice, how do you then sort of turn the tables? How do you change that culture so people can feel safe in switching off?
I think managers have a huge role to play in this area, because when you know that you have a team of 5 and one person is on leave, it's important that person number 5 is not contacted during their time off. Communicated, and also if anything comes up, inform people that, they need to put in an out of office. And if there's a buddy system that happens, in the office, where if someone is unavailable, there's a person that can, look after their roles and responsibilities, accounts and clients, etc. Have that person noted on the out of office so that business can continue, and you create a culture that we are able to give each other space to take time off. If a person is vacationing in Vietnam, I'm not going to expect them to be checking emails. I should actually just act as if this person is only going to be back after 2 weeks. So, allocate those responsibilities amongst the team, communicate it to stakeholders and clients so that you're not frustrating and creating angst and anxiety amongst people, who are, not working, on holiday, resting, or whatever it is. So it has to be a team culture. And in that way, you also then create organizations where it is okay for you to take time off, because I know I've got 2 other team members that will be able to assist in my absence. I don't have to carry the responsibility on my own.
Is sort of creating that kind of team culture and boundary easier said than done in a situation where maybe the leader themselves is the workaholic that doesn't have the work hour, office hour boundary? So they're firing off and catching up maybe on the administrative stuff after hours because they've been busy with the operational stuff during the day. And now there's the sense of urgency of you must respond.
So, it does happen. You've got executives that will be in meetings from 9 until 5, and only after hours do they get the opportunity to respond to emails. And I've worked in organizations where, an executive would actually just have like a little footer at the end of their email to say, even if this email is received after office hours, the expectation is not for you to respond to it. After office hours, you can respond to the email during your working hours. So, communicate it to your teams as well to say, look, I burn the midnight oil, I struggle with sleeping, I might be up at 3 a.m. just to catch up on emails. That's when my brain is, switched on. So don't feel obligated to respond to emails immediately when you receive them. It's just my way of working. So leaders also have to communicate these nuances and these behaviors to their teams so that it is known that, said person is going to be responding to emails at 3. When I come in, say, at 7 or 8 in the morning, I know I've got 5 emails from my boss. I can then respond then and action those things.
All right, let's take a quick pause here. We'll be back on the other side. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
This morning to me, well, it took 8 attempts, but the Big Easy finally did it. South Africa's Ernie Els finally recorded his first win.
And it's just a month and a half until the start of the World Summit in Johannesburg. Now, most people are aware of the summit's goals.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that she has really paid a very big price for taking up music. Because what happened is that she left her daughter, one and only daughter.
You're listening to SAFM 104 to 107, and it's time for our music documentary series, The Music Makers. What is it all about?
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
You wouldn't pay 5-star restaurant prices at the drive-thru, so why overpay to insure your older car? Outsurance Essential Car Insurance covers older cars for much less. 38-year-old Portia pays only 512 Rand a month for her 2015 Kia Picanto and has no upfront excess payable, so no unexpected out-of-pocket payments. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS CAR to 43187. That's CAR to 43187. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP and T's and C's do apply.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Deciding to ignore the traffic report may cost you a dentist appointment, but deciding to stay with your current car insurance could be costing you thousands of rands in savings a year. Without insurance, 36-year-old Jill saves a jaw-dropping 471 rand a month on her 2015 Hyundai i20. Switch to Outsurance and you too could be one quote away from having more money in your pocket every month. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
061-410-4107. Let's go to WhatsApp.
Hi, Bridget. You know the topic that you bring it about. Actually, I actually switch off. After 4 o'clock. I switch off, and you find that I'll get an email from a manager at 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning. I just don't understand. I just switch off, and now we're going towards December. I can't wait to reach October, November. That is when I'm completely switch off. Switch off completely. So those people who say they wake up at 3 and then they're on their laptops, I don't understand. Honestly, I don't understand. And I'm in Cape Town and it's very, very cold. The laptop is very cold. I can't even hold it. So I just switch off.
He's so emphatic. He just switches off. But October, November, December, Charlie, it's a long time. It's a long time. He's got to kekeleza at least like December 10. Then you can kekeleza. But I do know people who also, one of my friends leaves his laptop in the car. Once he's signed off from work, he leaves the laptop in the boot and there it will stay until the next day. Unless there's been a plan that, working on a strategy or something, and the mind is adjusted to the fact that I need to put in these additional hours whilst I'm at home. And I think those are sometimes perhaps the hard, fast rules that we need to put in place for ourselves, Lerato.
Yes, definitely. I've worked with people that are very strict as far as also, receiving phone calls. Or other people will have a work number and they'll have a personal number. And the phone that they use for, work purposes, after hours, it's switched off, and literally nobody else has the personal number because they are quite resolute about, creating that boundary. Some people also just leave their laptops in the office as well. If you're going on holiday and you're like, you know what, let me actually just, leave my laptop in the office. I'll see it when I come back. So people have to actually, make an effort, because there's some people that actually overextend themselves to their detriment to such an aspect that it starts to affect their health and their other relationships. So, once you realize that it's actually starting to affect you negatively, it's important to put those measures in place to, create those boundaries, create those fences between yourself and work.
Absolutely. And as you said earlier in the conversation, the same can be said about professional settings. You teach people how to treat you. And so if you're consistently available at a drop of a hat, people expect that immediate responsiveness from you, even at times when it's inconvenient for you and not opportune for you to do so.
Definitely. So if you make yourself too available, you are then creating this norm that if I call this person at the drop of a hat, they're going to be available. And you might find that, you're consistently doing this, and it's creating and enabling a culture where you now don't have the opportunity to switch off and take time off.
Absolutely. I just want to sneak in some final messages there on WhatsApp, 061-410-4107. One says, hey, Bridget, I struggled to switch off from work. Oh, they just moved it as I was busy reading it. They're just switching positions for those WhatsApps quickly. One says, I struggled to switch off from work. I was even telling myself to forget work this past week and not to feel guilty as work is ever ringing in my mind anonymously. Another one says, hey, Bridget, I switch off from studies on weekends on Friday afternoon and then rest and enjoy my rest and activities on the weekend. Weekdays, I'm busy with studying on my master's course, and I have boundaries to switch off from the weekend as well. And this is Natasha from Nikak out in Pretoria. That's the other thing, right? Because we can switch off from the devices, but the mental switch off, you find your Monday is already stealing your Sunday and your Saturday.
This is where people actually have to find other interests and, recreational activities. So if you find yourself constantly thinking about work, even when you don't have the device in front of you, find something to do, read a book, go for a walk. People have started, running, going to the gym, doing, different activities. So do something that is actually just a distraction from the work that will require you to just engage and focus on other things. Even if it means, going to the mall, get yourself an ice cream, take a walk, window shopping, just seeing people.
Yeah.
For like 2 or 3 hours. Just do something that does not require you to sit by yourself and then start, responding to emails even in your mind when the device is not in front of you.
Yeah. Let's wrap it up with a final voice note, Lerato, and then I'll give the listeners something for them to switch off from work and look forward to on the weekend.
Hi, Bridget. How are you? Tell me, could you please ask your guest there, is it procedural or is it, what kind of behavior is it when you send official documents through emails and the person, especially in the position of the manager, is not responding to that email. But when you send other things, he responds, which means he can get your emails, he can see your emails, but he chooses to selectively respond to your emails. What do I do in such a situation?
I mean, I feel like that kind of derails us a little bit, because it seems as though you're struggling with your own situation of your boss or your line manager prioritizing the work comms that you send to them. So we'll think on that on your behalf, and then we'll respond to you privately. But let's wrap it there for this afternoon. Lerato Shawane, thank you so much for the time and for your expertise. Of course, much, much appreciated. That was Lerato Shawane, Human Resources Specialist. And maybe, Lerato, as we offline with my producers, perhaps you can give us one tip for this gentleman that clearly is in a bit of a tug of war with his line manager or his leadership there at work, to say, what good English can he use to say, Charlie, please stop checking WhatsApp statuses and actually respond to my work emails, which is essentially his problem.
I think they need to stop exchanging emails and have a face-to-face conversation.
Aha. There we go. There you go. You got some advice from Lerato, who's a human resources specialist. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, Lerato. Quick pause. We come back and we give you something to do on the weekend with the BMW Art Generation Volume 4.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, let's get into this quick conversation now with Kim Candon, who is the curator of the BMW Art Generation, and they're presenting Volume 4 of the Art Generation opening this Saturday. It's part of the broader schedule for the Art Joburg, which is coming up in just a matter of weeks. How are you doing this afternoon, Kim?
Hi, Bridget. Lovely to talk to you again.
Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Let's get straight into it. For those who are not familiar, who are wondering when and how did we get to Volume 4, maybe a bit of context around the BMW Art Generation.
Absolutely. So, we partner with the BMW, who are incredible cultural leaders across the world. And so with FNB Art Joburg, we partnered with them to create a program that really looks at a forward-thinking understanding of art and culture and those people that play within that arena, those, being academics, curators, artists, but also the younger generations, people who want to access and people who are interested in the art. So we created a program 4 years ago now that launched in Maboneng, actually, at Arts on Main. It moved then to Nyrox and included incredible music lineups. And then this year, the central theme within it is around an exhibition, which is titled From Whose Waters Do We Drink? And so this program is really about putting together all the incredible cultural moments that we have in Joburg as well as in South Africa. Really, Joburg is the cultural center of Africa, we say. Incredible music that comes out of here. Our talks, our television started in Joburg. It's just an incredible place where so much converges, so much from across Africa. It's a very pan-African space that brings together incredible culture. So that it all comes together within the BMW Art Generation, and we feature talks, artists, music, incredible food and drink, all within a weekend.
Absolutely. It's always a wonderful day out at the Sculpture Park. And you mentioned, Kim, that the framework for edition 4 is based on the theme, From Whose Waters Do We Drink? Maybe let's unpack that a little bit as well, and how it speaks to the greater framing of the exhibition, as well as some of the conversation that will be held at the Art Generation.
Thank you. So we wanted to centralize Art Generation this year around art. And in doing that, we also wanted to centralize within the city. So we're no longer at Nyrox this year. We're actually in Parktown North, just for your listeners to know that we've moved to Parktown North. And we have this central theme, From Whose Waters Do We Drink? It really developed from a trip that I did to Uganda last year. I was chatting to some incredible practitioners in the art world across Africa, and specifically to Raphael Chikukwa, who is the director of the Zimbabwean National Gallery. And he mentioned this idea of From Whose Waters Do We Drink? And it got me thinking, we as Africans have systems of knowledge that are very porous, they're cyclical, and they're kind of contingent on us as a community. They're not so stagnant and written in stone as those kind of Western prescripts are. And it allows for us as a people to have, different understandings of the way that we operate, the way that our communities should operate, and the way that we can look forward for ourselves. And so I wanted to reassess kind of the state of how we as Africans really create our own dialogue for ourselves, create our own knowledge for ourselves, and how that will allow us to create survival for ourselves, and look at kind of modes of looking at these things that aren't really extractive, but more changing, and allows us to kind of acknowledge ourselves, acknowledge our communities, and acknowledge that incredible thought that, we still kind of live, whether we are in the big city or not, we still kind of live with these thoughts that, we grew up with, and those teachings from our parents and grandparents that we grew up with. We still, in our day-to-day lives, there's still these things that touch us. And so I wanted to bring that out to the fore, and to kind of allow us to not just look at whose waters do we drink, but kind of how we replenish the source from which we drink for ourselves as communities and as Africans, and for our future generations.
Always an important part, I think. Oh, and thank you for that. One is so used to you all being at Nyrox, so perhaps before we move on, just to emphasize that fact that you all are in Parktown North. The exact venue for this year?
So it is called the BMW Art House.
Okay.
It is located in Parktown North, just a drive down from kind of the Rosebank Mall. It is actually, people will know it as the X Stevenson Gallery.
Oh yes. Okay. So we are at the BMW Art House, the former Stevenson Gallery. I know exactly where you are for this year's Art Generation. And as you're unpacking for us the concept of from whose waters do you drink, and essentially the conversation around it, I think oftentimes we forget that these spaces, are curated for exactly that sort of intergenerational dialogue, that introspective, retrospective, forward-looking conversation that seeks to somewhat assess the state of being, the social state of being at any given part. And I think oftentimes when people ask, what do you guys do at these exhibitions? There is a large part of the program that is really dedicated to an exchange of idea.
That's so correct, and we do that through our talks program. We have incredible kind of introspective talks that happen that, we try for them not to kind of go over people's heads. We want everyone to understand what we're doing. And so they are really pitched at a level of understanding and for allowing for understanding between, as you say, two incredible generations. So for instance, we have a talk between Naomi Yanga, who's the incredible impresario at William Kentridge's Center for Let's Good Idea, a multi-hyphenate, of course, as we all know, together with George Mahashe and Camille Hasim. Camille Hasim is a very young artist doing incredible things. Dr. George Mahashe is a professor at UCT. We have another discussion with Donna Kukama and Bronwyn Katz, moderated by Gillian Fleischman. Gillian is a really incredible, a young curator, together with Donna, who's a professor internationally, and Bronwyn Katz, who has an amazing practice that expands across the globe. So, really meaty talks, but talks that people will be able to understand and grasp.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to it. It's a weekend of art, ideas, food and music. And of course, they've changed location for Volume 4. So you can find them in Parktown North, just down the road from us for the BMW Art House. And just in our last minute, Kim, for folks that want to come through, want to get ticketing, not only for Art Generation, but also for Art Joburg in general, where do they go?
So just to kind of round things up, I think it's also great for you listeners to know that we have an incredible music program. So feeding into the theme, we have on Saturday Tando Zide, who's, melds kind of folk music with incredible R&B and spirituality. And then on Sunday, we have Nduduzo Makatini, who's really touring across the globe right now. We have the ticket price is, almost negligible if you think about watching a performance by him. So that's on Sunday. And so if you want to access these tickets, they're available on artjoburg.com. You can also track us on BMW Art Generation on Instagram or through FNB Art Joburg on Instagram.
Wonderful stuff. Kim, thank you so much for the time. That was Kim Candon, who is the curator of the BMW Art Generation. It's a few moments before 2 o'clock. If you're watching us on streaming, you probably saw my hands go up in excitement a few moments ago because I multitask during all of this. My nanny just shared a video of my baby girl taking her first few steps. Her heart has been wanting to for the last couple of days, but her mind has been saying, Mugel, we're going to fall. So she finally decided, actually, this is the moment. Every mom and dad will say, don't they just take the zeal out of us because they do all these things when we are away at work? Onde Lambana is coming through with the 2 o'clock news.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, Matlanga Commission rules on Ket Matlala's application hearing and a suspect appears in court on Zolani Deda's murder. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good day. The Matlanga Commission chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Matlanga, has ruled that businessman Vusimuzi Ket Matlala's application will be heard today. The ruling follows a tense exchange over a hypothetical scenario in which Matlala's legal team said it would walk out if the commission proceeded without granting them additional time to prepare their client. However, when questioned directly, Matlala said he had not made up his mind on whether his lawyers should withdraw. Commissioner Sesi Baloyi described the conflicting positions presented by Matlala and his legal counsel, Advocate Fatima Misi, as deeply problematic.
Ms. Misi, what's happening now is deeply problematic. I asked you directly, is it your instructions from Mr. Matala? You said yes. That's deeply problematic. Whatever stand down you get to go and consult with him, I would like you to end on that note from me. It's deeply problematic what just happened now, and I hope you find a way to address it. Because what it suggests and represents is what you said in response to my direct questions, is that is not the true position given what Mr. Matala is saying now.
6 people have been shot dead in 2 unrelated suspected gang-related mass shootings on the Cape Flats. Police say the first incident last night when 2 men aged 19 and 36 were gunned down in a house in Lower Clifffontein Road in Silvertown. Police spokesperson FC Van Wyk says a third victim aged 22 was shot in the head and later succumbed to his injuries in hospital. Van Wyk says the second incident occurred in the early hours of this morning in Blackheath.
In an unrelated matter, on Monday morning, Umfuleni police members responded to a shooting incident at the premises in Marshall Crescent in Happy Valley. Upon arrival, the bodies of 3 persons, a woman and 2 males aged between 20 and 25, were found in a shack with multiple gunshot wounds. All 3 victims were declared deceased on the scene by the paramedics. Umfuleni police registered 3 counts of murder. Both these incidents are believed to be gang-related and the suspects are yet to be arrested.
A 22-year-old man has appeared in the Mdantsane Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape for the murder of boxing superstar Zolani Dede. The man, who appeared in a wheelchair, is seeking bail due to his medical condition. The state intends to oppose this application due to the seriousness of the case. The state has further argued that there are medical facilities to accommodate his condition at a nearby correctional services facility. Police say more arrests are expected. The case against 7 Mfuleni accused arrested on charges of fraud, theft and tampering with municipal infrastructure has been postponed to 31 August for a bail application. The accused appeared briefly at the Vanderbilt Park Magistrate Court in Gauteng. The accused include Mfuleni municipalities, employees and representatives of Ndiyiso Consulting Group, which assists the municipality with debt collection. The state has also added a charge of money laundering. 5 suspects were arrested on Friday, while 2 were arrested yesterday. The state says it will oppose bail. Reports from Somalia say at least 9 armed men have been linked in a drone strike in the semi-autonomous region of Puntland. There has been a resurgence in piracy off Somalia's coast. The BBC's Barbara Platt-Asher has the details.
The group of men had been preparing their boats to head out to sea. A security official for the semi-autonomous Puntland region told the BBC they were all armed. He said he believed they were targeted by a Turkish drone. Last week, 4 men were killed in a similar drone strike, apparently after they'd returned from supplying a hijacked Cameroon-flagged ship. Reports suggest that vessel may be carrying Turkish weapons, but the BBC hasn't been able to verify that. Analysts say conflicts in the Strait of Hormuz and Red Sea have helped create new opportunities for the pirates.
Recapping the top story, Matlanga Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Matlanga has ruled that businessman Vusimuzi Ket Matlala's application will be heard today. I'm Mondela, one of SAfm News headlines at 2:30.
From yesterday's headlines to tomorrow's questions, 90 years of conversation.
Good day. I am Christo Odiede, Executive Director of the F.W. de Klerk Foundation. And congratulations to SAfm on reaching this incredible milestone of 90 years on air. For nearly a century, SAfm has been a true cornerstone of our national conversation, fostering robust debate, keeping citizens informed, and reflecting the diverse tapestry of South African society. May the station continue to champion independent journalism.
South Africa has changed. SAfm has evolved. The conversation continues. SAfm. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Matlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Matlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Wake up, everybody, no more sleeping in bed. No more backward thinking, time for thinking ahead. The world has changed so very much from what it used to be. There is so much hatred, war and poverty. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Wake up, all the teachers, time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say. 'Cause they're the ones who's coming up and the world is in their hands. When you teach the children, teach them the very best you can. Oh yeah.
The world won't get no better if we just let it be.
Oh no.
The world won't get no better. We gotta change again, just you and me. Wake up all the doctors, make the old people well. They're the ones who suffer and who catch all the hell. They don't have so very long before their judgment day. So won't you make them happy before they pass away? Oh yeah.
Wake up all the builders, time to build a new land. I know we can do it if we all lend a hand. The only thing we have to do is put it in our minds. Surely things will work out, 'cause they do every time.
Yeah. The world won't get no better if we just let it be. Oh, the world won't get no better. We gotta change it, yeah, just you and me. Yeah, 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 yeah.
It's the God hour, the morning I wake up just for the breath of life. I thank my maker. My mom say I come from hustlers and shakers. My mind building on skyscrapers and acres. He said take us back to where we belong. I try to write a song as sweet as the Psalms. Though I'm the type to bear arms and wear my heart on my sleeve. Even when I fail in God, I believe. Read the days and weave through the maze, and the seas are so amazing. Feed them and raise them. Seasons are aging. Earthquakes, wars and rumors. I want us to get by, but we more than consumers. We more than shooters, more than looters. Created in His image, so God lived through us. And even in this generation, living through computers, only love, love, love can reboot us. Come on.
Wake up, everybody, no more sleeping in bed. Oh, wake up, everybody, yeah. 'Cause I need a little help. I can't do it alone. Oh, I need a little help, yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I need a little help, yeah. Can't do it alone. Oh, I need a little help, yeah. Can't do it alone.
Wake up everybody, wake up everybody, wake up everybody.
All right. John Legend featuring Melanie Fiona. Oh my goodness, I haven't heard the song in a minute of Sundays. Wake up everybody. That's how we get to 2 o'clock. I'm still on high because, the baby walked while I was at work. The baby walked while I was at work. So you and I, because you're the radio aunties and uncles, we get to celebrate this milestone together. We've been wanting her to walk for the last couple of days. Okay, I kind of half. I've parts of me have been wanting her to walk. The other parts of me have not been wanting her to walk, strongly so, because I thought if she's walking, then we're firmly out of the baby phase and we're into the toddler phase. And I'm not quite ready for the baby to grow up. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Of course you know what I mean. Like if you waited a long time to have a baby, you just kind of want to soak up all the babiness before they become walking, talking toddlers and no longer just as adorable. But okay, I'm shifting focus. Let's get back to my guest, Difuo Machele, who joins us now, founder and host of My Entrepreneurship Journey podcast. And we're talking here because it's Women's Month, and we're focusing on women in interesting spaces and women who are on professional journeys, and just really unpacking everything that goes into it, from the challenges to the sacrifices, to the wins, to the losses, to the balancing of motherhood and other roles whilst you build this career. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing well, and thank you for having me here.
It's only a pleasure. We appreciate you coming. Congratulations on the podcast, by the way, My Entrepreneurship Journey. And this is something you co-founded with Keletso. Tell me how it comes to be, and who's Keletso
I
in
will
your
tell
life?
you. I will tell you. So, My Entrepreneurship Journey short mesh podcast. I started it in 2022. How I started it, one of the studies I was doing to write my thesis, I had to interview entrepreneurs from all sectors and all industries, and to find out what made them, what challenges they faced. So while I was sitting across these people, I found myself so lucky to have inside information on how they built their businesses, because usually we see someone as successful, that iceberg model thing, where we don't know or we can't see the things that they had to go through to get to where they were. Then I thought, entrepreneurship, we are taught, is a driver of any economy in the world. I wonder how that would be if everyone could have such insights. Because unless you grew up with your father owning a shop or a business, you would know the ins and outs of entrepreneurship, the obstacles they face. But it's not most of us who get to have those insights. So that led to me starting the podcast in 2022.
Sure, and it's been going well. Started off as an audio podcast, we were saying with my producer, but now visual podcast, because all podcasts had to migrate to visual podcasts.
Yes.
And let's talk about, just, I guess, the kinds of guests, and I'm not to assume that it's primarily women and female bias, but let's talk about the kinds of guests and the kind of entrepreneurs that you've had on the show. And maybe coupled to that also, the golden thread that you as a host has observed or picked up from a lot of the conversations that you've had.
I'll tell you what, Bridget, when I started, why I called it even My Entrepreneurship Journey, I thought, hang on, there you are, you're from business school, you should be knowing how to be an entrepreneur. Go put what you learned to a test, right? And what will you call it? I thought, I don't know. Okay, let me say this is my entrepreneurship journey. But then helping other entrepreneurs also to grow their businesses with whatever challenges they would face as an independent consultant, it could also be their entrepreneurship journey. So it could be anybody's entrepreneurship journey, depending how you look at it. So when I started, it was just with entrepreneurs, founders, people who started something. And, the market will respond how it responds. And as time went by, it would be leaders. I had amazing women in Kenya who started hair care brand called Marini Naturals. Then I had Taba Macheta. Taba Macheta is the lady that started the movement of the Bastutu blanket coats, and she would go on fashion weeks and all of those. And I had Fikile. Fikile Mtalo started what she called clubs. These were clubs that were non-degradable. I started like that and speaking with these entrepreneurs until I had entities coming. Stellenbosch University joined us to speak about the entrepreneurship programs they offer young children, so that, with the poverty and the unemployment rate that we have, at least they can do something with their lives. lo and behold, Standard Bank came to the pitch and said, hey, you are featuring entrepreneurs who would also like to give merchants know what products we are offering. So we started like that. It evolved. We started reviewing books, business books that drive business forward. So that's how we started. And it was everybody brought in their insights. I felt so lucky, and everybody who listened to our podcast to gain these insights. And onto the thread, what is it that was common that I detected? Mostly from women, from everybody, but I would like to focus on women in commemoration of this Women's Month. I found that these incredible people are not fearless. They were fearful, but they did not let that fear determine where they were going to go to. So they were courageous despite the fear. That is one common thing that I detected in their resilience. And it somehow speaks to even the women of 1956 when they marched to the Union buildings. If you listen to Sophie de Bruyn, she says, she was 18, I believe, at the time. She says, we were young, we were scared. I'm sure their voices were shaking when they went there, but they went anyway. So that is one thing I detected. These women are courageous despite of their fear, and they are resilient.
Absolutely. It's, who were we having this conversation with? I don't know if I was having the conversation with my team, or I was having the conversation in my inner circle, just to and someone said, the thing is, you've got to be in pursuit of your dreams and goals, even with the fear. I think it was one of my team members who was sharing a book, one of my producers, that the fear, you pack it in the car with you. Yeah. When you begin the journey, you pack it in the car and you say, okay, fear, let's go. Yes. Like, let's go on this journey. But in our ride, you are going to be quiet. You're going to sit in the back. You're going to be an observer. You are not going to dictate which route we take, how fast we go, where we stop. Right. You are just in the car because I have to take you with me. Yeah. Like, so you
can't ignore it.
You can't ignore it. And I thought that was it was definitely a conversation with my producer Aziza around a book that she had written, because we're talking about procrastination and how that derails so many dreams. Let's take a quick break and then we come back on the other side and continue our conversation.
Quantum on SAfm.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAfm.
Cape Verde gained independence in 1975. A small nation that built stability through resilience and connection. Tourism, services, and remittances power the economy, one of West Africa's strongest democracies. But challenges remain: drought, limited natural resources, and economic dependence on imports. Still, Cape Verde continued to shine through creativity.
It was not a racial war at all. It was the black students against the system.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Did you know that you can buy SABC programs to enjoy at home and at your own time? From your golden oldies like Ashifa Shaba, Inyaga Nyaga, and of course Okni Snokni, not to mention box sets of soaps like Isidingo the Need. Or it could be the legendary old games that you're looking for, or our programs from our radio stations. So we have you covered. For more information or to place an order, simply send an email to SABC Program Sales on content sales at sabc.co.za, or you can call them on 011-714-6650 or 011-714-7342.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
All right, Difuo Makele joins us, founder and host of My Entrepreneurship Journey. It is a podcast, and she's been in conversation with founders as well as entrepreneurs, charting their journeys, the ups, the downs, the challenges, the wins. And it's interesting, right? I watch a few podcasts, and now I'm going to go home and watch yours.
Right.
And I watch a few podcasts, and some of my favorite are podcasts like Emma Greed's podcast, which I love, which, similar to you, talks to founders from all over the world, from different sectors. And I love what you were saying earlier on about that open information sharing, because oftentimes people like myself who know nothing about anything, who've never started on anything, have a dream and a hope, will say, but how do I do it?
Right.
And I think those conversations can be so insightful in debunking a lot of what happens, what needs to be done, or even subduing the fear. Because when you hear someone else articulate their journey honestly, then it gives you a little bit of a, let me get up and do it.
Yes, that is true. And to add to that, we've also now evolved. As you mentioned, we started just as audio, and then, like I say, listen to the market. Then the reviews would be, especially on Spotify. Where's the video? When you spoke to that person, we wished we could have seen that person as she speaks or as he speaks about their journey. They were so passionate, and that was so uncomfortable for me. I felt so uncomfortable, and I didn't listen for a while, I must say, to be honest, because I thought, now doing video, I have to put myself out there. I'm so comfortable just turning on the computer, putting on headphones, and I speak to somebody from anywhere in the world. And so I took 6 months to try to pivot, because I wanted to do it well, and I wanted to be ready also emotionally, because that can take a lot out of you. Then in that, I thought, okay, we're now going to be intentional about this. If we are going to do that, yes, these entrepreneurs, these are business leaders in their own right. Now we're going to also feature leaders. You've seen how you had Stellenbosch University, you had entities like Standard Bank, you have the Legends Baba founder coming. These are entities in their own right. So now let's widen the scope. Let's include leaders. Let's have thought leadership conversations, entrepreneurship conversations, innovators conversations, and take it from there. So that is what we've been doing, and we've recently featured your executive, Dr. Gina.
Oh.
Yes, a remarkable lady. She encouraged us, and a lot of people came out of that saying, we feel this is so inspiring. And I felt so validated in that, in saying, okay, we're going to widen the scope. Let's include leaders that are sitting in their offices, and let's be on this journey in building the world we live in together.
It's interesting that, you came into the visual element of podcast Kicking and Screaming, because I think it also speaks maybe to you as an entrepreneur, because you yourself in the setting are on an entrepreneur's journey, And I wonder, before you got in, so I put podcasts in broadcast media. So before you jumped into broadcast media, by way of being a master's student, where was the focus?
So by trade, I studied medical science. I tell you, respected and doing noble work at the National Institute for Communicable Diseases. Then I thought, but I'm not really fulfilled. So I thought, okay, while I'm doing this, I'm going to just take myself to business school. Then I went there years ago. I did my PDM, and then I thought, okay, that's not enough. Then I went to do my MBA. So when I got out of that, the thing that was always settling me was entrepreneurship. And then that's where my study led to. So then when I came out of there, I thought, okay, I've learned what I've learned. through science. I am rooted in research. I am rooted in analytical thinking and critical thinking before we can say this is like this. But now I'm going to go into entrepreneurship, but over and above that, and help other entrepreneurs to succeed. And then over and above that, we are going to have those conversations. So that's where I started. And I like in the beginning, you asked me, who's Keletso?
Yes.
You mentioned Keletso. Keletso is an AI, human integrated mental health app that we are building. We are going to launch before the end of the year, but our website now is live. What prompted that? From 2019, WHO has been, shouting or screaming suicide rates in the world. And we found out Lesotho, where I'm from, is number 1 in the world per capita with suicide.
Really?
Swaziland is number 3. That's how many people are killing themselves. And South Africa is number 8. And then we thought, solutions like this should come from Africa by Africans. So we decided to, with 2 brilliant developers that I'm working with. One, his name is Lereko Foloko. One is Tlotliso. So we decided to go on it and build a platform because we found that besides lack of accessibility to this mental health places, there's a lot of stigma. Once you go and maybe check yourself into a mental health institution because you feel, we call you crazy, we call you all sorts of things. So we thought if it's in your phone and AI helps you, but minimally so, but the platform will detect when now you are a high-risk user, when now AI can no longer, because we don't want to leave someone's health in the hands of AI, then that's when a human kicks in and helps you virtually. So that is what Keletso is. It's AI and human integrated together to help anybody from anywhere.
I love the fact that, Difua, you really are the modern-day entrepreneur, right? Because it's about identifying your different strengths, and then seeing how many ways those different strengths could be maximized in different places. And I think it absolutely speaks to a lot of the, we've had thought leaders on the show and entrepreneurs and all sorts, and a lot of folks divert, pivot, wildflower, start off somewhere, end off somewhere, but somehow everything, every experience, every academic accolade, everything is still at play in whatever that they are doing, and very similar to your own personal journey.
Thank you.
Well, we have a minute left. So for folks that want to check out the podcast, My Entrepreneurship, so it's available wherever we go listen to all of our podcasts.
For now, since we've gone on video starting in this month, we're just playing to the YouTube.
Okay.
Where YouTube visual is there.
Yes.
So I want to focus there.
Okay.
Let's build our YouTube. And so for now, just type Mesh Podcast on YouTube, you'll find
Mesh.
MEJ, My Entrepreneurship Journey.
Oh.
You can type the whole thing, or you can just say MEJ. It's fine. Denoting My Entrepreneurship Journey. Yes, and on YouTube, and we'll be there, and you can get those insights there.
Wonderful.
And all the other legacy episodes, the audio ones are there too. So
wonderful. Thank you so much for coming through. And we wish you the very best in this with Keletso and everything else that you are working on.
I wanted to say in closing, we are of Women's Month, which is to commemorate this month. We are hosting I'll call it a high tea, and we have Mathangoi. Yes, Mathangoi was a chief executive or group executive at PRASA for legal risk and compliance as our keynote speaker. So we are all going to close this Women's Month collectively as men and women to talk about leadership. Where do we want to see our country to be? And so everybody is welcome to be there. You can just
social media, where do people go?
Mesh Podcast, all social media platforms, just look for Mesh Podcast or send me a WhatsApp on 073 133 3341 and join us there.
Wonderful. Thank you for the time. Let's get to Ondalambana and the news headlines, and then we'll come back on the other side with our kids programming.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the case against a 22-year-old accused of murdering two-time world boxing champion Zolani Laspondede has been postponed to the Mdantsane Magistrate Court in the Eastern Cape to 25 August 2026. Madlanga Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuseli Madlanga has ruled that businessman Vusimuzi Ket Matlala's application will be heard today, and the Chairperson of the Parliament Standing Committee on Appropriations, Musi Maimane, says the Defence Force's operational budget has been severely impacted over delays in funding for Operation Prosper. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Before there was the SAfm You Know Today, there was the English service. There was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. Bridget Masinga on SAfm. This program is brought to you by SABC Education, and if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Monday. Welcome to a brand new week on Kids Corner on SAfm. Today we're thinking beyond textbooks and homework and talking about skills that can help us in everyday life. What is one skill you wish schools taught every child? Why do you think every child should learn this skill? Is there something you wish you had learned at school that would help you at home or in everyday life? What life skill do you think children need most as they grow up? If you could add one new lesson to your school timetable, what would it be and why? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maya and my name is Makele. I am registered in the School of Brixton Primary. The skill that I think every child should learn is working using their own phone, because it can help them in some situations. For example, when he or she needs some furniture, they can make it by hand. No, I don't know that. The life skill that shapes is being independent. The new timetable that I would add Spanish, because I'm really interested in learning Spanish. Thank you, my lovelies.
Greetings everyone, my name is Nisha Masoko from Bristol Primary School and I'm 11 years old. One skill I wish schools taught every child is how to manage money. I think every child should learn this skill because even if you work hard, if you don't know how to save and budget, you will struggle. Something I wish I had learned at school that will help me at home is how to cook healthy meals and how to fix small things at home. I think the life skill children need most as they grow up is communication and respect. If I could add one new lesson to my timetable, I would add computer skills because computers are important for our future jobs.
My name is Monet Angel Ngabera. One skill I wish schools taught every child is money management. I think every child should learn this skill because it will help us to save money, budget, and make good choices when we grow up. Yes, I wish I'd learned cooking at school like other kids because it would help me to prepare meals and take care of myself at home. I think the life skill children need most as they grow up is problem solving because it helps us to face challenges and find solutions. If I could add one new lesson to my school timetable, it would be first aid because it can help us to save lives during an emergency. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Visita and my name is Pepe. I am in grade 6B. I'm 11 years old in Brixton Primary School. One skill I wish schools taught every child is financial skills like saving money. I think children have to learn this skill because it helps us be responsible with money when we grow up too. Yes, there is something I wish I had learned at school that will help me at home in everyday life. Cooking. I really wish to help my mom cooking so that when she comes home, she could just change, take a bath, and then she could eat the food that I cooked and rate my dish that I cooked out of 10. The kind of life skill I think children need most as they grow up is communication skill, so we can talk to people respectfully. If I could add one new lesson to my school's timetable, it would be first aid lessons because we need to know how to help people in emergencies. Thank you for listening. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Greetings to you all. My name is Elanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. What is one skill I wish schools taught every child is every school should teach practical emotional intelligence and mental self-care because children need this skill to understand their feelings, handle stress, and talk about hard things in healthy ways. Yes, there is something I wish I had learned at school that would help me at home or everyday life, which is managing personal finances. What life skill do I think children need most as they grow up? Children need a blend of emotional, cognitive, and practical ability to navigate the world successfully. If I could add one more new lesson to my school timetable, it will be adding a daily mindfulness and mental rest period to a school because it provides a dedicated pause for students to breathe, clear their minds, and reset emotional balance. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, my name is Danica Wood. My skill is editing videos. I have a lot of friends who ask me how to do edits, and I enjoy teaching people how to edit. At first, I found editing challenging, but after a while, it got easier. I would love to share my skills with others so they can try to do the skills that I can do. I would like to learn new skills from other kids so I know how to do them too. There's a lot of skills I would like to learn and be able to do too. I believe in sharing skills so people can develop many talents. Thank you.
My name is Lorin Moyo. Social skills are the skills that enable you to interact and communicate with others and create relationships. I think children are born with different social skills because some children are easy to talk to and make friends fast while other children want to be alone and don't talk that much with others. My best social skill is sharing. I don't mind sharing my things with other people, which makes it easier when we play with others. I learn sharing at home because whenever I get something or my brother gets something, we take turns to share that something. I wish I could have cooperating skills. I find it difficult to work with someone who is immune to me. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashley Kavamba. I believe my best social skill is listening to others and sharing. The people who taught me these social skills were my parents. The one social skill I really wish I had, but I am working on, is patience.
I think children learn social skills as they grow. My best social skill is cooperation. I am not sure if someone taught me how to cooperate, but I know that we are taught as children to treat each other with kindness and respect. I learned it by always listening to the person who taught it to me. No, I am very happy with the social skill I have.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Learning life skills is an important part of growing up and becoming confident and more independent. School teaches us many important subjects, but there are also skills we need to help us at home, at school, and in our everyday lives. Learning skills such as cooking, managing money, communicating with others, solving problems, managing our time, and taking care of our belongings can help us become more responsible. These skills can also teach us how to make good decisions and handle different situations as we grow. We should remember that we don't have to learn every life skill in a classroom. Parents, guardians, grandparents, teachers, and other trusted adults can teach us many useful things. We can also learn by asking questions, practicing, and our willingness to try new things. Learning a new skill can also sometimes be difficult, and we can make mistakes along the way. But making mistakes is a part of learning. The important thing is to keep practicing, ask for help when we need it, and not give up. Remember, friends, education is not only about the marks we get in our school books. It is also about learning how to look after ourselves, make good choices, solve problems, and prepare for the future. So think about one life skill you would like to learn. Maybe you can ask someone you trust to teach you, or find a safe way to practice it yourself. Every new skill you learn can help you become a little more confident, responsible, and independent. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep discovering what you're capable of. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives. For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
Time for the healing of the wounds has come.
iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online, or call us directly at 011-714-3936, or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
Your weekend football is sorted on SABC. Friday at 8:30 p.m. Bayern Munich will face VfB Stuttgart in the Bundesliga, live on the SABC Sport Channel on DTT OpenView and SABC Plus. And Saturday at 4 p.m. We have Bournemouth taking on Everton in the Premier League, live on S3, and the MTN 8 semi-final second legs are live on SABC1 from Sekhukhune. United face off for Orlando Pirates, and that's followed on Sunday by Mamelodi Sundowns against Golden Arrows. 4 massive fixtures, one football weekend live on SABC Sport for the love of the game.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right. Did you hear me? Bluffing my way through all of that sports shandies. Like I know anything about it. Alakuk Ntome joins us now, who is a Nairobi-based technical director. And his work is based on performance art in theatre, having trained in dance theatre and physical theatre. And today we are exploring 54 states. We're traveling to Kenya to talk theatre and the play The Dying Need No Shoes. Alakuk, how are you doing today?
I am amazing. We had traveled, got a little bit, and here chilling outside. The sun is good.
The sun is good. I love to hear it. We appreciate the time with you. Let's get straight into it. So we're exploring the theatre piece, The Dying Need No Shoes. It was featured at the Kenyan International Theatre Festival this past weekend. Talk to me about this particular production. I guess firstly, before we get to the production, let's get to the title, The Dying Need No Shoes.
So, The Dying Need No Shoe, I directed the piece. It's a piece that is dear to me. I've really interacted with it for a long time, looking at each word and breathing with it, and also playing with it, experiments, and also finding the right characters for the show. Yes.
And in terms of the piece itself, The Dying Need No Shoes, is this taken from a literary work? How does it find its genesis, or is it an original production?
It's an original production written by Dr. Fred Mbogo, who's a writer, and the work itself, with history, he wrote it, experimented with it, and around 2017 we started interacting again, him asking me if I could see some work and see what I can do, and there I was able to pick it and play with the work. And here we have the piece. We always call it a masterpiece here. Actors here who've really checked that work, they always say that's a masterpiece by itself.
It's a masterpiece by itself. And perhaps give us some context in the southern tip of Africa as to, who is Dr. Frederick Mbogo, who is a doctor of philosophy and senior lecturer at the Technical University of Kenya. And the kind of themes, perhaps, that he explores, both in the line of his work and also specifically to The Dying Need No Shoes.
Yeah, he's a writer. So most importantly, I think him as a writer has no stake in what we play. He's given us the freedom to play, and he always tells us, take your time. But he loves the show. Something interesting that for The Dying Need No Shoes, I've done almost 30 or between 15 to around 25 or 30 shows in different spaces, different times. And he has never missed. When you are a fan of your work, then you know that at least there's something inside there. And also the show itself, every time also as a director, when I watch it, I'm watching it a new show. I'm getting a different angle. So in creating this work, we tended to break the rules and allow the walls to see. And what I call walls are audiences. So you don't sit normally like how you watch a performance, but you sit around it. This is exploring stories that are hidden within the genes of human beings who've gone through trauma, who've gone through shameful deeds done to them, and they can't say brutal truths that nobody will speak out there. And curating this performance, we try to make the audience as the walls that see these things and don't speak about them. Because if walls had a way of telling us what they have seen inside rooms, then we could have tales and tales.
And in fact, to the sentiment about if walls could tell us what happens inside rooms, I've long held the belief that spaces, particularly walls, do talk. Walls do hold memory, they hold trauma, they hold hope, they hold dreams, success and failures. Walls indeed do talk, and you see this when you enter spaces of history, right? When you enter these spaces that share our collective history of events that unfolded in these particular buildings, within these particular walls. You feel those energies. You feel those energies around you. So I can almost envisage what you are saying about the performance element of the production, The Dying Need No Shoes, when the audience become the fourth wall, when the audience become part and parcel of everything that's been explored. I gather from our conversation that it is themes around trauma, it is themes around shame, it is themes around brutality that are explored in this particular piece, The Dying Need No Shoes.
It explores brutality, it explores abuse, and this of abuse sometimes it gets stamped into someone's DNA, and sometimes you find people doing things to other human beings, and then by the time you come to realize, then something else was done to them. So basically the piece is there to help people who have something hidden in them, instead of waiting for the damage to come, or you doing things unknowingly, to speak up so that we heal, to speak up so that we also prevent, to speak up so that we educate, to speak up so that sometimes also when you speak up, sometimes there's how our minds are wired to fix and the tiny dots in between and get a proper image.
Just on a broader conversation, just looking at the theatre space in Kenya, one knows very little about that space. Maybe give us just a glimpse as to how theatre is defined in Kenya, and currently maybe what are some of the productions that are being staged, and do they speak to the discourse that's being held socially?
The theatres do speak. I was able to watch performances at the Market Theatre. I've always been a lover following little clips that are shared from down there. We've shared spaces with amazing performers from South Africa, who also, some of them we've been to school with, I think, in different countries within Africa. And we are able to share these stories, both traditionally, both in a contemporary world, and also futuristic imaginations. And you notice pieces of art don't lose track, they don't lose time, because a traditional show speaks today, and a futuristic performance also speaks today, and our today's show will speak years to come. That's the beauty I get to see within the performances that are done across our continent, looking at the themes that are tackled. They're themes that basically try to educate, especially when you come for commissioning works to speak about specific topics on human psychology. Then you find that people will create. Also, there are people writing their stories, especially right now. I see a lot of biographical performances in Kenya, whereby people are speaking about their own experiences and sharing to the world. And these experiences, sometimes you feel like it is my experience, and then you notice that each and every individual in the room or in the audience or in a given space in the world is basically the I factor. So you have a story to tell, but sometimes you don't know how to tell your story. Then somebody else tells your story, and then your mind wires that story, and then you feel like at least you feel relief, at least you get to fix the dots and get the proper image.
Absolutely. We've just scratched the surface of the conversation, I think, in as far as looking at the creative space in Kenya. But for now, we'll leave it there. We appreciate the time with you, Aliko Kuntome, who is a Nairobi-based technical director, and he just presented The Dying Need No Shoes, which featured at the Kenyan International Theatre Festival. And this past weekend was at the Kasakamba Pan-African Theatre Festival that was held at the Market Theatre just down the road from us. That's where we'll leave it. Have yourselves an incredible afternoon. We thank you so much for being in conversation with us, for lending us your ears. We don't take it for granted at all. We'll be back with you again tomorrow, inshallah, God willing. They tell me not to feel some type of way because they're like, you're going to go home and the baby's going to take 50 more steps. I don't know if it works like that when you miss the first few moments. You know what I mean? The next 1 million that come after that will never be the first one. So let me go off and see my baby in full action. Have an incredible afternoon, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
In case you missed it.
Reverend Mashaba, he's the last one to talk. He promised 2 years ago, I'm going to spend my money. I'll get those people out of Lily Mine. Where are they? They're still there.
Mashaba, when you hear something like that, I mean, like I said, you could be sitting on an island somewhere, but you take this criticism. You must have a very thick skin. And how do you respond to something like that?
Well, I'm used to people who are drunk calling radio stations, and I mean, you can hear this person is not sober.
That was Nightfall with John Herika. If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation.
Thank you to Bridget and the team on the top stories. Case against suspect in Dede's murder postponed to tomorrow, and TikTok in trouble with the UK government. For SAfm News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good afternoon. The case against a 20-year-old accused of murdering two-time world boxing champion Zolani Lasbon Dede has been postponed at the Tanzania Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape tomorrow. The matter was postponed to allow two other suspects who were arrested yesterday to be brought before court. Eastern Cape boxing promoter Luyanda Gana says the boxing fraternity had been eagerly awaiting Dede's return to the ring in November, but were robbed of his talent.
I didn't expect Zolani to die like that, but I'm happy that the police did their work, arresting the culprits, and I'm happy that today you are in the court to see who did this, what will happen next.
The case against Stuart James Sharnick has been postponed to the 1st of September for further investigations. This comes as the state is still verifying information regarding the accused. Sharnick was arrested last Thursday and is facing charges of contravening the Firearms Act. Madlanga Commission continues this afternoon after a tense exchange earlier over a hypothetical scenario in which businessman Vusimuzi Ket Matlala's legal team said it would walk out if the Commission proceeded without granting them additional time to prepare their client. However, when questioned directly, Matlala said he had not made up his mind on whether his lawyers should withdraw. Commissioner Sesi Baloyi described the conflicting positions presented by Matlala and his legal counsel, Advocate Fatima Misi, as deeply problematic.
Ms. Missy, what's happening now is deeply problematic. I asked you directly, is it your instructions from Mr. Matala? You said yes. That's deeply problematic. Whatever stand down you get to go and consult with him, I would like you to end on that note from me. It's deeply problematic what just happened now, and I hope you find a way to address it. Because what it suggests and represents is what you said in response to my direct questions, is that is not the true position given what Mr. Matlala is saying now.
The chairperson of Parliament's Standing Committee on Appropriations, Musi Maimane, says the Defence Force's operational budget has been severely impacted over delays in funding for Operation Prosper. His comments follow media reports surfacing about how SANDF is facing budget problems and power outages in some of the military bases. Funding for Operation Prosper, which is the deployment of 2,000 SANDF soldiers to crime hotspots across the country, was only received last week. Maimane explains.
Operation Prosper was announced by the President in February of the State of the Nation address. The funds were only transferred last week, effectively meaning that the Army has to fund Operation Prosper out of its own operational budget. Now, if you do that, you can't maintain your own vehicles, you can't maintain infrastructure, you can't do the other programs that the budget is allocated for. But more crucially, is that the Army's military deployments have not decreased.
The British government has told TikTok and other social media companies to remove content featuring a social media trend showing people driving the wrong way down roads. The Defence Minister, Luke Pollard, told the BBC he wants the platforms to step up and demonstrate that they can police themselves. He says the content celebrates dangerous behaviour on roads.
If you have content online that celebrates this dangerous behaviour, driving on the wrong side of the road, turning your lights off while driving at speed at night, it encourages other people to do so as well. And on social media, the way the algorithms work is it spools up controversial content, it serves it to more people. The social media companies benefit from that, and the creators of that content can benefit from it as well.
Recapping the top story, the case against a 22-year-old accused of murdering two-time world boxing champion Zolani Lasbon Dede has been postponed at the Tanzania Magistrate Court in the Eastern Cape to 25 August 2026. I'm Mondela Mbana for SAfm News Headlines at 3:30.
Coming up in sports this hour, Springboks make 4 changes for next All Blacks clash, and Mackenzie gives SAFA 21 days to repay 13 million rand VAR money. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, welcome to the show. I tell you what, I've had a few people looking at me like all funny because it's been one of those miserable sporting weekends with the Springboks losing, and before that, Manchester United losing and Sundowns. Hey, not that I support Sundowns. I'm just saying they lost the game as well. And there's been moments of, taking the mickey out of me. But hey, it's Monday afternoon. So much to look forward to. 3 hours of you connecting with the pulse of the nation starting now. So I'm Ashraf Garda, and I'd love to know who you are. So best you drop me a WhatsApp, text message or voice note immediately and say, hey, this is who I am. In fact, you can also do the same on our Facebook as well as on our X platform. Tell me your name, tell me where you are, tell me what you do, send a picture if you like. I'd love to know who you really, really, really are. 086 000 2032 to call in live. WhatsApp 0614 104 107. What do you make of the ANC's manifesto? And what do you make of their plans to effectively now have an election to determine who can stand as mayors? So it's an election before the election. It's quite bizarre with time running out as far as I can see, but maybe you see differently. We'll talk about that next.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives. For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
Time for the healing of the wounds has come.
iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online or call us directly at 011-714-3936 or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, so let's talk about the ANC as they may call themselves the ruling party, although technically that's not the case any longer. As you know, they may well be the lead party of a GNU. There's a local government election coming up on November the 4th. You, of course, know that. But what that's going to mean for the country, what is that going to mean for the African National Congress, and what will that mean for the parties going forward to the 2029 general election is another question. And ultimately, we have to send it down to you. What does it mean to you? So anyway, different parties are making their pitch to try and get the right to craft the right, conversation that they can share to you to convince them to back them in this November 4 election, because they cannot take it for granted. One of them is the ANC. They launched their local government election manifesto at Riverside Park near Diepsloot yesterday. Now, the president of the party, president of the country, Cyril Ramaphosa, outlined 6 areas of focus for the party over the next 5 years. Interesting enough, he also made the point that representatives now would have 100 days to show real progress in tackling the most pressing issues in their municipalities, and those ANC mayors and councillors who fail to fulfill their responsibilities will face removal. All of this tells me that the ANC has understood, or they're saying so publicly at least, that they have to judge themselves by a higher standard now. If they didn't do so before, they're not a new party. They have to judge themselves to new ways of thinking. Right, let's talk about it with the SABC News senior politics reporter Ntebo Mokobo. Appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse. Ntebo, hi.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the viewers, to the listeners.
Thank you. First of all, before we even get into the content, how was the ANC manifesto release received by those who heard it physically, and of course those who follow it, in the media spaces?
Well, if you look at how it was received well by the rank and file members, because the almost 30,000 people who were there were mainly ANC members, and except the fact that there were those who were invited, like members of a diplomatic corps from different countries. But the rank and file membership really welcomed warmly that manifesto. But I managed to speak to some people outside of the stadium who are not even ANC members. Some of them, they say that it's interesting that the ANC today sees that they need to self-correct and do things differently, despite the fact that they've been in power for 30 years. The big question is, don't you see that after 5 years, the first 5 years of your governance, things are not going according to plan? The second, again, you recall, these are the 7th election now. So from the first, second, at least from the 4th election, the ANC should have seen that things are not going according to plan, especially if you look at the status, the state of municipalities, where the president accepted that, 15% of them, only 15% received clean audits in the last financial year, according to the Auditor General. So those things would have been corrected long ago, because the Auditor General has been identifying this problem of municipalities not really at par in terms of service delivery. Some people are even saying that, look around. Some townships, here it's better, it's clean because it's a new township. But go to old township, where mainly ANC councillors are the ones who are governing those municipalities or those wards. Those wards are like filthy. And the question is, what are the ANC councillors? Don't they see what is happening in their localities? But I think the president has come up with something to really respond to some of those challenges or concerns raised by people, because he came up with this 100-day periodic review in terms of what have they done within the 100 days that they were given.
Let's then talk about the manifesto proper. So you mentioned, there's been 6 areas of focus. So maybe very briefly, just run through number 1.
Well, you would recall, the overarching message of the ANC election manifesto is to make sure that they fix the local government. First thing that they need to look into is some of the problems that are clear, some of the problems that anyone can see. For instance, fixing repairing the street lights, fixing potholes, the running sewage, raw sewage that we see in the townships. Deal with that. That's what the president really underscored and emphasized, that unblock stormwater drains. They need to be attended to. Clean public spaces and repair markings and signage on the roads. The traffic lights that are not working. That's number 1, because those are things that are glaring. And then from there, the president emphasized on the fact that there has to be like a periodic review where all ANC mayors will have a community in Bizo to engage with everyone within their locality to ensure that they listen to their concerns. And of course, there must be a ward meeting in each and every municipality and every ward. There must be a ward meeting within 30 days. Every 30 days, there must be a ward meeting in your ward, Ashraf. So those are the things that I would say they are totally different. And one thing, again, that stood out even from some of those directives from the president is the fact that you would recall that the president has got something called a performance agreement with his ministers. But now those performance agreements have now been cascaded to the local sphere of government, where every ANC councillor will have to sign a public performance agreement and pledge ethical conduct. It is expected that within 100 days, there must be a service delivery or a delivery scorecard. That delivery scorecard, that's where councillors will be judged in terms of what they have done in the 100 days. So the delivery scorecard is something that is totally different. It's even different from what the president does with his ministers, because we know that there is a performance agreement that the president has signed with his ministers, but we don't know what is he saying to them, what are they saying to him, because they haven't been published. But this time around, the service delivery scorecard by councillors, there will be a publication of that. They will be published, those
all right.
delivery scorecards.
Let me ask you this then. In terms of your understanding, that this re-emphasis of what they need to do, in effect, for many people, proves exactly how much wrong that the ANC has done in their leadership over the last few years. I mean, it's everything that has been said by the president is not rocket science, but it's not been done by the ANC all these years. That's why bringing it up now sounds visionary, but in reality, it's what any good government ought to be doing, isn't it?
Exactly. That's why some people are saying, in fact, the problem should have been picked up in the fourth or the third local government election. Now we're talking the seventh local government election. They would have seen that something is going wrong. They would have seen with the municipalities not having clean audits. They would have seen then that there's something that is going wrong. But because the problem again about some ANC councillors is that they are just ward councillors, in fact. They are absentee landlords. They are just ward councillors, but they are not in their localities. You find a councillor who's a councillor somewhere in Soweto. That councillor doesn't stay in Soweto. He stays somewhere in Veltevreden Park. He only visits. Sometimes they're even shocked by the fact that they see on TV that in fact in their ward people are protesting there is no water. So that's one thing again that the president emphasized, that people shouldn't move around, shouldn't move out of their localities. They must be there. And at some point I remember, I think it was Hope Babu in Gauteng, emphasized that people must be in their localities. But it has never been followed that indeed the ANC monitors where their councillors are, and there is a periodic review in terms of what is that they are doing.
Okay, let me end with this. I mean, on the previous day, when the ANC named their mayoral candidates, they made the point that in fact they've named 4 per category. In this case, 4 nominations per candidate. So in fact, we don't have, for example, with Joburg specifically, because there's been a big story about Joburg, we still don't have an ANC mayoral candidate. How is that received, and have they confirmed then when will they announce that mayoral candidate for the various municipalities?
Well, I spoke to one of the nominees, in fact, a couple of them, and I remember one of them said, hey, I was made to wear a suit because I thought there's going to be a real announcement, but I mean, it's like these are an announcement of people who are part of the race. So some of them were very disappointed because, in fact, there was an intention to announce, but it was delayed. Remember, the press conference was, I mean, that announcement was built to be started around 9, and it was delayed to 11 o'clock. And 11 o'clock, the president even came after 11 o'clock. It started around 12.
So are you saying that in fact, it was on the agenda to announce the mayoral candidate, right? But then it got changed to announce mayoral candidate. So something happened at the 11th hour. What do you think happened?
I think something happened at the 11th hour. You know, it's very clear. Let's take, for instance, a classical example. Let's use Johannesburg, for instance. In Johannesburg, Ashraf, you've got 3 people who were built. One of them must be a mayoral candidate. It's the former chairperson, Dada Morero, of the region called Johannesburg, and then the current chairperson, I think, Loyiso Masuku, and you've got Reverend Frank Chikane. You know the contest between Dada Morero and Loyiso Masuku when they were contesting to become the regional chair. Mm-hmm. It was a bruising contest, and when it happened, Loyiso Masuku got it. Yeah. If you were to get let's say Dada Morero as the mayor of Johannesburg, do you think really Loyiso Masuku from from her heart of heart would really support the candidacy of Dada Morero? Do you think, let's say, for instance, you get Reverend Frank Chikane and then you ignore the regional chairperson, Loyiso Masuku? Loyiso Masuku would sit there and say, well, I will support because it's for the good of the ANC. He would say, I mean, okay, I'm the regional chairperson, but I'm ignored.
All right, which means, I mean, would you say what? Classic, would you say classic own goal here, maybe?
I think, for me, it's like a tactical political move, because they didn't want to have a someone not supporting their candidature.
Okay.
But we know that, I mean, in September, they said next month they will be announcing those candidates. So they were trying to manage that, because if you have someone, you will end up not having one candidate, the 2 who have lost. not supporting the one that has been chosen.
Let's-
So it's all about that.
Let's leave it at that. Ntebo Mokobo, SABC News senior politics reporter. I'll tell you what, reaction from you on that one. The ANC not confirming their mayoral candidates, and in fact also saying that if they confirmed it so early, then some of them will cross the floor to other parties. It's the most bizarre statement I've heard. Really. Tell me I'm wrong on that one.
Running a courier business is so hard these days. The petrol price, the breakdown costs, and so much more. Luckily, I'm with My Way Business Insurance. I get to save up to 20% on my insurance premiums for my vehicles and goods in transit. And just like that, I have more money for all my costs.
Switch to My Way Business Insurance and save up to 20% on your vehicles and goods in transit. Real businesses, real savings. Call us on 0860 646464 today for a quote. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. Standard rates and T's and C's apply.
The next great story, the next unforgettable goal, the next breathtaking destination, the next blockbuster movie. They're closer than you think. With SABC Plus, the very best of S3 is only one click away. Stream live or catch up wherever life takes you on your smart TV, smartphone, tablet or laptop. Register for free today. Data cost supply. SABC Plus, because S3 is never too far away.
The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, so there's that drama, and I welcome your thoughts on the ANC on that six-pointer. How convincing is that? Or is it a case of all makes absolute sense? I just wish it would have happened all those years before that. That's number one. Number two, mayoral candidates. It's still 4 people, as you've heard from the SABC reporter. The candidates actually thought that the name will be announced, and now they're still in like a semi-final mode. It's just it's the strangest thing, actually, with time running out. Let's get to the Madlanga Commission now. Drama today as well, with the Commission of Inquiry refusing a postponement application by the alleged crime boss, Savuzi Muzi Kat Matlala. Matlala back at the Commission for the continuation of his testimony. His lawyers told the Commission about their difficulty to consult with him at the Khosi Mapuru prison, where, as you know, he's been incarcerated there. Now, Matlala's advocate, Annelien van den Heever, was not in the auditorium at the Bridget Mabandla College, but her colleague advocate Fatima Missy informing the Commission that she's unwell. And after a brief consultation, the Commissioners refused Matlala's application for a postponement, and his testimony started then around midday. So we'll pick up some sound. First of all, advocate Fatima Missy, counsel for Kat Matlala, requesting a stand down, arguing it would be unfair for a client to be questioned without his lead legal representative present. Listen to this.
As I said, that we hadn't foreseen an instance that the Commission would possibly consider not granting us an opportunity to approach the High Court and address the application that we seek to be heard on an urgent basis. And if that is the case, I don't want to preempt what we would do if you decide not to grant us that opportunity, because for me it's a matter of you're either changing your ruling, allowing us to stand down till tomorrow. The alternative, you say, no, I'm not granting it, at which point the question as to whether are you going to rule, to say, okay, since you've intimated that you want to have my ruling heard on an urgent basis and reviewed, then you are welcome to do so. I excuse you. But if you choose to proceed without excusing us and thereby Mr. Matlala, I would then ask for a stand down, because then there are implications on him that would affect us, i.e., for one, walking out, and who gets to walk out, and if, for instance, counsel is removed off the brief, what are his options, and should he decide that he wants to walk out with us because he feels that he's being unfairly treated and is not being given an opportunity to be heard till tomorrow morning, with our undertaking being that whether Ms. van der Heever is here or not, we would have to ensure that I, being then the lead counsel, is prepared to continue and present before the Commission. Then, again, as I stated, we hadn't taken instructions with then. I think it would give us, if you could give us an opportunity to stand on further, depending on what your ruling is, to engage with him and consider what the implications would be, because there are different implications should you decide to protest and want to walk away, and who gets to do the walking away, and what those implications as well would be, Chair.
Okay, and there's more from her. Now, the Evidence leader at the Matlanga Commission, Advocate Andila Hassam, then read a message from Correctional Services stating that Matlala's legal team were not inconvenienced, and then making the point, well, I mean, you need to hear what she says about if there's no court order, proceedings should continue.
So, and I'm been instructed to put something on record. And I do so without having had the opportunity to make it, to alert my learned friend of this, because it's only came to my attention now while I'm sitting here. And it goes to the point of the complaint by Ms. Messi of the inability to consult in the commission.
Is it not Missy? Is it
Miss Missy? Apologies. Yes. Maybe I've got soccer on my brain. It's only come into my possession. I'm instructed to put it on the record. And it's a message from the Area Commissioner for DC, Department of Correctional Services, Commissioner Khoza. And what he says, and this is received at 11:36 this morning, and as I said, I'm instructed to put it on record. I'm not going to read the entire thing into the record, just the factual part, not the comments, if I can put it that way. So the relevant part of the message is facts provided are not true. I am not even aware of the challenges advanced to the Commission. I think the challenges that were complained of. And then the next message, they consulted for 3 days, and we are prepared to make concessions any time because we understand the importance of the Commission. I checked with the head of the centre, Mr. Kabengu, on all these challenges. He also denied to have created any disadvantage to them. So that's a message from the Area Commissioner Khoza. And as I said, Chair, I'm just putting that on record. None of that actually changes the legal position that is before you. And the legal position is that a stated intention to launch an urgent application does not itself suspend this Commission's proceedings. Unless and until there is an order from a High Court that interdicts the Commission from proceeding, it can continue, subject, of course, to the Chair's discretion to adjourn.
Right, there's more. As Advocate Andila Hassam said, there's, instead of saying Missy, she said Messi, so maybe I've got soccer on my brain. Can you just think about that amidst the seriousness of the Matlanga Commission? Now, to continue then, Advocate Vusi Musi Kat Matlala then said he is in the dark as he has not been given an opportunity to fully understand and conclude discussions.
Yes, so I'm actually in the dark now because while I was having lunch, I didn't have enough time to conclude what we've been discussing, so we just came right straight here. So I do not know whether my legal counsel, what they are saying now is what comes from Mrs. van der Heever as instruction or not. So I'm actually in the dark. I don't know what to say.
So basically, you are not really party to what has been announced?
No, we've discussed the options, yes. But I haven't had the time to make up my own mind. So,
all right. Maybe the best is for me to announce the decision. Having considered
as you then heard, I mean, that initial point was deliberating about whether the Commission should continue for the day in terms of the cross-examination. That did not happen. Never mind, their lead counsel, in fact, was absent, and Advocate Fatima Missy had to stand in for her. So that's continued. That's ongoing right now. Let's get some comments from you. Listen to this one.
Nano Asraf, Mona in Cape Town. You know, the ANC is the party where everyone wants to be in power. That's why if you're looking at all these independent candidates, all of them are from the ANC. Just because they couldn't rise in power, they went out to do their own political parties. What I'm trying to say is that this thing of Joburg and then ANC not announcing candidates for mayoral candidates, it's not because they have a strategy. It's just that they didn't agree. They've got factions. The other faction want this and other faction want that. Now they're trying to manage time and chaos. You understand? So there is no strategy. ANC will never change. ANC will always be corrupt and everyone want to cling to power so they can steal as much as they can.
So you see, here's the point. Your point about ANC having factions. Can I tell you something? I can mention 5 parties at the top of my head, and each one of them are riddled with factions. The MK party has got a new somebody gets kicked out every week. Build One South Africa is a key member just leaving them. And that's at the top of my head. Do I need to mention the DA and what's happened to them and their leadership and the factions within them as well? I can go on and on and on. It's a bit of a misnomer to think it's only one party. It's the way it is. And it's not good or bad. It's the way it is. News headlines. Here's on Deline Bana.
Thank you, Ashraf, and a very good afternoon. On the news headlines, attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Ket Matlala has told the Madlanga Commission he cannot answer certain questions because he is an accused in ongoing criminal cases. The case against a 22-year-old accused of murdering 2-time world boxing champion Zolani Lasbon Dede has been postponed at the Mdantsane Magistrates Court in the Eastern Cape to tomorrow, and government is pushing for stronger partnerships with the private sector to accelerate infrastructure development and improve service delivery. This is the focus of the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium, now on its second day in Cape Town. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Right, Jimmy. So, I mean, the Boks supporters in their numbers expected the Boks to win. They didn't win. They had a better part of many parts of that game and then ultimately paid the price for losing the opportunities. Now, Plan B, new team for Cape Town.
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Not the greatest start for the Springboks, however, a change of players in Coach Rassie Erasmus' side, because this time around the Springboks have made 4 changes to the starting team for their rugby greatest rivalry rematch against New Zealand. Sasha Feinberg Mgomezulu has been dropped to the bench following his difficult outing in the 33-16 defeat at Ellis Park, with Andre Pollard taking over at fly half. Siya Kolisi is in line to return after recovering from a hamstring injury, although he will face a late fitness test if ruled out. Paul de Villiers will start at flank. There are also 2 injured enforced changes, with Cheslin Colby and Grant Williams unavailable. Ethan Hooker and Kobus Reinach come into the starting lineup, and Peter Steph du Toit will captain the side on his 100th test appearance, while Oxen Chair will earn his 50th cap. And Rassie Erasmus says that the changes are aimed at achieving what the team wants on the field, with the players prepared for another intense and physical battle against the All Blacks. In terms of football, Sports Arts and Culture Minister Gayton McKenzie says that he has uncovered many problems within SAFA and has accused some officials within the organization of corruption. He says that while SAFA President Danny Jordan often takes the blame, there are other influences and internal problems affecting the association. McKenzie insists that there are few rotten potatoes within the organization who need to be held accountable.
One problem I've picked up. All the problems of SAFA gets blamed on Danny Jordan. There are people within SAFA. They take advantage of the fact that people are going to blame Danny. And Danny allows that. There are some gatekeepers there in SAFA, corrupt, that doesn't want VAR to happen. Because how do you explain your minister putting money forward and it's not coming? And I'm telling you, when I went to SAFA, there's 2 officials, I'm getting the names tomorrow, I'm going to name them, that is blocking this thing. Corrupt to the core. What is stopping this thing? What is stopping VAR? What more can I do? I have sent them with the money of the state to to go and look at the different options. They came back, I followed the processes. I asked Treasury, can I please give this money? Treasury gave me the go-ahead. The trouble I went through, but now it's not happening. And I can tell you now it's not done or done. It is officials in there. And that I'm never going to allow. I'm going to give SAFA the 21 days, but you must watch what happens after 21 days.
So as we know, the minister has asked for his money back. I think it's around 13 million rand. And SAFA has asked that please can they be given 21 days to sort out their affairs. And also the minister was saying that he actually wrote a letter to FIFA in terms of trying to find another way of bringing VAR to South Africa. Whether that will happen or not, we are yet to see with regards to that one. Elsewhere, the ball used by Diego Maradona for his famous Hand of God goal at the 1986 World Cup has been sold at auction in the United States for around £2.5 million, or about 54 million rand. Maradona scored the controversial goal by using his hand during Argentina's 2-1 win over England in the quarterfinals. He later scored another famous goal in the same match, known as the goal of the century. The Adidas Azteca ball had been kept for decades by the match referee Albin Nasser. It was expected to sell for around £7.3 million, but the final price was much lower, and Maradona's shirt for the same match sold for around £7.1 million in 2022. In terms of cricket, player registrations are open for the Betway SA20 Season 5 auction, which is set for the 7th of October. Registrations close at 5 p.m. on Monday, the 14th of September, with 19 squad places still available across the franchises. Joburg Super Kings and MI Cape Town have 6 slots each to fill, while Pretoria Capitals have 5 and Sunrisers Eastern Cape 2. Joburg also have the most money left to spend, with 20.6 million rand in their salary cap. Then finally, in golf, Bryson DeChambeau says that he is proud of what Live Golf has achieved as the Breakaway League faces questions about its future following the final event of the season. And the league, which launched in 2022 as an alternative to the PGA Tour, has faced an uncertain future since Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund withdrew its financial backing in April. And DeChambeau, who led a selection of star players in joining Live Golf 4 years ago, says that although the Breakaway League has not been perfect, it has a lot of potential moving forward. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Thanks for that. Well, there we are, Live Golf. See, that's the one thing when there's such a huge investment from one group that puts money into a project and they decide to withdraw it, that entire project in just 1 second suddenly becomes vulnerable and may just completely collapse. When many may think, let's hope it doesn't, but they have to find alternatives. Otherwise, Live Golf will, well, stop living.
Cape Verde, West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life.
More than likely, Tsetse, that you're being described up and down the country at the moment as a communist.
There is no truth in that as far as I'm concerned. It is just that in South Africa, if you're not doing what the government expects you to do, then you are a communist, of course.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday,
the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is not improving.
Good morning and welcome to the Sunday edition of the JSB House. I'm Michelle Constant.
If a union treasurer is popular, then there must be something wrong with the finances. You are extremely popular this morning, Minister Manuel. Is there something wrong with our finances?
It's a very good evening, or rather afternoon to you, Mzansi. Welcome to Otherwise on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader. My name is Shadow Twala.
So, you know how important social grants are, right? And it turns out that there's a big study that's been done. The University of Johannesburg's been looking at it.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, let's get on to other issues, and this is about a person whose legacy is immense and will not go away, and obviously should not go away. I'm talking about Babita Deokaran. So, incredibly, it's now 5 years since she was gunned down outside her home. So 1,823 days after the hitmen were arrested. The question is, who ordered the hit? And we know we're close to finding out where that is. So there's a natural call for justice, which I would think has been probably repeated every day of the 1,823 days so far. Let's have in conversation Rakesh Deokaran, who's the brother of Babita Deokaran. Rakesh, appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Ashraf, thanks for having me.
Thank you. It must be the most difficult thing to talk about this all the time, because I would think since that day, wherever you or your family engage with other people, whether it's on air, on a Sunday afternoon, coffee with friends, wherever you may be, the issue of Babita is going to always come up, isn't it? It has to.
It has to. It has to. She's set an example of, should I call it legacy? Or whatever she said, she set the bar on a high note. So going forward, all she wanted was the best interests of this country, the Republic of South Africa.
And she's paid with her life in pursuing that truth, isn't it?
So Ashraf, to be honest, she didn't know she was going to be in her life or with her life. And as a family, she did not discuss work with us, which is the honest truth. And all she knew was living for this country and trying to do the best for the country of South Africa.
So now, again, we've never chatted before, so, our condolences, my condolences, and it's a terrible story, and yet it's a story of great inspiration at the same time. It sounds contradictory, but, both can be true at the same time. Now, having said that, and I observed the coming together of the family yesterday at the place where she was killed, right, marking 5 years, and, you have a message. You're asking questions as taking the same old question from before. What is the most fundamental question you're asking now?
So the most fundamental for me is when I say the 6 people that were arrested and sentenced, I don't want them. I want the mastermind or the masterminds beyond it. Because remember, hitman does not hire himself. Somebody hired them to do the job. And as I've stipulated in one of the guys that were sentenced, they said all they knew was Indian woman with a Mercedes Benz. Take her out because she's creating a problem.
So it's a hired hitman, gets paid to do a job and do the job and move on. That's what it is. For them, that is, right?
So from my knowledge, between the 6 of them, they were paid 400,000 each, which equates to 2.4 million for one woman.
The stakes were obviously the stakes were high. To have offloaded 2.4 million rands to secure a death in this case here means you must have access to money, right? To your point. So you say you are no closer to finding the ringleaders. Why is that? What has happened? Where's that case?
So remember, we put our trust in the SIU, right? So, as you said, and I speculate again, 2.4 million for one woman is not acceptable. Because they knew what they were doing, and I don't know who it was and who it is, but they need to come to the fore and accept what they did. Until then, we will never rest. We won't. People always ask us, are you okay? No, we're not okay. And we'll never be okay. Even if those masterminds come to the fore and accept what they did was wrong, we will never accept it. Because one female, even on Women's Month, and you do something of that callous and of that manner, it's unacceptable.
But that point that you make about we are not okay, you know, sometimes when we talk about crime issues on the airwaves, you tend to look about guilty, not guilty, who's involved, but it's very much on the legal aspect. Your point about we're not okay brings to the fore the reality, which is it affects the lives of at least 50 people. I mean, your entire family, extended family, children, they will always talk about this for the rest of their lives. So you're right, you cannot be okay. And I mean, the point I'm making is that we need to be aware, if we're not aware before, how one murder affects and changes the lives of so many people, isn't it?
So it changes the life of society, not just for us. Remember, we're adults, right? So externally, we need to perceive ourselves to be okay. But internally, no one questions how the person feels internally. And it's very difficult to explain, because I've been through many interviews whereby, how are you? How are the family? How do you answer? Yes, we're okay. We're okay, but internally we're not. It broke us. It did. And as I said previously in my other interviews, it all pertains to the leadership of this country.
And if you find that beyond the 6 that you actually are able to get to the ringleaders someday, would you then be okay, or it actually wouldn't? It would still not change anything. It'll be justice, but
No.
the lives have changed.
Ashraf, to be honest, Ashraf, there will be no comfort. You took something very special, not from just us, not from our family, and not from her daughter. You took someone very special from this country, the person that was standing for righteousness, for dignity, for principles, however you want to say it. But that was her true value. And remember, I always said, she stood for Tembisa Hospital, right? She had no intention to be there. She could have just walked away. But our values and principles never made her walk away. We're all human beings.
And she was willing to stand for it. Interesting. The acting police minister, Feroz Kachalia, who I think was there yesterday, right? At the site where all of you had made the mark for Babita. And I'm quoting him. He said the masterminds behind the brutal murder of Babita Deokaran are free because they are in positions of power. Now, I mean, that's a damning statement for him to make, meaning he's confirming exactly what you're saying. Of course, he's only new in the job now, right? But suggesting that they are in positions of power. So the question is, if they are in positions of power, then, well, who are they? Because then how would he know they're in positions of power? Somebody has to tell him that.
So I don't know how to respond to that question, but that was his exact words. And I'm hoping, and I know he will do what he has to do. Because remember, he's become part of South Africa from a long time, prior to 94. He's been in the struggle, he knows the struggle. And he knows the way forward. But I guess he's in a situation whereby he cannot speak a lot, but his statement resonated, and as you said it as well. And it struck me, you know, when the minister says something like that there, somebody knows something, and they need to come out now. I'm hoping I will not put the pressure on him, But somebody needs to come to the fore and answer for that statement.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, let's leave it at that. I hope we come to a day when those names come out and we'll be able to talk to you as well. In the meantime, we know you're not okay. We know your family is not okay, but I wish somehow you find peace within this mayhem.
It's difficult, but as for Minister's statement, it will come out.
Okay, and that's where we shall leave it. It will come out. Rakesh Deokaran, the brother of Babita Deokaran. And thank you for your time. Much appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse. I mean, they saying they want to get to the real power behind the killing of a sister. It can't just be the 6 hitmen. They were just hired hitmen. And then to confirm that, Firoz Kachalia, the acting Minister of Police, shall I repeat what he said? The masterminds behind the brutal murder of anti-corruption whistleblower Babita Deokaran are free because they are in positions of power. What do you make of that? This is the National Pulse.
This September, S3 brings you thought-provoking nature dockies that will change the way in which you view the world. Temperature Rising tells the story of 3 activists as they grapple with what thinking globally and acting locally means as they fight the barriers to climate action. Airs Sunday the 8th of September. Channel your inner activist with our selection of premium dockies Sundays at 5 p.m. only on S3. Open up.
From the voices that made history to the voices making history today. SAfm.
My name is Dean Duplessis from Harare in Zimbabwe, and I would very much like to extend a huge, massive congratulations to SAfm for being around for 90 years. I've also been very privileged to be a part of SAfm, albeit in a very small manner, as I occasionally do cricket reports, updates, and analysis as well. Happy birthday, SAfm. Here's to another 90 years.
90 years of conversations, recaptured, relived, and projected. SAfm. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Right now, your weekend football is sorted on SABC. Listen to this. Friday at 8:30, Bayern Munich facing VfB Stuttgart in the Bundesliga, live on SABC Sport Channel on DTT. Open view in SABC Plus. Saturday at 4 p.m, Bournemouth take on Everton in the Premier League. That's on SABC or S3. The MTN 8 semi-final second legs are live on SABC 1. Sekhukhune United facing Orlando Pirates, followed on Sunday by Mamelodi Sundowns against Golden Arrows. 4 massive fixtures, one football weekend, live on SABC Sport for the love of the game.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm.
Right, reaction on the Madlanga Commission that you've heard today, reaction on the ANC and their wish list, their manifesto, but also their stay in terms of holding on with regard to their mayoral candidates. So they don't have a candidate, they've got candidates for. And when that's going to work itself through with a deadline coming up and every other party now putting forward their candidates and engaging in the public spaces, I don't really know. What do you make of that? And then, of course, that conversation with the brother of Babita Deokaran. We are not okay, is what he says. Sasha in Poch, hi.
Hi, Sharaf.
Yeah, good talking to you, Sasha.
Thank you very much for taking my call, and thank you very much to your producer.
Thank you.
Yes, I was also going to weigh into the ANC's manifesto, etc. But now, what really caught me is the brother of the late Babita. Ashraf, it's true what this brother is saying. the leadership of the country, who is the ANC, those are the people that knows what happened to that woman. Only for standing up for the country. I mean, it was Tembisa Hospital, but this is a whistleblower. But the leadership of this country did not mind killing a woman only for doing the right thing. It's true what he's saying. Whoever that mastermind that can come and say, no, it was me, it's not going to bring her back. But we must also remember, at least justice would have been done if somebody who is the mastermind, not those people who are sitting in jail now, no, those are Inkabis, and Inkabis we know that are from KwaZulu-Natal, and we also know that the person who had a problem at the time was a minister that was accused of or implicated of 150 million, and nothing was done about it. That very minister is still very active in the ANC. So what I'm saying, Ashraf, if South Africans can just wake up and let's vote this ANC out of power.
Okay, but that's another issue. You see, what I don't want to get into is to lobbying, and many people do that. They make a point, and then they want to say who they must vote for. You can vote for whoever you like. But if you want to make a point about Babita, go ahead and talk about Babita.
No. Ashraf, it's not about... I made my point, but I'm saying, okay, here's my point, but here's also a solution.
Yeah.
Because this thing comes from the ANC. You can say whatever you want to. The ANC is involved. The ANC killed Babita.
Yeah, but you can't say that. No, but I mean, are they? But I'm telling you that they haven't been convicted. Has the ANC been convicted? ANC, have they been convicted? I'm talking legally. You can't say that. It's not. You can't say that. I'm telling you that. Forget my opinion.
The point of the matter, I respect your opinion, but the point of the matter is, can we please be allowed to speak up our minds?
No. Let me explain to you. You can say what you want, but you can't make a conviction. You can say somebody killed her. That's true. When you say the ANC, you are a court of law. You have passed a conviction. You passed a judgment. I can't allow that to stand on a show like this. I just can't. Okay, that's the point. Sasha, thank you. That's my point. You have a freedom to express yourself, but there are limitations in that freedom. Anonymous, go for it. Hi.
Hi, Ashraf. How are you?
I'm good indeed, right? Go for it.
I'm fine, thanks. I think we as South Africans, we are not worried that much about people getting hired to kill people. The monies that are used to pay these people are the very same ones that are hidden under the sofas.
Well, the money could be anyway. I mean, wherever it is, under the sofa, on top of the sofa, in a box.
If it was not the monies that we don't know about, which are hidden somewhere else.
Okay, and your point is what?
We need to do something about it.
Well, absolutely agree with you. We need to do something about it. Thank you. Well, I mean, you are right. And I do agree with Babita's brother that there's no question that when you get... It's not just about her sister. When you hear these hits every single day, those hit men are paid for by someone who's got a lot to lose if that person stays alive. So they're willing to pay big money. The question is, who are these someone or some people? Here's some comments.
Hi Ashraf and the SAFM listeners, it's Dean. Welcome. If the acting commissioner of police happens to know these killers that are in power, as he says in his own words, why doesn't he just do the right thing, open a case against them? Let's have them arrested and sentenced. We don't want to hear these kinds of speeches anymore where things are just said and there's no follow-up. And then it ends just like that.
Well, there may well be a follow-up. Why just can't we convict them? What's the reasons why these people in high places? Because the key part from Minister Kachalia's point is the fact that he says they are known people in high places. That means he knows that. He wouldn't just say that. Why would he say that if he didn't know that? And if they're still in high places, with influence, then why haven't they been brought down? Ashraf, hi. I think Tembisa Hospital should be named Babita Deokaran Hospital with a statue in front of the hospital. Right, there's more on that, and others have spoken about factions, which we've discussed already. Here's an important one too.
Hey, Ashraf, it's Kuligan Bata here in Durban. I don't think any sober-minded person will vote for the NC. So everything is going down in this country. To give them another chance, it will be disaster for this country actually. ANC is failing to organize themselves just to elect the right people into right places. So the only thing that they are busy with is to protect Ramaphosa from taking accountability. You cannot defend someone who had a foreign currency in his farm, and that corrupt SARS supported nonsense to justify the transaction was not perfected. And come 4th November, no municipality must fall into NC's hand.
Yeah, but I mean, I hear you. Look, I think you've made your point. But the fact is, does it suggest that all the other parties are being run well? Seriously, just pay attention to that. 4:00 it is. So what's happening in the world, South Africa and around the globe? Here's the news at 4 with Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Ket Matlala refuses to answer certain questions at the Madlanga Commission, and the case against suspect in Deda's murder postponed to tomorrow. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. Attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Ket Matlala has told the Madlanga Commission he cannot answer certain questions because he is an accused in ongoing criminal cases. Matlala has repeatedly invoked his constitutional right against self-incrimination, refusing to answer questions about his dealings with EMPD, former Police Minister Bheki Cele, General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, and alleged benefits provided to suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Shadrack Sibiya. He says responding to these questions could prejudice pending investigations and court proceedings.
I therefore state categorically that I'm not prepared to answer any question I have previously answered on which I have now been charged or in which I am a suspect. Answering such questions now will violate my rights to a fair trial and my right to silence and my right not to incriminate myself.
The case against a 22-year-old accused of murdering two-time world boxing champion Zolani Laspon Dede has been postponed at the Mdantsane Magistrates Court in Eastern Cape tomorrow. The matter was postponed to allow two other suspects who were arrested yesterday to be brought before court. Eastern Cape boxing promoter Luyanda Kana says the boxing fraternity had been eagerly awaiting Dede's return to the ring in November but were robbed of his talent.
I didn't expect Zolani to die like that, but I'm happy that the police did their work, arresting the culprits, and I'm happy that today you are in the court to see who did this and what will happen next.
The Gauteng Education Department says it is deeply disturbed by an alleged attempted sexual assault involving learners at Villa Lisa Secondary School in Boksburg, east of Johannesburg. The incident allegedly happened last Thursday during dismissal when a grade 8 girl went to the school toilets. Two learners allegedly followed her inside, restrained her, and tried to remove some of her clothing. The alleged attack was interrupted when the school's general staff were carrying out cleaning duties, prompting the two boys to flee. The department spokesperson Onwabile Lupelwana says a criminal case has been opened.
MEC Maile maintains that sexual violence has no place in our schools and that every learner deserves a safe and conducive environment for teaching and learning. The department will provide the necessary psychosocial support services to the affected learner.
Government is pushing for stronger partnerships with the private sector to accelerate infrastructure development and improve service delivery. This is the focus of the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium, now on its second day in Cape Town. The summit is bringing together government investors and industry leaders to unlock projects and create jobs. President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to deliver the keynote address tomorrow. Deputy Director General in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Renee Cox, Denmark.
Sure. The purpose is really to bring together government, industry, government leaders, investors, just so we can all collaborate and really put our heads together and find a way to move projects from planning to underground, so we can deliver projects much faster, much better as an integrated system, creating these economic opportunities for our people and change people's lives.
Britain's new Prime Minister Andy Burnham has promised to continue support for Ukraine despite what he calls outrageous threats from Russia. He was speaking at an event marking Ukraine's Independence Day in Kyiv. Burnham said that alongside other allies, the UK will help Ukraine develop new technologies and support efforts to destroy Russian missiles before they are launched.
Despite Russia's outrageous threats to my country, we will continue our support for Ukraine's defence. I know you need more help to protect your skies and your civilians. I know how hard the winters have been and the need to be ready this year when the nights draw in.
Recapping the top story, attempted murder accused Vusumuzi Ket Matlala has told the Madlanga Commission he cannot answer certain questions because he is an accused in ongoing criminal cases. I'm on Dilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports, the Sawa Kolisi in race against time to be fit for second All Blacks clash, and Sundowns ladies eye Kosafa glory. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Starting Joburg with a crash on the M1 North. It's just after Malabongwe Drive. You're coming from Randburg up to Four Ways. There is a queue of traffic into that. Also, bottom end of the Midrand section, N1 South, going into Buccleuch, a broken down vehicle there. So from Allendale Road, that's all backed up. If you're coming out of Durban today on the N3, very slow through Spaghetti Junction towards Pavilion. That's a delay heading out towards the Pinetown area. And the M19 lane restrictions between Dunkeld Road and Reservoir Hills, causing some delays to Durban, but also just slowing traffic on the way outbound as well. And Cape Town, fairly heavy to Hospital Bend, Nelson Mandela Boulevard queuing up, leaving the city centre, and the N1 just slow towards the Plattekloof Hill area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAfm is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
We are not okay. The words of Rakesh Diokaran, and essentially saying we can never be okay. Our lives have changed forever. We'll have a podcast of that conversation up later on today, so check it out, safm.co.za. And I pray, as I talk to you right now, that losing a family member, suddenly in an accident, in a killing, like in this, in an assassination, in a hit, I hope and pray it never happens to any one of us. You and I may differ on many things on days, but I promise you, at our core, we must say we are human beings, and we should never, ever be in situations like this. So I pray for you and for myself and my family and you and your family. It must never, ever be like that. Just one other quick one I want to mention. We had Nikki Webekitsch on this morning, right? She, of course, hosted the morning show with John Perlman before, and she's been part of these voices of SABC at 90 or SAFM at 90. And that caller who called in, I don't know whether it was Sam or something, who said, I took the day off this morning and delayed my times because I needed to listen to you, otherwise I would have missed it. And I'm listening to the show with my daughter, Nikiwe. And I named her Nikiwe because of you, when you were on air all that time ago, because of the impact you made on us. In that moment, I realize the power that we have as talk shows and the impact we make in your lives and the impact that you have on our lives. Because when you get that sort of feedback from people, it's just something. It just goes to the very core of why talk shows truly, truly work. Nikiwe is my daughter, said the man, named after you. Let's talk about other issues, and the drama continues with 7 Imfoleni municipality employees. They've been arrested for alleged fraud, theft and tampering with essential infrastructure. Let's get that story next.
As a business owner, you're always looking for ways to save money. But have you looked at saving on your business insurance premium? With OUTsurance Business Insurance, you could save big, like Bosmansdam High School.
We were with our previous insurance for 10 years plus before switching to OUTsurance Business Insurance.
We are saving 3,705 Rand per month.
It was so quick and easy, we should have switched sooner.
Ready to switch and save? Visit outsurance.co.za or call 08600 60,000 today. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
90 minutes, a lifetime of emotion. One tackle can change a season. One goal can make history. One match can bring an entire nation to its feet. The world's greatest football league is back. Experience the skill, the passion, and the rivalries that captivate millions across the globe. The Premier League returns Saturday, 22 August from 3:30 on S3. And wherever you are, stream it live on SABC+.
Do you have a car you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's get on to other issues as the Madlaga Commission continues, and we'll have further analysis on that. And if there's some really important sound bites that come through, we will play them. Vuzi Muzi Kat Matala at this point in time testifying at the Madlaga Commission. So here's the story. 7 municipal employees from Mfuleni have been arrested by the PKTT in Gauteng for alleged fraud, theft and tampering with essential infrastructure. Well, what did they do and what does it mean next? With me is Tabiso Khadebe, who's an SABC reporter who's covered that story. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you for talking to us. Right, what happened here?
Yes, of course, on Friday, 5 people were arrested, suspects were arrested, allegedly for tampering with essential infrastructure, also fraud and theft. And it's not only the municipal employees, Ashraf. Some of them are employees of the company that has been assisting or conducting debt collection services at the municipality. 5 people were arrested on Friday, and then 2 people were arrested on Sunday morning. Allegedly, according to the police investigation, these people were assisting people who's got areas on their municipal electricity account and who had their accounts their electricity cut off by the municipality. So they were assisting those residents, and then cash payments were done to their banking bank accounts, your personal bank accounts. So that's where the investigation started, and then they were arrested on Friday and Sunday morning.
And what can we deduce from that, obviously, besides the fact that what they've done is wrong?
Yes, Ashraf, as you've heard earlier on, you were talking about fraud, you were talking about theft. And today, what appeared in court is that more charges are going to be added, and then more people are going to be arrested on this particular case. And today, the state prosecutor announced that these people are going to be again face the charge of money laundering. So that is what is currently happening in this particular matter.
And again, it questions. It brings up to the 4 questions about so many people in positions of power. They may not be like the mayors of a local municipality, but the decision makers at some level, and all of them appear, or many of them, to be very correct, appear to be part of circles of influence with one key factor: how can we enrich ourselves? Isn't it?
Yes, of course, Ashraf. You recall that in the municipality, one employee in the revenue department was killed last time, and now this case of the people who are being arrested for fraud and theft and tampering with the essential services or rather infrastructure. So this is what is happening. This is what is been happening. There has been allegations at the Mfuleni municipality for quite some time, with some people wanting to talk but fearing that they could be attacked for revealing or rather exposing what's been happening in the municipality. So currently, you know that the municipality is basically facing challenges of service delivery. The former mayor, Sipho Khadebe, was asked to step down by the African National Congress because he was being accused of not delivering on the services, or rather on giving people services in the Mfuleni. So this is what is currently happening in this municipality, especially leading to the elections on the 4th of November. So I must say many things are happening at this particular municipality. We've heard during the weekend when the premier of the Gauteng, when he was talking about that the Mfuleni municipality is one of the municipalities that is currently being monitored because services have collapsed and allegations of corruption. So Panyaza Lesufi was saying that during that manifesto of the ANC, that in their municipalities, because problems is in the Gauteng municipality, so Mfuleni is one of them. So Lesufi was saying that it's one of the municipalities that is on the agenda of being assisted by the provincial government.
Yeah, but I mean, as we know, it's not just one. I mean, there's just so much across the board, across the nation, where we've seen examples of that, and all they've done is serve to undermine local municipality and service delivery. And in this case, they brought down, if not literally, the figurative edifice of a local municipality. But let's leave it at that. Thanks for your time. Much appreciated. Tabiso Khadebe, SABC reporter, covering the story of the 7 from that region of Mfuleni who have now been arrested.
Drivers, this winter, South Africa's roads can change in seconds. One moment it's clear, next, dense fog blinds your view. Don't drive on memory, drive on visibility. If you can't see clearly beyond 50 meters, pull over safely at the nearest truck stop. Stay alert, stay alive, check your surroundings and inform others. See and be seen. Let's navigate winter roads together. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T&Cs online. Standard rates apply.
There's been no electricity for a week because my neighbors overloaded the transformer with their illegal connection. My daughter can't study at night because my neighbor blew our transformer by bridging his meter. My neighbors have been buying electricity from illegal vendors and using it carelessly. We live amongst them and allow them to vandalize vital electricity infrastructure. We need to stop that. Report illegal connections to Eskom on 0800 112722 or the SAPS. Save your transformer. Save lives.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, let's. In fact, we're going to get to your calls and pick up some WhatsApp comments as well. Then later on, shortly, we'll chat to the Water and Sanitation Deputy Minister Jack Bloom around an urgent action to address eThekwini's water and sanitation challenges. I mean, that could be in 50 other places too. Lowered in Guyana. Hi, Lowered.
Good afternoon, Sir.
I'm very good indeed, right? Go for it. What's your point?
Yes, man. You know, I'm of an opinion that if something is of a use, it has to be broadened, and it has to be given a chance to can work. I'm talking about Madlanga in this instance, as well as the PKTT. I think these two they have to be broadened wide across the length and breadth of our country, so that every kind or every manner of corruption can be dealt with. Those who are committing malfeasance in our country has to be dealt with. I'm so impressed by the PKT Gauteng, who managed to arrest those officials that side of influence in the triangle side. Because it might not be politically related matter, but as long as we have got agencies who can get rid of corruption and criminality in any manner, that one has to be embraced. We have to welcome it, all of us in the country. So,
well, true, and it has to happen in big numbers. I mean, not just isolated cases lowered. I mean, there's no question about it. The bar must be raised, not lowered. I'm sure you'll understand the pun there, right? Thank you for that. Right, let's get to other thoughts, and we'll chat to Jack Bloom after this.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm. SAfm.
Right, so there's a story about water and sanitation, which I can say ditto everywhere else. There's a 2-day visit that's taken place by the Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation, Deputy Minister Jack Bloom, and he's called on the eThekwini Metro to urgently strengthen its response to persistent water and sanitation challenges affecting communities across that municipality. So what did the Minister or Deputy Minister uncover? With me then is the Deputy Minister for Water and Sanitation, Jack Bloom. Appreciate your time on the National Pulse. Hello.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Good to be with you.
Thank you. First time in what not slightly, very different portfolio, but still has an impact on health, as you would clearly understand.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, the impact on children and also elderly people, of course, of water shortages is actually profound. I mean, I've visited communities that haven't had tapped water for years. And of course, they're reliant on water tankers, which is really not a solution that should be for anything other than emergency periods. And JoJo tanks, which sometimes are not filled properly and they're not maintained. And the anger that I came across there is that people don't have water in their taps for long periods of time, and yet water is gushing down the streets. I saw leaks all over the place. So, I mean, it's clearly a situation that needs to be attended to urgently.
Now, attended to by whom? Why? It sounds like a silly question, because what you've just mentioned, I really can bring out 100 different testimonies from different people around the country. They've got the same story.
Well, it's really the local authority. That's where the function is. So the frustration of my department is that potable, clean water is provided to municipalities around the country, and yet we find so much wastage. If I give you the figures for eThekwini in particular, it's actually gone worse in the last few months. It's an astounding 65% figure of what they call non-revenue water. So that's revenue that either it's just wasted through the pipes in large measure, or it's just unaccounted for. There's vandalism, there's pipes are diverted, and it's not metered. So 65% of the clean water that eThekwini gets is simply not paid for. And the problem with that, of course, is that you need the money to reinvest into the network. But the figure that I was looking at, because it's a huge concern, is that about 1 in 2 liters of clean water provided to eThekwini is actually lost through leaking taps. So the figures they had were leaking pipes, and the figures that they gave us was more than 13,000 leaks. It's a huge backlog, and part of the problem is because they had to change the contracts for the plumbers that they have. The Auditor General said it was irregular, and when I was there, they were blockading the depots, and it's just been announced that an agreement has been reached, but there's still this massive backlog, and meanwhile, we are a water-scarce country, and people don't have water in their taps, and there it is gushing down the streets.
Now, I understand you've been fairly, recently newly appointed in that portfolio, as you are as the Deputy Minister, but is there one word or one sentence that you can attribute to say, we have this problem because of what? Of what?
Well, I could say incompetence is one word, which relates to inefficiency and putting the wrong people in place. I mean, we're not using, many places, municipalities don't have qualified engineers in place, and of course, the budget isn't directed to fix the sewer network and the water network. That's why my department is piloting legislation through Parliament at the moment, where in fact we force ring fencing of water revenue, because the money is actually there, but it goes to other things. So really we have to get tough on water revenue being used to fix up the water system and the sewerage system, because I saw some horrific sewerage spills there, I can tell you. A whole sewage lake at Amanzimtoti, just by the golf course. I mean, Amanzimtoti should be a tourism mecca. This all impacts on job creation. Nobody wants to come for a holiday or recreation if they don't have water and there's a stinky lake near where they are. So, I mean, it's all interrelated, and it comes back to, if I had to give a word, investment. You've got to invest in maintaining our pipes. Everywhere around the country we have aged pipes that are falling apart, and if you don't invest in them, you get what we get, 13,000 leaks. And in fact, the figure for sewerage spillages was actually more than 2,000, which was tripled since last year. So clearly there's a big problem. They did take a heavy hit with the floods. It swept away pump stations and that sort of thing. And they told me that the floods were more than 4 years ago. They're 80% back to restoring the capacity that they had previously. The capacity they had previously, of course, was not sufficient either. So the total sum of money that they're talking of is between 8 to 10 billion rand to repair the network and account for population growth.
So
anyway,
therefore, I heard that, and notwithstanding the initial point that I made, that you being someone who had overseen issues of health in Gauteng province, the impact that this has, on water, sewage, and leakage on health. Forget the denial of water. What impact does it have on health and compromised health for the people in that region?
Well, people told me how it affected them, and if you don't have, if your only access to water is irregular and a sort of unhealthy water, because they showed me JoJo tanks that hadn't been cleaned, and in fact you can't drink water direct from a JoJo tank. These JoJo tanks are filled up by water tankers, and of course they have to filter it or boil it, so they have to make provisions for the fact that it might not be drinkable, and sometimes of course something happens there and people drink compromised water. The effect on children is profound, I have to tell you, but just on people's living experience, the fact that you have to have buckets all over the place is not a healthy situation from any point of view. And water tankers, we already know there's water tanker mafias all around the country, and there's massive vandalism. They were telling me of they have to spend huge amounts of money to guard all their installations. But you can't ask elderly people to chase after water tankers, and they're feeling it very, very hard. And there is definitely a water crisis, a sanitation crisis, and the amounts of investment that we're looking at can only be had with private-public partnerships, which my department is actually promoting very heavily.
Private-public, okay.
Yes, they've got models for it, but we need a proper local government partner to make sure that it works.
So just to end with, of all the things that you've said, I mean, if there's one thing that you think needs action or can be actioned like ASAP, what would that be?
Well, governance. We need good governance. That's what we actually need to fix this. I think that we've got such wonderful skills in our country. We've got partnerships that are there to be done. We just need to put the right people together to solve these problems, and all the elements are there to solve the problem. It's just that, frankly, there doesn't seem to be the political will sometimes for whatever reason.
Well, let's leave it at that. Dr. Jack Bloom, the Water and Sanitation Deputy Minister, appreciate your time after coming back from that oversight visit of eThekwini, saying there's big water and sanitation challenges in that region. Fingers to governance and local municipality. One can say ditto to many other parts of the country as well. I'll tell you what, let's get some further comments from you. Hi, Ashraf, the ANC non-event. It's called the self-destruction mode from Anonymous. Another one, Ashraf, we've been waiting for our stipend from June till now. Keep me anonymous. We are doing a six-month learnership for the Free State Development Corporation here in Bloemfontein. The learnership stipend is paid for by the Department of Labour. We've signed our contracts on the 1st of April. We started on the 4th of June. Till now, Mr. Ashraf, we have not been paid. There are many skills there, but we fell under construction. We haven't received our stipend till now. In June, we did theory for the whole of June, and we were supposed to do our practicals. Okay, I'll tell you what, I can't read it all. It's quite long. Let me just put you back to Keys, and let's see if we can get to the bottom of this and perhaps get them to respond as well. We need information from you, so you can connect with him when I let you go on this one. Yeah, thank you for that. More to come, including the feature we call Grow My Business. We'll do that around 10 to 5. Practical tools of how to grow your business and, practicalities around opening doors for you in terms of access. All of that coming up. Right now, 4:30 is the news headlines with Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission has heard testimony that suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibia allegedly sought information from attempted murder-accused Vusumuzi Ket Matlala regarding the disappearance and alleged kidnapping of Tshwane businessman Jerry Bushuga. Matlala testified that the meetings were arranged by South African Police Service Sergeant Fanny Nkosi. Former Justice Minister Ronald Lamula has told the TRC Cases Inquiry that he authorized the reopening of the inquest into the deaths of anti-apartheid activists Neil Agate and Hossein Hafaji simply because it was the right thing to do. And Zambian police have cordoned off several courts, including the Constitutional Court in Lusaka, where the opposition leader Brian Mundibile had planned to challenge the results of the recent presidential election. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Rose.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start in Joburg with just some pressure on the highways. The M1 south towards William Mandela is slow. The N1 coming into Buccleuch interchange down through Midrand. That breakdown we told you about, that's being cleared. So that's all starting to move through. N3 from Linksville down to Germiston's Heldon is busy. And the Mike 1 today from Parktown through Crown looking all backed up as well. If you're heading north up through Midrand, not a bad run. In fact, Midrand through Centurion into Pretoria looking pretty decent for this time of the afternoon. Now, Durban outbound on the N3. It's a big heavy queue today from almost Berea, just outside Berea. You'll pick up a queue into Spaghetti Junction and down through to Pavilion Mall area. That'll run through Spaghetti really tight. The N2 South really struggling to get into it, so pushing a queue back towards Mgena Road. Roadworks on the M19, or at least some lane restrictions for that sinkhole near Dunkeld Road. That is busy going both ways today. And if you're wondering about Ashburton, Pietermaritzburg, that run through at this stage fine. No major problems there. Cape Town, a crash on the N2 outbound just after Robert Sobukwe. A little bit slow as you approach the airport. And the N1 today fairly busy from the city centre right through to about sort of Okavango Road in the Brackenfell area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
Well, to me, two things were absent in the Bok game against the All Blacks. We scored less points than the All Blacks, so we were absent with a match-winning final score. And Siya Kolisi was absent. Tell me about him coming up for the Cape Town test.
Well, one thing for sure is that the Boks are holding thumbs for Captain Siya Kolisi to come through training today to give him a shot at the All Blacks in Cape Town. Kolisi suffered a hamstring strain 20 minutes into the game against Argentina in Buenos Aires early in August. Now, Kolisi is in the starting team for the return game at DHL Stadium, which is an indication that he is on the road to recovery. But according to coach Rassie Rasmus, he was still struggling a bit yesterday, and his participation in Saturday's game depends on how he performs in training today.
Captain, Peter Steff is doing a sterling job, and Peter is really playing well. And you spot and Sia's got some strengths, which one of them is the attacking breakdown. He's really good at sorting that out fast, which was the area which we struggled with. I think there was lots of times that we played really badly, and not because they did anything illegal. We just couldn't get them away out of the breakdown when we were in really good attacking positions. Sia's really good at that, and then as you rightly say there, he's really good at getting us work from defense. Him and Peter together, Peter Steff together, we call it the gates. They are really well organized in the defensive sets in the gates, so that was definitely something which we lacked, but Paul will just get better. He's only played 4 matches. So yes, I think Sia will definitely help us in those 2 areas.
In terms of boxing, police have arrested 4 suspects following the fatal shooting of former world champion Zolani Tete in Danzani, Eastern Cape. A 22-year-old man arrested Saturday faces murder and attempted murder charges and will appear in court, or has appeared in court today. 3 others arrested yesterday face firearms charges and are due in court tomorrow. Now, Tete was ambushed outside his home while awaiting his car. A 27-year-old woman with him was shot and remains in hospital, and the motive is still unknown. In cricket, South Africa A dominated the opening day against Bangladesh A at the Tuks Oval, bowling the visitors out for 122 before reaching 170 for 2 at stumps. Gerald Coetzee and Tsepo Ntuli led the attack with support from Tsepo Moregi and Cody Yusuf, who claimed 2 wickets each. Captain Marquez Akman and Zubair Hamza then counter-attacked superbly, adding an unbroken stand of 149 to give the hosts a 48-run lead heading into day 2. Meanwhile, still sticking to cricket, former Proteas all-rounder Chris Morris has heaped praise on Joe Root for the way he carried himself while playing in the SA20 before, saying that he never came with a big star ego. Root, who's just been reappointed England captain for a second stint, played for the Paul Royals in season 3 of the competition and has now been brought back by the franchise as one of their pre-signings for season 5. Morris says that while Root is obviously one of the greatest players to ever play the game, he made it easy for his teammates and younger players to approach him.
It speaks for itself, the pedigree that he brings. I always talk about the impact that players have in a change room, and speaking to the Paul Royals team, after that tournament which I played, they all said the exact same thing. He came in and there was no egos about it. He almost arrived knowing that he was probably one of the greatest players to ever do it. So, and that makes an impact on people because, certain auras arrive around players, there are egos in the sport, but when you've got a guy that's probably, if not the greatest batter that England's ever produced, walks into a change room and he feels like that walks in and goes straight away one of the boys with no ego or no aura or anything like that, it makes an impact on you. So I think genuinely good people, they make impact, and all of a sudden people want to listen to what you're saying as a cricketer because there's no arrogance around what you're saying.
In football, Mamelodi Sundowns ladies coach Godfrey Sapula says that they're seeking to maintain their winning momentum heading into the semi-finals of the CAF Women's Champions League COSAFA qualifiers in Botswana. This comes after Banyana Bastille secured a crucial 3-0 win over Malawi Silver Strikers at the Gaborone United Stadium yesterday afternoon. Sapula says that the target is to finish strong in all their group before ultimately going all the way and winning the COSAFA Championship.
I think we are pleased that first year the qualification, but for us, as I said also after the first game, that we are not aiming to win 2 games to qualify. We are aiming to play all 3 games strong in the group, to make sure we collect maximum points. We are, we follow our targets, our culture, our winning mentality. So we are still going to go all the way in the next game to try and get maximum points. So for us, it's not about only qualification, but it's about maintaining the winning culture.
Finally, in tennis, Arthur Fields stormed past France's Tiafoe 6-3, 1-6 and 6-love to clinch his first ATP Masters 1000 title. In Cincinnati, the 22-year-old who dedicated the rallies in sets 1 and 3 sealed a victory after 98 minutes and is projected to rise to a career high world number 11 ahead of the US Open. Tiafoe rallied in the second set but struggled physically in the decider as Fields broke twice to race clear, and thus marked Tiafoe's second Cincinnati final defeat following his loss to Yannick Sinner in 2024. With that said, it is a wrap from my side. I'll have more in the next hour.
Tell you what, Tumi, it's not a Tumi question, but here's the thought, okay? Judging from the level of support and the cross-section of the broader South African community in that game between the Boks and the All Blacks at Ellis Park and in the malls all Saturday morning before that game, here's my point. If the Springboks formed a political party, they could well win the next election.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
One day is one day, but maybe today is that day. It's 90 days of winning and 90 minutes of drama on SABC1. Catch Skim Sam at 7:30, Uzalo now at 8 p.m. and Generations The Legacy at 8:30. Spot the daily show code on screen and enter via WhatsApp or USSD. It could be you. Win airtime and data daily, 10,000 Rand weekly or the 100,000 Rand grand prize. T's and C's apply. Watch and win with SABC1.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story. Our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Makwe Masilela, you're back. You've been away all week. I was sort of keeping notes here. But you're back and you want to talk about MTN's interims, right?
Yes, Ashraf, thank you. Africa's biggest mobile network operator said it will buy back 6 billion worth of their shares. And Ashraf, that's a very decent way to reward long-term shareholders. And profits meant for shareholders dropped by 25% due to the impairment of the investment in Iran cell, and also because of foreign exchange losses in South Sudan. But the adjusted headline earnings, which MTN considers a better reflection when it comes to the operating performance, climbed by 21%. And while Iran has taken a hit and South Africa has slowed, profits from Nigeria, that is their biggest market with almost 81 million subscribers. Remember, MTN has got almost 317 million customers. So Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda are doing very well. And yes, Ashraf, the US and Iran exchanged defiant messages ahead of today's planned announcement of new US economic sanctions, which could affect Iran and major trading partners, including China. The rand started the session standing tall, and it is now even firmer as the U.S. Treasury surprised us with the efforts of buying bonds in an effort to contain longer-term borrowing costs. That itself revived concerns over the U.S. dollar. Hence, it is struggling, and one of the world's biggest trading relationships is shaking as Canada is hitting back at the U.S. in an escalating trade war, and Chinese media praise Canada's retaliation against the U.S. tariffs, calling it the Chinese-style counterattack, yellow metal climbed to the highest in more than 3 months as the U.S. Treasury report intervention in the bond markets revived concerns about their government policy and also the impact on the dollar, as we said earlier. And we see gold is up 1.3% at 4,667. Platinum is up 0.7% at 1,909. Oil prices are cooling off as traders took profits after recent gains and waiting for the details of that expected new U.S. sanctions on Iran, which could further disrupt supplies from the Middle East. Brent crude is down 1.5% at $92 a barrel. And even though we've seen yields falling slightly, global markets didn't benefit from that, with the JSE down 0.6%. And the main culprits is the resources, other resources and industrials. Rand is flat against the dollar 16 and 21.83 against the pound and 18.67 against the euro.
Well, thank you for that, Makwe. And a reminder, we've got an hour of the markets coming up. Deep dive 6 to 7 this evening.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm. SAfm.
I'm looking at the live Madlanga Commission. They're all getting up. I'm not too sure whether it's an adjournment for the day or an adjournment for a shorter while. Either way, there's always drama, very animated no matter what happens there. We'll get an update. I'll certainly get keys and Intami saying just to update me on that. You, however, can comment. So let's get to your voice notes and other text messages as well, right? Hi, Ashraf. One of the issues he raised was the performance and ethical agreement. Both of those he himself does not subscribe to. We citizens need to evaluate the president's performance, from Ronnie from Durban, referring to the ANC's manifesto launch yesterday. Right? There's a few more on those issues. Here we are.
And again, Ashraf, the president. Yesterday again, he promised that within 100 days, those municipal managers and mayors and councillors they will stop those fixed potholes, running sewage, broken pipes of water, clean water. But he failed. He failed the country himself to report. Did Mukunu stole 121 murder dockets? Did Mukunu shut down the PKTT? Is it wrong or right? Thank you.
Well, who then did it? Here's another link to the ANC.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, regarding the issue of factions, I think the challenge is that these factions are affecting service delivery. I do agree with you. There is no organization or party that does not have factions. Factions are everywhere. However, in the case of the ANC, the factions are affecting service delivery. That is why now people are easily noticing these factions. Otherwise, if the factions were there but service delivery was okay, nobody would be complaining about their factions. That's my take on this issue of factions. In the Eastern Cape.
Well, I agree. If service delivery was great and they were doing well as a party does well, then they close ranks because the benefit of being stronger together. Remember that rugby phrase is it outweighs being apart. The apart is then magnified or amplified when there is not just friction in the ranks, but there's non-service delivery, and then you realize you're slipping up, and then you start pointing fingers. That sounds very political in sporting terms. When you lose more games than you win, then you'll see the finger pointing starts.
Hi, Ashraf, and lovely South Africans in your team as well. It's Eddie from Honors Race. Ashraf, two things. The first one is the Minister of Sports. No, he must go after SAFA. And the other issue is I don't know, did we get a final report on the 2010 World Cup that the money will be used for development? Can we get those areas where this money was used in terms of sports development in this country? That's the first point. The second point is I so urge South Africans to go out in numbers and vote, because if they don't vote, I'm telling you, things will remain as they are.
it is important to remove the ANC from power from all these municipalities. Thank you very much.
Well, Eddie from Oudendaalsrus, Eddie from Oudendaalsrus got that. I hear what you're saying. Look, I think, outside the party preferences, which you clearly have, and I'm not going to comment on it, accepting this much, there has to be a need for all of us to vote. We must understand it is that important. We probably say it every time, but since when has it become less important? You don't vote, you don't express yourself, you don't send a signal. It suits the status quo of those in charge when less people show an interest in the processes. Right, Skara in Flex stuff. How's it, Skara? How's it? Jomo Sona's dad was called Skara, if I'm not mistaken, so I'm just thinking about the same thing. But anyway, we lost you. Okay, do call back. You want to talk about Gate and Mackenzie. Anonymous, go for it. Hi, Anonymous.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yeah,
Are you?
I'm good indeed, right? Go for it.
Yeah, my friend, listen, there's something that seems to be forgotten. I don't know. People think like South African, we under opioid or some opium, something like that. You remember Senzo Mutsuno came in a commission of, in Maslanda Commission, openly said, if I can remember again, I think you remember, that he had been permitted by the president to dismantle the Piketty. So my question now is that when the president will be accountable, when is he going to be called in the commission of Maslanda to answer on that question?
Okay.
I've been waiting for that.
All
There
right.
were no days even pronounced that the president will come and then respond to what the minister or
I'm not too sure if the president will do, unless we can link that the president made some very clear instructions to people. In fact, he set up the inquiry, and there will be, by the way, recommendations by the inquiry when it's all done. Now, the next question is just how much teeth does those recommendations have, which we have to follow up. Anonymous, thank you for that call. Right, there's a few more messages I may want to pick up on. I thought that part was quite lighthearted. I'll just repeat it, where you had at the Madlaga Commission. I mean, outside of the serious things that goes on, there's always light-hearted moments that take place. And I find, maybe it's a reflection on where we are as a country. In this case here, I'm talking about Advocate Adida Hassam, referring to Advocate Fatima Messi from the other side, so to speak, and referring to as Fatima Messi. And of course, Madlanga then interjected, said, sure, you mean Messi, not Messi. And she says, I think I've got too much soccer in my brain. Yeah, there's always up for those light-hearted moments. More to come on maybe the serious issues of growing your business, and an opportunity for you to apply for a grant which is going to expire ASAP. But listen to that next.
A nation changes, but the conversation continues. SAFM 90 years.
My name is Simon Fugwani. I am the president of DINOSA and an avid listener of SAFM talk shows. On behalf of thousands of South African nurses, I wish SAFM well on its 90th birthday. Happy 90th birthday, SAFM. Happy. Aikule, SAFM. Aikule indlangamuka ifana na ndovu. Thank you.
From the voices that shaped our past to the conversations defining our future, SAFM celebrates 90 years. Before there was the SAFM you know today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAFM emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAFM looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues.
Right, your weekend football is already sorted on SABC. Let me give you an example. Friday, 8:30, Bayern Munich facing VfB Stuttgart in the Bundesliga. That's live on SABC Sports Channel on DTT, OpenView and SABC Plus. Saturday, 4 p.m, Bournemouth take on Everton in the English Premier League, live on S3. The MTNA semi-final second legs are live on SABC 1. That's Sekhukhune United against Orlando Pirates, followed on Sunday by Mamelodi Sundowns against Golden Arrows. They trail 1-0 from the first leg, we know that. So 4 big games, 1 football weekend live on SABC Sport for the love of the game.
This is Grow My Business on the National Pulse.
Right, how do you grow your business? You grow your business by having the right products, you have a right system in place, you also need customers, but you also need funding. You need something it's not a necessity, but goodness, it's a big help. If something can assist you in propelling where you are to where you want to be, right? So let's talk about that next, right? There are developments. I just want to pick up on it. There's a deadline that comes up pretty soon, which we do need to remember. But there's an interesting thought from Google that you may want to understand and pick up specifically if you're in the digital and AI space. So with me is Siyavuya Madikane, Communications and Public Affairs Manager at Google South Africa. Appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to you and your listeners.
Thank
you so much for having me.
Thank you. Tell me about your big idea that people can benefit from in their own businesses.
So basically the Google for Startups Accelerator 2026 cohort, we're looking for 15 growth stage startups that are AI focused, tech focused in South Africa. We're offering them the opportunity to be part of the 2026 cohort. Basically what that means is they get 1 million rand in non-dilutive funding from us, as well as also tech support and also access to our AI sort of tools that we have at Google. So yeah, we've already opened up those applications. Actually, they're closing this weekend on the 28th of August. So we're really encouraging them to sort of get in online and start applying before the closing date.
Okay, so it's pretty tight. So closing date, did you say 31st? Have I got that right?
28th of August.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so that should be this coming Friday, yeah.
Okay. You mentioned, you said AI and tech focused. Is it AI or tech focused or both?
Obviously, it's both. AI being sort of a subset of the tech world. It's for tech focus, but also the owner, one of the owners has to be South African, historically disadvantaged individual, and also be one of those growth that's are geared up for growth. So basically, it's already functioning. You've done a series or a seed or Series A funding round, and you're looking now for the next level of growth. And also looking to also tap into sort of the Google network that we have. Okay. So this is a great opportunity for those people that are already functioning, already got a product out there, and have got people that are already supporting the business and just looking for that next level of growth. Yeah.
Okay, so interesting. So it's a startup, but not a first day startup, right? You would want to see evidence of what? Product, and you said they would have received funding already from others. Is that correct?
Yeah, so they've done a seed or Series A funding round, and now they're looking for the next level of growth. Yeah, that's what we're offering with this.
Okay.
Program.
How? I mean, typically, it's difficult to say, but I mean, typically, what type of profile of business or product would you be looking for?
So, for example, I mean, if you know about Pineapple, the insurance company, they were part of this program at some stage, and they were then able to get the network, get access to the tech tools, the AI tools that we provide, the support. The workshops that we host within a 3-month hybrid program, and then that just helped them propel and become this sort of big company that they've become. So really, we're looking for some similar companies companies that are servicing the sort of markets, sort of in the township and the villages, that are really bringing tech into the forefront of everything, and then are looking for that leg up in terms of finance and then also support to make sure that they lend their opportunity. So tech, AI-focused startups that are really doing great work, and with the obviously possibility of scaling up that service in partnership with us.
Okay, and you're saying it's a 1 million rands times 15, if I've got that right?
It's R1 million. So what it actually means is that we give you R1 million. We don't take any part of the equity. We don't take any equity in your business. We give you the R1 million just for being part of the cohort for 2026. And then what we do after that is then we give you so much more than just the money. We become part of the Google family. You put you through the systems. We have hybrid sort of sessions. Some of them are live sessions where we bring in experts to talk to you, bring investors to put in front of you. So that you can quickly get up to speed and propel your business to the next level.
Now, what about those companies that are not going to make the cut here, either because they've not had that seed funding or they've started maybe 6 months or something, but they think they've got a great product? Is there still scope for them, if not for this, for something else? How can they benefit through this Google program?
Yeah, there's other programs. We do a lot of programs to support small businesses. We're really entrenched in South Africa, and we're really excited to support small businesses. So if you're not going to make it for this one, maybe you have not done a series or seed or Series A funding round, and you want to also just tap into what Google has to offer. There's the Hustle Academy, which is great for any business, not necessarily in the tech space. So that is an online sort of platform where you get trained over a period of a week online, and then you are able then to take that course and go through the training, which is very much AI focused. So
Okay.
take you through to things like digital
Right.
marketing.
How
AI for marketing.
you mentioned tight deadlines Friday. For now, what do they need to be doing?
Now they need to be going to the Google Startups Accelerator South Africa, to just Google that, and then when they go into that website, there will be a sort of a tab where you can click into start application, and then when you go through that application, you then fill in every step, submit all the documentation that you need, and then we'll take it from there. Of course, once the application is closed on the 28th, we'll then have a session where we go through all the applications to see who can we call out for interviews, and then we'll call those guys out for interviews. And then towards the later part of this year, just before I think September, we will then announce the final cohort. And then they'll start the 3-month program from sort of say November until very early in the year, and then you'll still remain, after that 3-month program, you still remain part of the Google network, doing a lot of other things with other sort of like-minded startups that are growing and that are part of their network.
Okay, and need I say it, I mean, as per the Pineapple example, the insurance company, once you're part of that network and that fraternity, it's well beyond the 1 million rands. I mean, you're just part of a fabulous way. It's a game changer. So, fabulous idea. Love it. Definitely so. And I hope people will cotton onto it very quickly and benefit from this. I think it's that important. So, thanks for your time on this one year. And then we'll check it out from Google as part of the Grow My Business, in this case here, feature. Thanks for your time on that one there. Right, more to come. And that, of course, was Siavuya Madikani, right, from Google. Let's get to the news now. It's 5 o'clock. Here's Greg Hose.
Thank you. Aisha Ngunu rejects Matlanga Commission allegations and police cordon off Zambia's courts. Good day to you. Police Minister Senzo Mchunu, who's on special leave, has rejected allegations made against him by Lieutenant Colonel Dina Govender at the Matlanga Commission on Friday. Govender told the Commission that Mchunu had allegedly urged him to implicate the KZN Police Commissioner, Njanja Mkhwanazi, in police shootings. In a statement, Mchunu says Govender's allegations are not supported by evidence and that he rejects them with the contempt they deserve. He says the mention of his name is intended to portray him as someone interfering with the Commission's work. He says a more detailed statement addressing Govender's allegations, as well as claims made against him in recent months, will be issued in due course. Meanwhile, the Matlanga Commission has heard testimony that the suspended Deputy National Police Commissioner for Crime Detection, Shadrack Sibiya, allegedly sought information from attempted murder-accused Vuzamuzi Kat Matlala regarding the disappearance and alleged kidnapping of businessman Jerry Bashocha. Matlala testified that the meetings were arranged by Police Sergeant Fanny Nkosi. Bashocha has been missing since 2024 after being allegedly kidnapped, with Matlala implicated in the case. While being led in evidence by advocate Mhlapi Selo, Matlala told the Commission that Sibiya indicated that solving the case would help him a lot.
So he initiated this engagement with you?
Yes.
Do you know in what capacity he did so? Was he investigating this kidnapping, or was it as an interested person, as a relative? Do you have a sense of why he reached out to you on this matter?
Yeah, I think he was, because what he said to me, but I don't know what to make out of that, but he said if he can crack that case, it will help him a lot. So I don't think it was because of he was a relative or something.
Okay.
The former Justice Minister Ronald Lamola told the TRC Cases Inquiry that he authorised the reopening of the inquest into the deaths of anti-apartheid activists Neil Agate and Hussein Hafaji simply because it was the right thing to do. He's been facing cross-examination at the inquiry in Johannesburg. He says he didn't view the threat of legal action against the ministry by the families as a negative development.
The facts that were put before me by the NPA for us to open this inquest were convincing. Secondly, they said we have also to be victim-centric, to work with the victims of the families. And the victims of the families making submissions and making inputs, for me, I didn't see it as a nudge. I saw them as participating to see justice for themselves, for their families, and for this country. So it was out of that commitment to see justice happening that I supported and agreed with the submissions of the NPA on these matters.
Umfuleni local municipality south of Johannesburg says it's monitoring the fraud case involving its employees and the employees of Teiso Consulting Group, which provides debt collection services for the municipality. This follows the arrest and the appearance of 7 accused in court today. They are facing charges of fraud, theft, money laundering and tampering with essential infrastructure. Mayoral spokesperson Lakisa Shalka.
The executive mayor of Mfuleni local municipality, Councillor Hassan Mako, has welcomed the arrest of officials that are attached to electrical and revenue departments. The allegations are surrounding the alleged bribery and unlawfully reconnecting the services to the accounts that are in areas that are over 90 days. The executive mayor has said that bribery and corruption has no place in the municipality.
Finally, Zambian police have cordoned off several courts, including the country's constitutional court in Lusaka, where opposition leader Brian Mundubile had planned to challenge the results of the recent presidential elections. Police have also turned away lawyers trying to access courts in Livingston and Chipata. It's not clear when the courts will reopen. Mundubile came second in the election, which gave President Hakainde Hichilema a second term in office. The top story, Police Minister Senzim Mchunu, who's on special leave, has rejected allegations made against him by Lieutenant Colonel Dina Govender at the Matlanga Commission on Friday. That's SAFM News, I'm Greg Coase.
In sports this hour, Springboks make 4 changes for next All Blacks clash, and Bruce warns Bafana could regress under Musimane. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We kick it off in Joburg out by the airport. The R21 North has a crash up by Atlas Road. That's pretty slow. Traffic queues from the R24 Barbara Road onto the R21 at the airport and then north up towards that crash scene. And one going south from Rivonia down through Malabongwe on your way towards Bayers Nordia, looking quite slow. And there's been a crash on the M1 southbound at Allendale from that run down through Midrand. Traffic starting to push back a queue as far as New Road. That's probably quite heavy this time of afternoon. And northbound, of course, you'll be caught up having a look at that. Durban, N3 outbound, absolutely solid from sort of Overport, Felix Clementi, if you like, into Spaghetti Junction. N3 inbound, pretty heavy as well from Pavilion or into Pavilion Mall, so coming through from Paradise Valley. And the N2 south into Spaghetti Junction, backlogging beyond Inunda Road. At this stage, M19, slow both ways at Dunkeld Road, into the lane restrictions there. And a lot of traffic on the M7 today, out from Rossborough towards Bel Air and Wakesley, and then up the hill towards the Belleville Road. Exit very slow. Cape Town, a crash on the N2 inbound just after the airport. A vehicle has flipped over near Robert Sabukwe. That's quite heavy going into town. Outbound, having a look, getting caught up. And the M5 extending a queue from Kubo, going to change right down to about the Wetton Road Bridge down by the Ottery area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, lots more to talk about, and certainly your feedback. By the way, that conversation regarding Google's support for startup businesses, come on, you must take advantage of it. But the deadline is Friday, and it's for startup companies have already proven some record in the tech and AI space. Tech and AI, tech or AI. In fact, they sort of overlap with each other, right? So, I would suggest you do that anyway. Okay, still more to come. You probably heard today, early on at the Madlanga Commission, that the earlier part was less about Kat Matlala testifying, but an attempt by his legal counsel to have the proceedings postponed because of the absence of Advocate Annelien van der Heever. So you had Advocate Fatima Misi in her place. But that was not all. There were other things, including, maybe they couldn't get proper counsel from him while he was in prison and all that sort of thing. Let's try and understand that. We'll also talk about the UK Prime Minister's visit to Kyiv in the Ukraine and understand the implications of that. But first things first, the Madlanga Commission and the proceedings of the earlier part, the deliberations, that is. It comes up after this.
Welcome to the SABC Radio Archives. For over a century, we've passionately captured South Africa's heartbeat, preserving historic moments,
Time for the healing of the wounds has come.
iconic music, and compelling storytelling from all 19 SABC radio stations, ensuring these priceless recordings shape future generations. Explore a century of South African heritage waiting to be rediscovered. Visit the SABC Information Library and Radio Archives online or call us directly at 011-714-3936 or email lishilosj@sabc.co.za. SABC Libraries and Archives, preserving the past, supporting the present, inspiring the future.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAFM.
At the current rate that unemployment is increasing, and parallel to that, we have more and more graduates also graduating, but we have no way to fit the graduates. We have no way, why? Because the focus is on school and graduating, but there isn't, especially in the business sector, there isn't any growth and there isn't any injection from the government to say, hey, let's rather expand sectors so that we can handle the capacity.
The Central African Republic gained independence in 1960, a country rich in resources yet deeply affected by instability. Agriculture and mining support the economy, but decades of conflict, political unrest, and humanitarian crisis have shaped daily life.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so the UK-Ukraine coming up just now. But for now, let's reflect on what's happened today with Vusi Kat Matlala's lawyer believing it was unfair for proceedings at the Commission to continue in the absence of the lead counsel. That is according to Advocate Fatima Misi, who appeared on behalf of Advocate Annelien van der Heever. Well, there were lots of deliberations to and fro, and as expected, Madlanga ruled on it. And as a result of all of that, we have had Kat Matlala in the hot seat. But let's understand what happened today and how we can all learn from it. With me is Intabiseng Dubazana, the founder director of Dubazana Attorneys. As always, good to engage you on the National Pulse. Intabiseng, do we have you there? No alarm bells ringing, let me just say that, but hopefully we'll get that connected pretty soon. It does give me a chance to tell you that we have we podcast most of the conversations we have every single day on the show, so just listen out for that. Go to SAFM.co.za, you'll find it under podcast and then the National Pulse. So you'll find it and you can pass it on. Download it and then share it with your friends as well. It'll be wonderful if you did that as well. There's also lots of other comments that we can pick up via WhatsApp and a range of people from around the country. Some I did ask you earlier on in terms of where are you from? So where are you listening from? Like, tell me, don't just tell me the city. It can be specific. I'm at my office desk, or I'm at home sitting at the lounge. I'm at school, I'm at a varsity, but I'm finding this more important than the lectures. Whatever it is, I'd like to know. Intabiseng Dubazana with me. Good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. So let's understand this first. What happened this morning of the attempt to ask for a postponement on behalf of Kat Matlala? How regular is that? Because I'm looking at what was requested in terms of the factors that came into play. How regular was that?
So requesting for a postponement is nothing that hectic or irregular in any proceeding, be it a commission of inquiry or appearing in court. It doesn't really matter. The only issue is what you're asking for, how you're asking for it, and whether it conforms with the particular proceedings that you're dealing with, which is what happened today. So if you recall, on the last sitting, there was a request from the legal team of Kat Matlala that they wanted to do a supplementary affidavit, and then they wanted to answer certain things and explain their reason why they keep claiming privilege over certain questions. So even that information was not done timeously. I think one was like 45 minutes late, and then there are no heads-off argument, and there's no replying affidavit. So all these factors played into, I believe, what Ndate Madlanga, as the commission chairperson, decided to say, you guys were given strict timelines. You requesting for a postponement right now makes absolutely no sense.
All right. And then, I mean, part of that is also the fact that the legal representative who normally would have represented him, Annelien van der Heever, was absent because she was unwell. As a result, the advocate Fatima Misi standing in for. I mean, does she not have a valid point around that to say, well, this is not normally my gig. It's somebody else's, and therefore, can we just postpone?
Well, in certain instances, sometimes it would be a reasonable expectation on behalf of the attorneys requesting a postponement. But most of the time, if you're coming from the same law firm, for example, you're expected to have an idea of what's happening in that particular matter, and you can carry the proceedings. Let's say we are now busy going to argue for, I don't know, a divorce proceeding. You would usually know what the trial matter is about, and if you're requesting a postponement, you would have proper grounds for that, apart from my colleague is sick. And if your colleague is sick and they're the one who's been running with it on their own, in other words, you as the other colleague were never involved in the matter, or you were never appearing in court in any event, then it makes sense you're not familiar with the matter. But here, is it Advocate Mini, who was the one appearing in the state of Advocate Van Heersen, I forget her name, yes, but she has always been present at all times in the proceedings. She is very much aware of what is happening. She is a junior advocate to the senior counsel, so which means everything that the instructing attorney is instructed them to do, they are present at all times, or she was present at all times. So there's nothing that her senior knows that she doesn't know. And I think that was the real problem, because had she not, for example, not been present on the last occasion, perhaps the commissioners would be like, you know what, you really don't know what's happening. You weren't even here last time. We get it. We'll probably grant a postponement. But in this situation, it didn't make sense.
Okay, and as we had heard, I mean, she was thoroughly articulate, just so we all know, right? So that confirms your point, right?
Yeah, she was very much so. And she really did explain the reasons as to why they were late in certain submissions, what happened when they're at the prison, everything really. If it was a normal situation, most likely she would have gotten her postponement, no questions asked. I'm not going to lie.
All right. Having said that, I mean, so they didn't win that on the day. Going into the request, they would have known there was a good chance it'll be thrown out anyway, right? What would be your understanding then? What would be the motive? Because, I mean, ultimately, she would be taking instructions from Kat Matlala, right? What would be the actual motive for the postponement, for wanting the postponement?
I think maybe one, not being the lead person was her real reason to say, you know what, I would rather my senior handle this. But when you deal with what the instructions are, it's very likely that even the accused, or sorry, in this case, he's not the accused, the witness himself would not have required this matter to go ahead without his lead counsel. And as a result, the things that they would have discussed and prepared together in what she's going to articulate in front of the commissioners were not expressed in the manner in which they agreed upon. So therefore, he probably wasn't comfortable in that situation. So it would have been like they had discussed in the hypothetical scenario, that back and forth that was happening. In that situation, he probably would have invoked his right to say, you know what, let them withdraw as attorney, let me proceed on my own because I already know what the strategy is, but that didn't happen either.
Okay, having said that, after all of that, around lunchtime, Kat Matlala then took the hot seat. Anything you'd like to express in terms of what you heard today?
You know, when he was giving his evidence, I found it quite interesting that the way in which the supplementary affidavit was structured was to say, I am not going to answer this because I'm not going to answer this because I'm going to incriminate myself. I found it interesting because that is not a supplementary affidavit in the strict sense of the word. Because a supplementary affidavit, it says that the things that I missed out on my initial or founding affidavit, here they are here in more detail so that I can explain to you what happened. Instead, in this situation, it's saying, no, I'm still not going to answer you. And this is my reason why, and, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. I found that to be quite interesting, and I don't think it's going to work in his favor going forward.
Okay. Is there any final point you'd like to, share with the audience?
The commission is not exactly a clear depiction of what court happens every single day. So perhaps the people or the nation must not take what they see in the commission as to what happens in court. But with that being said, the manner in which the truth is being sussed out by the investigators and the commission itself, I'm finding it to be quite interesting because it's actually translating to an actual arrest and it's making proper inquiries in the courtrooms. So we are likely to see very good cases going forward and people answering to their crimes.
And that's where we shall leave it. Thank you for your time. Very informative, and we learned a thing or two. I'm sure the entire audience has done just that. In Tabi Singh Dubazana, thanks for your time as always here on the National Pulse.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Some crimes don't just make headlines, they change a nation. Now S3 takes you inside South Africa's most disturbing criminal investigations. From serial killers to kidnappings to cases that stunned the country. The South African serial uncovers the evidence, follows the investigations, and reveals how justice was ultimately served. Featuring renowned criminal profiler Professor Gerard Labuskaghni and the team behind Profiler Africa, every episode brings meticulous research and compelling storytelling to the crimes that shaped modern South Africa. The South African Serial, Tuesdays at 6 p.m. Stream it live on SABC+. S3, open up.
A nation changes, but the conversation continues. SAFM 90 years.
Hello, my name is Dr. Matsidi Soselo, a senior researcher at the Center for Social Development in Africa at the University of Johannesburg. Congratulations to SAFM on celebrating an incredible 90 years of service to South Africa. For 9 decades, SAFM has been more than a radio station. It has been a trusted platform for informing, educating, and connecting people across our country.
From the voices that shaped our past to the conversations defining our future, SAFM celebrates 90 years. This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
Well, let's talk about issues around the globe. In this case, about the UK and about the Ukraine, right? Andy Burnham is marking his first foreign visit as the UK Prime Minister with a trip to Kyiv, that's in the Ukraine. And the Prime Minister's visit will now include a handover of blueprints so Ukraine can build its own long-range missiles. The UK Prime Minister also chair the first meeting of the Coalition of the Willing. Let's find out where we are regarding this issue and the significance of this visit. With me is Dr. Joan Swart, who's a researcher in military science at the University of Stellenbosch's Military Academy. Dr. Swart, thanks for joining us once again on the National Pulse.
Oh, it's a great pleasure. It's good to be here.
Thank you. Right, let's talk about what's happened here in terms of the significance of this visit by the UK Prime Minister to the Ukraine.
It's certainly more significant than just a symbolic visit, like many of those before. And it signals intent and commitment. And I think Andy Burnham, being quite new in this position, wanted to put his stamp on the relationship and on their posture in terms of military development. So what happened is that Britain is moving from supplying Ukraine with weapons towards helping Ukraine develop their own capability to manufacture long-range strike weapons. Now we're talking about the Scalp missile, which share French and British technology. So the UK and France are looking at establishing, as I said, a production and assembly capability in Ukraine. So it's not simply Britain handing Ukraine another batch of missiles. It's actually the transfer of technology intended to help Ukraine enable production of these weapons.
But linked to that, of course, is the relationship between the UK, United Kingdom, and Ukraine versus the United Kingdom and Russia. I mean, give us, tell us where we are regarding the complexities of that relationship.
Well, of course, there isn't much of a relationship to speak about between Ukraine and Russia, being the main belligerents in this conflict. But the UK and Ukraine has been close. The same with France, to a little bit of a lesser extent, and the US, which has sort of fallen by the wayside after the Alaska agreement, Anchorage agreement, where Trump actually made an agreement with Russia, not speaking to Zelensky, which he then walked back afterwards. So that hurt the relationship between Ukraine and the US a little bit. And I think that's one of the reasons why Andy Burnham is quite eager to get into this, to show that he's sort of leading the support for the Ukraine, and also leading the Europe's intent to restart or rebuild their own military capability independent from the US.
Which does then talk about, almost grey areas in terms of relationships, because also one of the things that the new UK Prime Minister made the point was emphasizing his support for the Ukraine no matter what, in spite of, earning the wrath of others, right? Tell me about that.
Yes. Well, that's sort of a problem that I have. If we look at this instance here, the immediate military effect of this will be limited because, of course, establishing production takes time. Not only that, but this missile, I must add, has a range of approximately 250 kilometers, which is not a lot at all. So you can sort of fire from or launch from the south of Ukraine somewhere and just not close even reach Moscow, where their drone capability has a far longer range of 1,000 kilometers or so. But I'm worried that this intent that you're talking about, that the UK and Andy Burnham is showing, is going to prolong the war and make a resolution or a settlement to end the war much more difficult, because it increases the motivation for Russia to escalate or make quicker advances, which they are busy doing, and they are ramping up their attacks on infrastructure in Kiev as well. And then it also increases motivation for Ukraine to continue, and it emboldens Zelensky even more. So Europe has got also its own motivation for this kind of long-term commitment. It wants to develop a forward defense, so establish a defense in Ukraine, and as I mentioned, develop their own military capability independent of NATO even. And then there are areas in Europe with more security issues than others, and I'm thinking of Poland, the Baltic states, maybe Finland and Sweden as well.
Let's end with this, right? Is there any compelling reason, well, in terms of understanding why is this particular war continued as long as it has?
I would say for two reasons. The one reason most certain is the support both financially and militarily that the EU, UK and the US has given to Zelensky. So that's the main reason. And then the second reason, I think Putin has been very cautious not to draw NATO into the conflict. So he's focusing on the areas that he wanted to control. That's just my analysis. And but he's gonna move quicker now, I think.
And what do you think needs or will happen next?
I think Russia will take the areas that they want to control, the 4 oblasts. They are nearly there. It differs from, I think, 100% already in Lugansk to over 90% in Donetsk, and about 75% to 80% in the other 2 oblasts. So I think he'll continue taking that ground, and then he'll continue with the attacks on infrastructure in Kyiv. And Zelensky is a little bit with his back against the wall because he is running out of manpower. He doesn't have any air defenses really to speak about. So he's really very dependent on whatever help and support, both militarily and financially, he can get from Europe, the UK, and the US. So it really depends on whether they're even going to deepen their involvement or not.
And we'll see whether that's going to happen one way or the other. Dr. Joan Swart, a researcher in military science at the University of Stellenbosch's Military Academy. I appreciate your engagement here on the National Pulse, right? It's 5:30. Here's Greg Host with the news headlines.
Quick look at the headlines. The police minister says Mkunu's on special leave has rejected allegations made against him by Lieutenant Colonel Dina Govender at the Matlanga Commission. One of South Africa's leading agri-businesses, Ilovo Sugar, has called for the urgent gazetting of the revised dollar-based reference price for sugar, and a Syrian court has sentenced a top Muslim cleric to life in prison, convicting him of exploiting his position and inciting violence. There's a full update at the top of the hour.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. It stays busy on the run through Midrand on the way to Joburg. This is the crash that we've been telling you about, N1 South at Allendale. That queue heavy across all lanes all the way back to the New Road exit. If you're going towards Pretoria, it might just be a little bit of a slowdown due to the overlooking factor. The other big delay is the R24 towards the airport and then up the R21 going north towards Pretoria. It's a crash just north of the airport, up by Atlas Road. So that queue really heavy. It starts on the R24 around Barbara Road. You go slowly into the airport, or you stay in really heavy traffic up that 21 until you get past the Atlas Road crash scene. N3 Limbo Park down to Germiston, fairly busy, but it always is. And the N17 home to Boksburg, Brackbound and Springs queuing into roadworks by the Rondebolt Road exit. Durban pretty heavy into Spaghetti Junction, inbound and outbound today. New lane restrictions there, outbound from Sherwood and inbound from Pavilion Mall. It's all backed up. M19 Durban bound heavy through the lane restrictions at Dunkhill Road, and the N3 South Queen Annie Drive all the way to Spaghetti Junction. pretty tight today as well. Cape Town crash, vehicle overturning, N2 inbound after the airport at Robert Sobukwe. That's heavy. That queue almost back to the airport runway. And if you're trying to get home to Dunoon, there's roadworks on the N7, home to Tableview, Kuberg Road and Marine Drive. Those routes busy through that Milnerton area on Marine Drive, and Kuberg Road jamming from Macro up towards Bloberg Road Junction. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Right, so we're talking about traffic. Make a note of this. We've all had the anxiety of wondering if our insurer will pay out claims, right? But with OUTsurance, you've got peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed that in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So switch to OUTsurance, the insurer that consistently delivers on what you need insurance to do. You can call 08600 60 000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's, and information available online.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, it's the Monday after the Saturday, but ahead of next week's Saturday, it's still all about the Springboks to me.
Yes, the Springboks have made 4 changes to the starting team for their rugby's greatest rivalry rematch against New Zealand. SAfmRadio Mgomezulu has been dropped to the bench following his difficult outing in the 33-16 defeat at Ellis Park, with Andre Pollard taking over at fly half. Siya Kolisi is in line to return after recovering from a hamstring injury, although he'll face a late fitness test. If he is ruled out, Paul de Villiers will start at flank. There are also 2 injury-enforced changes with Cheslin Colby and Grant Williams unavailable. Ethan Hooker and Gwabas Reinach coming into the starting lineup. Peter Steph Dutoit will captain the side, while Oxen Chair will earn his 50th cap. And Rassie Rasmus says that the changes are aimed at achieving what the team wants on the field, with the players prepared for another intense and physical battle against the All Blacks. In football, former Bafana coach Hugo Broos has taken a swipe at his possible successor, Pitso Mosimane, saying that Bafana could go 5 years backwards if Mosimane takes over, alleging that club owners and agents could influence team selection. Speaking to Belgian media, Broos says that he had rejected such interference during his time in charge, insisting that agents had no role in his squad decisions. Broos also revealed that he briefly considered staying on, partly because of concerns about his coaching staff, but ultimately decided that it was time to retire. The Belgian says that he does not plan to return to coaching, despite recently receiving an offer to coach Ivory Coast. Meanwhile, Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie has weighed in on Musimane's appointment.
I'm going to get the report because I've been told that Pitso Mosimane is our coach. Let's also be honest, we come from a country where black people were paid less than white people. That scars has not been healed for many people. But we as black people cannot do the same thing that has been done to us, where you pay the white man more. And Pitso Mosimane is not a coach of the Mutsepe. Let us be straight about that issue. We must give people, it's like we are scared of white people. The white people will pay them more, but when it comes to black people, some money should be paid. The least they can do is to start them with the way that they started those. Because black people still have that hurt, that they were underpaid, undervalued. We cannot have that. Sometimes you ask yourself, but who's taking these decisions? Who's taking decisions to... They love crises, that's the problem. Even if they can just sort out easily, they must make a crisis.
Well, the Betway Premiership returns this week with all 16 teams in action across Tuesday and Wednesday. Defending champions Orlando Pirates will look to strengthen their position at the top of the table when they host Kukune United at Orlando Stadium tomorrow. The Buccaneers beats Kukune 1-0 in Saturday's MTN8 semi-final first leg, with new signing Sebastian Pedersen making his debut. Mamelodi Sundowns will also be looking to bounce back from their 1-0 defeat to Golden Arrows when Then they travel to Amazulu, and the busy schedule continues as teams balance league commitments with MTN8 action, with 8 matches taking place across the 2 days. In cricket, Proteas woman coach Mandla Mashimbi says that he's looking forward to a call from Jeffrey Toyana, the newly appointed Fidelity Titans head coach. Mashimbi believes that Toyana's experience will be beneficial not only to the Titans ladies team but also to women's cricket as a whole, and will bring a winning mentality to the franchise.
Yeah, I think it's exciting to have a coach like Jeff, involved in the women's space. I think his experience, his achievements are well documented throughout, and I think you gotta think of yourself as a lucky team when you get a coach like Jeff coming into your space. And I've got no doubt that he's going to make a big difference there. Jeff is a serial winner. And I think that's where the Titans are at now. They're looking to really dominate the domestic structures. So I think, for Jeff, I can only wish him all the luck. If he needs any advice in some way or another, he knows my number, he's got my number. So, and we've worked together before. So, I'm going to wait for that call.
Finally, in golf, Bryson DeChambeau says that he is proud of what Live Golf has achieved as the Breakaway League faces questions about its future following the final event of the season. The league, which launched in 2022 as an alternative to the PGA Tour, has faced an uncertain future since Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund withdrew its financial backing in April. The American, who led a selection of star players in joining Live Golf 4 years ago, said although the Breakaway League has not been perfect, it has a lot of potential moving forward. With that said, it is a wrap from my side. Ashraf, just this weekend, the sports minister was asked, with all the comments that he's making, does he not think that he's interfering with what is happening in SAFA, in football, in sports as a whole? He also made comments about athletics, and he's not stupid. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, but the VAR part, he made the point that the VAR has not been finalized, so we need to VAR why VAR is not happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, he's very clear. He wants his money back.
He says he wants his money back. He says he wants his money back, and SAFA have asked for 21 days grace. What is holding them back? As you heard earlier on, he says he feels that there are some influences within SAFA, not President Danny Jordan, but other people. He's going to get their names, and this week he's going to name who exactly does not want VAR in the country.
And then we'll have the VAR Commission of Inquiry. Got that. Thanks for that, Jimmy.
In case you missed it.
Herbert Mashaba, he's the last one to talk. He promised 2 years ago, I'm going to spend my money, I'll get those people out of Lily Mine. Where are they? They're still there.
Herbert Mashaba, when you hear something like that, like I said, you could be sitting on an island somewhere, but you take this criticism, you must have a very thick skin, and how do you respond to something like that?
Well, I'm used to people who are drunk calling radio stations, and you can hear this person is not sober.
That was Nightfall with John Gericke. For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
More on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier, that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM. The conversation continues.
economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
And as always, that's brought to you by Jimmy Moyar. The first day of the week, Jimmy, your show comes up, of course, 6 to 7. But you want to talk about what? Electricity tariffs and reaction.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. I certainly do. We've been tracking this story for quite some time. Initially, we had spoken to Tsepo Radima, independent energy expert, around those tariffs and how those tariffs had been escalating and what negotiated price agreements the likes of the ferrochrome smelters that had been able to negotiate thus far. Last week, we had a conversation, of course, with the Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Jose Ramokgopa, around that pricing policy that is being put forward for consideration. Today we speak to Eskom. Eskom responds to the tariff conversations and the pricing and how it is that they determine a lot of their pricing. We're going to see if we can get some insights around perhaps how it is that the new pricing policy will affect the proposals that they put forward from their side. We also have a conversation taking a look at Cell C results that came out on Friday. Of course, because we don't have a show on Friday, we did not get to cover those numbers. So we speak to George Mendes, Group Chief Executive of that business, and get a sense of how it is that they're faring. Whilst we're having conversations around results, we're going to speak to the team at Advotech, the education provider. They have had their results as well. They reported on their numbers some significant growth from a business perspective there. We're going to dig into that in a bit more detail. Then we have a conversation with the team at Luxi on the latest water solution that they're looking to bring to market. And we wrap up the show, as we do every other Monday, with a digital drive conversation. I speak to our resident tech and EV specialist, Nafisa Akabo, around the electrified vehicle sales figures that have been reported by NAMSA. Those figures significantly higher than what they were for the first 7 months of last year when we look at the first 7 months of this year. So that's going to be an interesting conversation, especially with the advancements that we're seeing in how it is that electrified vehicles are being rolled out in the country. So that's what's coming up on the show today. Before we get to those conversations, though, a sense of some of the market movements that have been taking place throughout the day. It's been quite the interesting day on the equities front. A lot of the equities finishing in the red. The ASX in Sydney, the only market to finish in the green in Asian markets, up about 0.5%. But the Hang Seng in Hong Kong was down almost 2% so that was the biggest loser in that respect. European markets, not much different there, mostly losers, but the FTSE in London managed to eke out 0.4% gains. US markets at the moment are both in the red in the case of the S&P and the Nasdaq. The Nasdaq down 0.2%, the S&P only 0.3%. Local markets were in the green on the resource side, but resource stocks finished about 0.5% down on the day's trade. Industrials down 1.2%, financials 1.1%. The all share almost 0.9% down. The top 40 0.9%. The rand surprisingly holding its ground, 16 rand 2 cents against the US dollar. At some point it was at 16 rand flat. Against the British pound, almost flat there, marginally better, 21 rand 84. 1 euro would cost you 18 rand 69 cents. One Bitcoin almost at $80,000 a Bitcoin with that firmer rand, still puts it above 1.26 million rands. We're going to be back with these and other stories a little later on. I've got Kerabile Nonyan of Prime XBT on markets. I want to chat about the platinum pricing being above $1,900 a fine ounce and the gold briefly touching north of $4,700 a fine ounce. So we have lots to look forward to and look into when we come back. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
All right, enjoy your show. Coming up in just about 15 minutes' time or so. What comes up now is you. You're on the Pulse. You're part of the Pulse community. I need to know what you're thinking.
Drivers, that smoke ahead is not just smoke. It's a wall, thick, blinding, and deadly. Never drive into felt fire smoke crossing the highway. You won't see stopped vehicles until it's too late. Pull over. Turn on your hazards. Wait it out. One decision can save lives, including yours. See and be seen this winter. Brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
To all you very talented people who entered the top billing presenter search for 2026, thank you for the time and effort you put into your auditions. It feels like you're coming for our jobs.
We're so impressed by the standard of the presenting and of the video entries.
It was not an easy decision, as you can imagine, but we have our top 40 and you can see them on SABC Plus. And let us know what you think on our social channels.
Thank you so much for your incredible support. support, your kindness, and sharing our passion for the show. It means so much to us, and we're grateful to have you as part of the Top Billing family.
One of these days, we could be watching you on Top Billing. Thursdays at 7, Sundays at 1 on S3, and Tuesday nights at 9:30 on SABC1. You knew that.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's get to your thought. Lots of people telling us where they're listening in from. But yeah, we got a call from Cape Town. Mfundo. Hi, Mfundo.
Hi, Ashraf. How's it?
Yeah, very good indeed. What's your point?
I do have a point. I've been irritated by my son. Not irritated per se. I do listen to SAFM throughout the day. I drop him in the morning at school, and I pick him up. So he's been calling me. Said, "Dad, can I speak to SAFM?" Coming back from these days of Stephen Fortes and all that. So he wanted to speak to you today because SAFM is having a birthday this month, and it's also his birthday month. Daddy, can I at least speak to us if I can speak to Kate in the morning? So.
Well, we want to talk to you. We don't want to talk to you any longer. Goodbye, Mfondo. Bring on the sun.
Okay. Yeah, is it?
Hello, Ashraf.
Yeah, how are you? Hey, good talking to you, man. What's your name?
Inako.
Inako. Well, I'm glad you told your father, Mfundo, to step aside, right? Because you want to do the talking, right?
I'm not sure.
I believe it's your birthday this month. Is it finished already or is it still coming?
It's still coming.
Really? So what date is that?
27.
Okay. So there's a couple of days now. Three days. And you're 8 years old?
Yeah, yes, Ashraf. I'm turning 9.
Okay, well, there you are. So what do you, I mean, you sound like you're a big boss of a company. What do you do? Hey?
I sometimes play with my friend, but I don't have enough time today.
Okay, but are you at school or you got a job? It just sounds like you got a job, man.
I'm at school.
Okay, and you listen, I believe, according to your father, you listen to SAFM every single day. So that's good.
Yes, Ashraf.
When did you start listening the first time? Can you remember?
Can I ask my dad real quick?
Yeah, ask him quickly. This is like a quiz question. Ask a friend. 3, 2, 1. Let's see if he's got an answer. This is fascinating. You see?
I think it was when Stephen Fortes started the breakfast show, the morning show.
Okay. But then he was like 3 years old or 4 years old, somewhere there. Yeah? Okay. So tell me more. Let's
about 3 years. I can't hear us because the phone is on him.
Okay, all right. That's fine.
About 3 or 4 years ago, yeah.
But now, okay. Let's let's bring your son back on the line then, and very quickly. So tell me now. Can you remember the names of 5? You get no prizes, but 5 SAFM presenters.
Robin.
Yeah.
Ashraf.
Yeah.
Stephen Fortes.
Stephen Fortes.
Okay.
Who else?
Any ladies? Can you remember any females who present here on SAFM?
I do know one of the women's, but I can't remember.
Okay, you can't remember. But listen, it's good that you're talking to us. We're very happy that you called in. You must call in again. Call in any time.
Okay.
I want to hear what you say about politics, because obviously if you listen to SAFM, you know the world. You know it better than anybody else in school. So if I want to, I'm going to get keys to keep your number. One time you want to say something really important in the world, we need to hear from you. But in advance, happy birthday to you, okay? In advance for the 27th, right? In advance.
Yes,
You've got 3 days to go. And thanks for calling in. And thanks for listening, man. Really, you made my day as well. Absolutely. All right? Do it again sometime soon. There we are. Lovely. That's a nice one. Mfundo, thank you, man. Thanks for bringing your son on. Or he brought you on. Let's put it that way. You see, strange things happen when you know the country is shifting. Because the real pulse of the nation are these lighties, these 8-year-old lighties. That's the pulse of the nation. If we can shift their minds to thinking as champions, I should have asked him that, like, what's your plans? Then that's what we need to be doing. So thank you for that call. Lovely call. Alfie in Ramsey, hi.
Hi, Ashraf. How are you?
I'm good indeed. Good talking to you. Enjoyed that chat with the 8-year-old man. I mean, why wouldn't I, right? Yeah.
Thanks for taking my call. Ashraf, I just called to wish SAFM a happy birthday. I've been ardent follower and a regular caller on many shows. I've been in your show in studio. I still have pictures of me and you.
Oh, really? Wow. You must say, why don't you post it now? Send it on WhatsApp. Can you do that? Or on WhatsApp, or even on social media, like you can tag SAfmRadio on Twitter or Facebook and just tag me. I'm on all social media. I'd love to see it.
I follow you, and I will definitely do that. But just as a form of consolidating my call, I just, wish to remember Kolani Gwala was my favorite. May his soul rest in peace. I've been on shows and have photos. Level Sikim Kabadeli. Sakina Kamwendo knows me very, very well on her shows. Mm-hmm. And there used to be Nahelu Pondwana. And just for your info, I am currently communications manager for Kaizer Chiefs Football Club.
Ah, there we are. Okay, I want my football top. I know you know.
No, but you and Man United makes you a rival.
No, you know what I said. You know what I said, Alfie. Alfie, did you hear me say the other day? I said, this is about a year ago. I said, what's the difference between Manchester United and Kaizer Chiefs?
Yeah,
and my answer was like, no difference. You know why? No difference. Mm-hmm. But listen, just as a Chiefs, I must tell you, you need to know this. I used to watch a lot of Chiefs play when I was a lightie. So for me, Ace Insalengwe, and I've said it before, was the most beautiful football I've seen in this country, right? But spare a thought for two other Chiefs players, Teenage Dladla and Jan Lechaba, who was a big guy. You wouldn't think he's got the skill, but he had all the skill in the world. Malambo Jan Lechaba. That's a long time ago, you see? So I have some affinity for Chiefs.
You forgot Dr. Kumalo. But
no, that is yeah, I know.
Giving others a chance and closing your show.
I'm going back to the 70s, you see. There we are. All right.
I really adore your show. Thank you.
Thanks, Alfie. I really enjoyed this call. Much appreciated. Thank you indeed. There you are. You know what? I must say, listening to radio brings some amazing memories for people and how they connect with presenters. And by the way, how presenters connect with you, right? I mean, yesterday I met someone and this lady was telling me that her daughter, Yasmin Ibrahim, in fact, sends WhatsApps and she's got some senior position in the military, by the way, and she connects on air and she sends messages. The point is you tend to forget that you are connecting with people every single day. So we are very grateful. All of us are.
Hey, Ashraf. Sandro Nkosi here. I'm currently listening to you in Pretoria East. I've listened to you in Amazimtoti, Durban. I listened to you when I lived in Randburg, Johannesburg. And now we're in Pretoria East. So I've carried you along with me.
Oh my goodness, can you imagine? I'm a movable object. Now I know. But lovely call, and I really appreciate you connecting, to the station, to SAfm and to the show. And of course to me, I can tell you now, if I don't always say it, you as a listener, even if we disagree sometimes, you as a listener, you matter. You really do matter. And you matter to me. I can tell you that now.
This is Russell. Left South Africa in May this year. Currently in a little place called Bayamara in Romania and listening to Ashraf on SAfm, the National Pulse. A brilliant show. Thank you.
Oh, there we are. Thank you so much. So why are you in Brussels? But that's the bad news. But the good news is you are still connected to the show. So you're in Romania now, but Brussels is home. Do listen often. I tell you what we need to do. We must get 10 people from 10 different parts of the world. From Brussels, we've already got someone. Sipho Sithole is in Washington. I know that. We've got other people in Ireland. Some others from the African continent, Egypt, maybe Nigeria too, East Africa. And then get others from Indonesia and India and maybe even as far as Australia. And then get these 10 people who are citizen reporters and they can comment on what they did for the day once a week. How's that? I mean, that would be fabulous. Another one listening from Pretoria, driving from Karankawa to Centurion. That's from Tio Bengo. There we are. Now, something more serious. Here's one.
Hi, Ashraf. It's Deshan from Durban. Just want to comment on the Matlanga Commission and the proceedings that took place today. I was on X, or formerly Twitter, and Twitter investigators, rather, I have seen Ms. van der Heerfer, the advocate representing Mr. Cap Matlala. They've seen her on a live stream at one of the taxi bosses, Mr. Msibi, his funeral or his last rites or his ceremony, one of the two. She was seen there, and yet her team had stated that she was in hospital. So I wonder exactly what's going to come out of that.
Now, did they say she's in hospital or she's ill? I thought I heard she was ill, but fine, we'll get the facts. But either way, she was not present because of being ill in some way, right? So there you are. Webinar gives it all away.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and listeners. Ashraf, this was SAFA, this government things, man. I guess SAFA is getting money from government. They are taking us for granted. Where is the VAR? Because the money is paid for them to implement that thing. And why did the minister, allow them to give him grace of 21 days? If that thing is not done, they must just return the money. That's it. And now he's isolating the president of SAFA. Why? Why is he isolating him as if he's not part of SAFA? He's the decision maker, that gentleman at SAFA. Good afternoon, it's Marumo.
Marumo, we need a VAR for your entire questionnaire, because it's like 4 important questions. We need VAR for all of it. Well, look, it is complex. I mean, he gave them the money. What the reasons for the delay? They can say there's technical issues to perfect it, which I can understand if that is the case. But if that's the case, then they should tell us now to say, listen, we have to trial and absolutely, because you don't want to have a mess up. So we need to trial and retrial and be absolutely sure that we are spot on. If that's the reason. Right? I don't know. You are right. He made the point of distancing some others from Danny, and you wonder what that would mean. But listen, here's the bottom line when it comes to politics in our country, but not just our country, other countries too. Who knows what people are thinking and why they say what they say? As for you, whether you're in Belgium or Romania or sitting in Karankawa, just keep on winning. Find a way to win. So I hope you're winning. And win tonight and win tomorrow and win every day. Win for yourself and win for your country. Because, when you win, South Africa wins. Bottom line, when South Africa wins, you win. You've got there we are. Simple formula. Thanks for listening. Enjoy the night. Lots to come still, of course, right? There's the markets, there's sport, there's a whole lot more. But right now, it's the urgency of the news at 6 with Greg House.
Thank you again, Ashraf. Minister rejects Matlanga Commission allegations and Muslim cleric sentenced to life in prison in Syria. Good evening to you. The police minister, Zenzim Kunu, who's on special leave, has rejected allegations made against him by Hawks Lieutenant Colonel Dina Governor at the Matlanga Commission on Friday. Governor told the commission that the minister had allegedly urged him to implicate the KZN police commissioner in police shootings. In a statement, Kunu says Governor's allegations are not supported by evidence and that he rejects them with the contempt they deserve. He says the mention of his name is intended to portray him as someone interfering with the Commission's work. He says a more detailed statement addressing Governor's allegations as well as claims made against him in recent months will be issued in due course. The former Justice Minister Ronald Lamola is unapologetic that he didn't support the setting up of a commission of inquiry into delays in TRC cases prosecutions when it was proposed during his tenure. The push for a probe was made to President Cyril Ramaphosa in 2021 by former TRC commissioners, and in 2024, Advocate Dumisani Sebeza also recommended the establishment of such an inquiry, but it took court action by families last year for the current commission to be set up. Lamola said he made a choice.
If you